हेलो 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 चैट, क्या हाल चाल भाई? कैसन बा भाई? वी आर बैक। सॉरी फॉर द 5 मिनट डिले भाई, एक छोटी सी कॉल थी जो अटेंड करनी थी। नहीं, टिक्कू किडनैप नहीं हुआ है भाई। टिक्कू ना किड है और ना नैप करता है। वी आर बैक एंड चैट, आई थिंक आज बड़ा क्रेजी मैचअप है। एज वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन, हमारे दो दिग्गज खिलाड़ी, मतलब बोलते हैं ना, अर्जुन एरिगैसी और विदित गुजराती, मतलब पूरा इटालियन सेटअप में आए हैं भाई। तो आज बड़ा क्रेजी है। आज द स्ट्रीम कुड गो वेरी वेरी लॉन्ग और वेरी वेरी शॉर्ट, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई। सो लेट्स हैव अ लुक भाई, कैसे हम यहां पहुंचे, फिर थोड़ी गपशप भी करेंगे। आता है E4 E5 नाइट F3 नाइट C6 बिशप C4 इटालियन एज स्प्लिटेड बिशप C5। एंड यहां पे जब सीओबी चल रहा था हम C3 देख रहे थे और वही मूव अर्जुन यहां पे खेलते। वाह, अर्जुन टेकिंग इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम सीओबी। नाइट F6 एंड D4 is the main move जो यहां पे खेलते गायकों में। बट ओके, D3 is what top players play. They don't want instant simplifications, लंबी गेम खेलनी होती है हमको। D6 आया, castles castles, rook E1, and now bishop B6 preempting this B4 move, काफी logical चाल। And now S3, I think again preventing bishop G4 knight G4 ideas, and black भी same करता है with the pawn move to H6। I think you can understand this move very very well। And now chat will be interesting because फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल चैट, लेट्स कीप इन माइंड अर्जुन एरिगेसी अब तक दोनों ब्लैक गेम्स ड्रॉ किए हैं और व्हाइट गेम जीते हैं। तो इसका मतलब कि आज व्हाइट पीस है, सो ही वुड लव टू विन दिस मैन, ही वुड लव टू विन दिस। सो मेरे हिसाब से आई फील लाइक आज ही इज प्लेइंग टू विन। देन दूसरी तरफ है विदित गुजराती, हु लॉस्ट बोथ हिज ब्लैक गेम्स अब तक एंड देन ड्रू हिज व्हाइट गेम। सो मुझे लग रहा है कि with the black pieces, Vidit, who's now at 2699, will be under huge pressure. So बहुत crucial रहेगा ये round. By the way, knight to D2 played by Arjun Erigesi. Now ये knight हमें पता है कहाँ जा रहा है, F1 पे जाएगा, G3 पे आ सकता है, and of course A4 to complement it at some point, and of course long term plan white का है D4, black का है D5. So इस बोलते हैं ना छोटी मोटी एनालिसिस के बाद अब चैट से गपशप करेंगे। चैट भाई, क्या हालचाल? हु डू यू थिंक इज विनिंग टुडे? भाई मुझे लग रहा है कि मतलब आज विनित के लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट होने वाला है। अगर अर्जुन की प्रेप है, जो मुझे लग रहा है, बताऊं क्यों? उसका टाइम देखो, उसका टाइम देखो। ही हैज 1 hour 30 minutes ऑन हिज क्लॉक। इसका मतलब ही हैज गेन्ड टाइम, मतलब ही हैज गेन्ड टाइम सो फार टुडे। सो इसका मतलब कि भाई ही इज इन एब्सोल्युटली हिज प्रेप सो फार, एंड मे बी 97 इज द मूव जहां पे वो फाइनली सोचेंगे। बिकॉज 97 बाय द वे इज वन ऑफ द मेन मूव्स हियर, सो आई स्टिल डोंट थिंक ही इज आउट ऑफ प्रेप। बट यहां ब्लैक के ऑप्शंस काफी है। A5 है, रुक E8 है, A6 है, बिशप E6 है। सो bunch of options, and maybe that's why this could be the moment जहां पे अर्जुन थोड़ा सोच सकते हैं, trying to recollect कि हुआ क्या है। And meanwhile, we also have Nepo against Nodirbek. I don't need to say and mention कि भाई कितना क्रूशल मैच है ये। एक बंदा हर की हैंडशेक नहीं करता है, एक बंदा घूरता रहता है। दोनों प्लेयर्स थोड़े साइकोलॉजिकली आर इंटरेस्टिंग प्लेयर्स टू प्ले अगेंस्ट। तो ये बड़ा मजा आएगा। हैंड्स अगेंस्ट अनदर क्रेजी वन भाई, ये भी बहुत क्रेजी रहेगा। देन ऑफ कोर्स Madamino versus Nodirbek is another one, and Nicholas versus Vokidov is another one. So going back now to the game of Arjun versus Vidit, jahan pe as we expected, pawn to A4, the best move played by Arjun in just a minute. VD wins today भाई, that would be crazy अगर VD black pieces से यहां विदित को हरा, सॉरी अर्जुन को, खुद को थोड़ी हराएगा, अर्जुन को हरा सकता है, तो दैट वुड बी इनसेन। काला टिक्कू क्या होता है? व्हाट इज काला टिक्कू भाई? काला नमक सुना है, काला जादू सुना है, बट ना मैं ऋतिक रोशन का जादू हूं, ना मैं नमक हूं। एटलीस्ट आई होप नॉट। नेपो से हैंड्स कब होगा भाई? नेपो हैंड्स मतलब कभी तो होगा। देख सकते हैं भाई कब है उनका मैच। सो है नेपो वर्सेस हैंड्स है सेकेंड लास्ट राउंड में, 8th राउंड में। सो उस राउंड में तो आई थिंक विल स्टार्ट विद देयर मैचअप। बाकी कैमरा गए बाहर में, हम तो उन पे फोकस करने वाले हैं। विद टिक्कू 1K व्यूअर्स, आउट टिक्कू 100 व्यूअर्स। अरे भाई 1K कहां पहुंचेंगे हम? इस राउंड 1K पहुंच ही नहीं रहे, हम सिर्फ डे 2 को पहुंचे थे। बट यू नेवर नो भाई, यू नेवर नो, अच्छे दिन आ सकते हैं, ऐसा मुझे बोला गया है। Who are you rooting for with Arjun? Yeah, nobody. I'm rooting for a great game of chess. What I don't want is like a quick draw. Because you're going to have a couple of new faces today on the stream chat. जो commenters आएंगे हमारे पास. So hopefully उनके साथ भी गप्पे मारने का मौका मिलेगा. So want like आज short stream नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, नहीं यार. The last thing I want is a very short stream here. By the way, after A4, A5, very logical. I think bishop को बचाना है because threat है A5, bishop C5 and B4 trapping the bishop. So A pawn को कहीं से चलना ही है. Might as well go 2 squares. भगवान ने दिया है पावर तो. And now bishop A2 के बाद This could also be a plan to kind of attack this bishop. And surprisingly, you can go back because, for example, let's say you play king h7, knight c4, bishop a7, knight a5. There are bishop f2 ideas, but usually this is always still risky. Like I think ये इतना टाइम वेस्ट जैसे करना is always gonna be tough. Bishop c5 भी है, but then there is d4. So it's not what you want to do. So maybe black can go c6 now, ताकि ये square ही bishop को मिल जाए. But let's see. VD played yesterday. Yes, VD played Title Tuesday yesterday. छोटी गेम का पूर्ण इस्तेमाल कोई विदित से सीखे. And he also lost to Srinath. भाई Srinath defeated Vidit as well as Firouzja at Title Tuesday yesterday. मैं शॉक रह गया भाई. And I asked him ऐसे कैसे. कहता है भाई I was lucky. मैंने कहा भाई ऐसा लक भगवान सबको दे कि फिरोजा को तुम हरा पाओ, वो भी in online blitz chess. ठीक है भाई. Global rapid number one is Indian. Magnus is third. What do you mean by global rapid number one? क्योंकि फिडे रेटिंग में तो मैग्नस ही आ गया है. By the way, Nightshade can still अभी he is thinking he's drinking coffee, I think. And यहाँ पे नेपो थोड़ा सा बीच में व्यू ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं भाई. I mean, we all love view blockers. Can you also play Olympiad? Yes, yes. I can play Olympiad as the 12th man. अगर टीम में 4 लोग होते तो. ठीक. मोदी है भाई. ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई? Okay, no words on that one भाई. उसके मैं बिल्कुल फेल हूँ. I have literally no words. Arjun is world number 3 in rapid. अच्छा, you mean that way? I can check that one. So rapid ratings में Arjun is world number 4 actually, 1 point behind Hikaru. And in Blitz, I think he's world number 8. So he's world top 10 in all 3 rankings. And I think he's the only Indian to ever have that accomplishment. I don't think कोई भी Indian ऐसा है जिसने accomplish किया है. He means Chesscom, Manu, David, I am. What does he mean by that though? If Nodirbek is in the camp for Sindaro for World Championship, are we cooked? Mukesh could take help from Arjun Prag seriously. Yeah, I don't think Nodirbek is somebody we should be scared of in terms of opening prep. I mean, he's a strong player. But first of all, would he help Sindarov is a big question. I'm not sure about that. Because as we discussed earlier, I think the reason why Prag and Arjun might not be Gukesh's seconds is because they've grown up treating each other as competition. They might be friends, they might have grown up together, they might have played in a team together, but at the end कहीं ना कहीं वो competition हल्का फुल्का रहता ही है. It's like you and your best friend being class number 2 and class number first, yeah, in class. Sure, you're best friend, but पढ़ाई में competition चल रहा है. So it's tough, and same is the case for Nodirbek. Like he would love to be ahead of Sindarov rather than so I think it's a difficult situation to be in. You want to support your countrymen also. You want to see your country rise, but you also be the one to do so. So I think it's a tough situation है वहाँ पे. Chesscom leaderboard rapid Manu David is number 1. But rapid I think enough people don't play. That's really crazy actually. We should cover it on socials. Niri bhai, I think I'll try उनको बता दे हम लोग समय भाई. But I do feel कि rapid इतने लोग खेलते नहीं, but still crazy. ताकि अंकित भाई, और इसे लव कर रहे हो तो भाई लाइक भी कर दो भाई. कहते हैं कि लाइक के बाद लव होता है, लेकिन लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग के लव के बाद लाइक होता है. चैट तुम समझ रहे हो क्या मतलब? क्या डीप बात कर दी मैंने वहां पे. ये लाइफ एंड स्ट्रीमिंग इज डिफरेंट. पहले लव और फिर लाइक भाई. वीडियो की टाइम मैनेजमेंट भाई, आई एम होपिंग ही इज नॉट गोना थिंक फॉर 15 मिनट्स नाउ. दैट्स द होप. आई एम होपिंग ही प्लेज वेरी क्विकली. जल्दी जल्दी खेलेंगे, किसी भी चाल पे 5-10 मिनट से ऊपर नहीं लेने. एंड यू वांट टू बी वेरी क्लोज टू अर्जुन क्लॉक विद इन लाइक 10 to 20 मिनट्स. यू डोंट वांट कि अर्जुन के पास 1 घंटा है, आपके पास 20 मिनट है. दैट इज व्हेन यू आर कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट अनलेस द गेम फिनिशेस अर्ली लाइक यस्टरडे. दिस इज नॉट गोना हैपन एवरी डे. एज वी सॉ 3 दिन हो चुके हैं. 3 दिन में से सिर्फ एक ही दिन गेम जल्दी खत्म हुए थे, राइट? सो इट कैन हैपन बट इट्स रेयर. सो यू आइडली वांट, एंड अर्जुन की तरफ से लग रहा है कि वो लंबी गेम के मूड में आए हैं. नो इजी सिंप्लीफिकेशंस, सारे पीस ऑन द बोर्ड, नॉट इवन अ पॉन हैज बीन ट्रेडेड सो फार. So you want to have time on your clock to last the distance. उज्बेकिस्तान भी इंडियंस के बहुत नेशनलिस्टिक होते हैं. अग्रीड. एंड दैट्स व्हाई हेल्पिंग सिंदारोव इज एटलीस्ट पॉसिबल. इन मोस्ट कंट्रीज, इमेजिन इफ यूएस होता एंड फैबी इज प्लेइंग द कैंडिडेट, वुड हिकारू हेल्प हिम? लाइक इट वुड बी ऑलमोस्ट अनइमेजिनेबल कि ऐसा कुछ होगा. बिकॉज आई थिंक नेशनल ज्यादा है इंडिया उज्बेकिस्तान में. But that doesn't mean कि necessarily they're going to be full-time seconds. They might be consultants occasionally brought in to take help on certain openings, but to be a full-time second, I think would also be tough because Nodirbek might have his own events to play, his own goals. ओन गोल फुटबॉल वाला नहीं, मतलब लाइक ओन गोल्स मतलब खुद के गोल्स, पर्सनल गोल्स। बोर्ड पे जब भी टिक्कू आता है हर ओपोनेंट का कॉन्फिडेंस हाई हो जाता है। ये क्या है भाई, ऐसी पोइट्री में मेरी बेइज्जती कर रहे हो भाई। इमेजिन करो जो पोएट्स होते हैं पुराने, वो बैठे होते हैं वहां पे महफिल में, सब लोग कहते हैं इरशाद, और वो उसी की बेइज्जती कर देते हैं। लाइक कौन सुनता उनको फिर। प्लीज टीम रैपिड ब्लिट्स, यार बस कैमरास नहीं है, इफ वी हैड वी वुड, वी डोंट हैव द कैमरास, एंड उसके बिना मजा नहीं आएगा, बिकॉज रैपिड ब्लिट्स है, यू डोंट गेट टू सी मच एक्शन। By the way, after bishop a2, no moves, I think, in the game. Let's go full screen, because I think jahan moves nahi hai, wahan Vidit ki body language becomes more important. And right now he's pulling back in the chair, moving forward in the chair. But kuch bhi matlab lag nahi raha ki he's close to making a move. Like it doesn't. Ab to bilkul bhi nahi. I think he's going to take at least 10 minutes. Yeah, is my guess. He's already been thinking for 7 minutes plus already. You should line up king h7. Please explain why. King h7 is a kind of a useless move, like something you wouldn't consider here. Like that's why the idea was to show if black does nothing, white has a plan in mind. What's the beef between Apo and Hans? Apparently कुछ हुआ था उनके आपस के मैच में, कुछ ड्रामा हुआ था कि कुछ टाई ब्रेक बोनस नहीं है, समथिंग समथिंग। आई एम नॉट अवेयर ऑफ द एग्जैक्ट थिंग, सो आई शुडंट गेस। मुझे ट्विटर में ट्रेंड नहीं होना है। एंड इन दैट केस आई थिंक basically they said some stuff, Nepo said something, and then Hans tweeted like a complete paragraph on Twitter, and then aake fir Nepo ne haath nahi milaya Hans ka during the opening ceremony wala day. So lots of drama there, but I think it's not surprising. I think Hans is quite a interesting character, so is Nepo, so unke aapas mein kuch drama hoga, it's not even a surprise. एक और कॉफी का सिप। एंड बाय द वे विद का जैकेट और कप का कलर सेम है। मे बी इज डूइंग लाइक अ मैचिंग थिंग। Super GM Sahaj will be back for the next event, hopefully at some point in this event as well. But for that, this event will have to last long, yeah. फिलहाल के लिए कल तो बहुत ही छोटा दिन था. Yesterday I'm not kidding. Like I stepped out of my this of the room जहाँ पे मैंने बना रखा है स्टूडियो. अब बाहर गया, वाइफ कहती कुछ खाने को चाहिए क्या? मैंने कहा नहीं। कुछ पीने को चाहिए? नहीं। कहती फिर यहाँ की हो? मैंने कहा खत्म हो। कहती है। शी couldn't believe कि इतना स्ट्रीम खत्म हो गया कल. So I think it's rare. I don't think we're going to see that today as well. I think आज लंबी गेम चलेगी. आज कौन आ रहा है भाई? जब आएंगे तो बताएंगे. नए नए फेसेस है. I think this is the event जहां पे we can get more people in, get their opinion on Indian chess. Uh, also, uh, get you guys to get to know more title players also. यार इंडिया में इतने सारे हैं, and I think there are many people who are creating content across different platforms, चाहे YouTube पे हो, Instagram पे हो, and this is the perfect opportunity to bring them here, get their opinion, get their thoughts on where Indian chess stands, and it'll be fun. We recalculated yesterday and one of 40 gave 99% accuracy. Crazy man, बस वही accuracy यहाँ मिल जाए, बस मजा आ जाए. Tips to play without emotion, not get excited. That's very tough. I think ये point, गुकेश भी 100% ace नहीं कर पाया. So that's why it tells you how tough this is. But you know what? I read an article today. Not an article, a headline. So maybe I'm misquoting this. I'm sorry if this is not exactly what Gukesh said. But the article I read, उसमें headline थी, Gukesh said it's hard to enjoy chess right now. And it's very interesting to me because Gukesh has played chess for his entire life. He's achieved what every chess player has as his ultimate goal. That is becoming the world champion. If I'm misquoting him, I'm apologize. मैंने पढ़ा था headline on Twitter on an article, so I'm just kind of going off that, and it kind of made sense to me. And he said कि it's hard to enjoy chess right now, and world champion बनने के बाद, becoming the youngest world champion in history of chess at the age of 18, having so many sponsorships, having so much accolades, so much support. Like he's become the face of Indian chess for many people. Like after Vishy sir, I saw an ad of Gukesh. While I was watching a movie, while I was watching Dhurandhar, मेरे को ad दिखा उसका भाई, for the first time ever in a cinema hall. इतने सारे लोग बैठे हैं, गुकेश का ad आया टाइटन का, and it was crazy कि everybody in the hall knew him. They were talking about him. People around him, me were talking about him. कि भाई देखो गुकेश है भाई, crazy भाई ये सब. Like after achieving all of this, when the results don't go your way, you don't enjoy chess. And that's very interesting to me, very interesting. Why results are so important. And you know what? I asked Ukesh this question in 2024. So we had a shoot with him during GCD Zagreb, जहाँ मैं और राकेश भाई थे. And we both were in Germany at that point. So luckily we got the opportunity to go there to Zagreb. And I asked him this question point blank key, do you enjoy playing chess, or do you like, is winning part of it? Like, is winning really important? Something like this I asked him. And he said, I do enjoy chess, but it becomes more enjoyable when I'm winning. And वो भी उस आर्टिकल से पूरा पूरा ओवरलैप किया. So for me, it's very interesting that even for a world champion, I think winning is an important part of the puzzle to really enjoy the game. You might love chess. You might have played it your entire life. You might have been at the pinnacle of your sport for a couple of years now. But if you don't, continue winning, you don't enjoy it as much. So that tells you why life is interesting. So you want to constantly keep winning, constantly keep chasing new goals. And Purana jo past mein hai, it matters. But current, I think, is very, very important. I think what you're doing right now matters. And I think struggle is a part of it. Well mentioned, Virat Bhai. I think it's a part of life. But I think that tells you that even the world champion is struggling. Yeah, he's struggling to handle this phase of his life. And and that brings me to Magnus now. Like Ukesh has been world champion for what, 1.5 years now? Magnus has been the GOAT for 15 years. So how is he handling Norway chess? Now, he was very chill on camera, during the next day when he was asked about it. But how is he handling it inside is not easy. It's not going to be easy to quantify into words. How is he looking at Norway chess now, looking back? When he plays his next event, if he does not win, if he struggles in that one, how will that affect his psyche? I feel like that's going to be even worse for him. Because for Ukesh, he's kind of had this, crazy phase for a year or two. For Magnus, it's been more than a decade. So काफी interesting है. I think that just tells you कि life में जो भी कर रहे हो भाई, never stop working hard at it. Never kind of settle. Yeah, like I think never kind of accept कि हाँ भैया मैंने मेहनत कर लिया अब हो गया. कुछ भी life में achieve कर लिया हो, I think you have to keep working hard, and that applies to all of us. I think this was a lesson for me also. Like I was like, wow, Gukesh is finding it hard to enjoy chess right now. So bhai, you know what? We should all keep working hard at what we are doing, चाहे जितना भी success मिल जाए. And meanwhile, Vidit in front of us also has the same issue. He's been out of chess, playing chess for 6 months or so, maybe more. And he would love to get some wins under his belt to really enjoy the game. By the way, nice move. C6, best move in the position played by Vidit Gujarati. That's going to be a huge step in the right direction. And now if you play knight to c4, first of all, the queen also defends the pawn. So I can play bishop a7. But more importantly, I can just bring the bishop out completely from your reach. And now long term, I might have the plan of d5, pele knight g6, d5, and then this knight has to move. And look at Arjun Erigaisi. After c6, 4 सेकंड नहीं लिए बंदे ने एंड क्वीन c2 खेल दिया. भाई अर्जुन प्रेप ओपी इन द चैट ब्रदर. भाई क्या बंदा यार. He has spent more time drinking water in the 12 moves than actually thinking over the board. Absolutely insane. Virat Bhai keh rahe, I am also not enjoying chess. 900, 620 days. It happens, man. Sometimes you lose 120 kilo in one day. But sometimes you gain it back also. So I think it's a part of chess improvement. It's up and down. It's not a straight line, incremental line. And by the way, knight g6, best move played. And look at this. Arjun Erigaisi plays the best move again in just a second. Bhai, 1 घंटा 31 minute hai uske paas. And now he gets up. Imagine, what Vidit is thinking. He's thinking, bhai, main Arjun ki prep mein fas chuka hu. That's not an easy place to be in. The next tournament will tell that defeat has hurt Magnus. Exactly. I think जो भी Magnus अगला classical खेलेंगे, we know he's playing the Olympiad. By the way, big update, Hikaru is not playing the Olympiad. 99% confirmed. जो कल ही Twitter पे trend हो रहा था. So इसका मतलब likely, if Indian players are even in decent form, they would be the favorites for the Olympiad this year. That's huge news, I think, incoming for Indian fans, I think, because Hikaru not playing the Olympiad. Arjun and Nihal are in the same team, MGD1. That's amazing, by the way. Yep. And Chad, I think I saw this Twitter banter थोड़ा सा. Would love to know your opinion. थोड़ा drama है, but love to know. Hikaru ने बोला कि भाई, Olympiad का जो fees है, like it's not high, like it's not kept up with the times, which is correct, by the way. I think it's the same it was 10 years back or so. And it doesn't make financial sense for him to play the Olympiad. I think that was somewhat his point. And then Han said कि नहीं भाई country के लिए खेलना चाहिए, patriotic. So it's like, I think the correct answer is somewhere in the middle. I kind of liked how Fisher, pushed for more prize funds, because then people were kind of forced to bring in the money. So I also like Hikaru's approach, but I also kind of agree with Hans कि भाई, Olympiad खेलना is a matter of prestige. So I don't know what you think about this, chat. क्या लगता है आपको? Like, who's correct? The answer is likely in the middle, but who's more correct? क्या opinion? Do let me know. Rookie had played. Yes, by the way, nice move with it, attacking the pawn. So, ED4, and then this pawn could be under pressure. But luckily, yeah, queen already C2 pe hai. So this is well defended. And Arjun has prepared for this. And I think now knight C4 could be a logical move. Uzbekistan is stronger. Manish bhai, I agree. But on the top three boards, player to player, I think Uzbekistan is doing better. I have to agree with you. But board 4 is where they could struggle. बोर्ड 4 पे आई थिंक इंडिया इज द क्लियर फेवरेट, चाहे निहाल खेले, चाहे विदित खेले, चाहे अरविंद खेले. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक ओवरऑल मे बी India is slightly stronger than Uzbekistan purely because of that reason. And also, it's very hard for Sundarov to maintain that same level of preparation, right? Same level of form, even for Nodirbek to maintain the same level of form. Even at the current form, I think we are roughly equally matched. So it's only going to get better for Indians. ही इज द रिचेस्ट प्लेयर ऑन पैड. बट यार डायनामिक जी, हम ऐसे सोचते हैं कि कई बार ना, लाइक सोचते हैं कि यार अमीर आदमी, उसको पैसा क्यों चाहिए. बट आई फील लाइक इट्स ऑल्सो लाइक ही वैल्यूज हिज टाइम. इट्स नॉट अबाउट द मनी. आई थिंक फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई टेल यू, लाइक लेट्स से व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड स्ट्रीमिंग in 2021, if somebody came up to me for a stream, I might quote X price. But now I think I have more stuff to do. I have more commitments. I'm supposed to be here. I might quote a higher price. It's not about ki I need the money or it's like that. It's just ki matlab, I value my time more. I think it's more so about that, I think. भाई ऑफ कोर्स हिकारू और में कोई कम से कम 4-0 का डिफरेंस है, बट दैट्स डिफरेंट. बट मैं रिलेटिवली बात कर रहा हूं भाई, रिलेटिवली बात कर रहा हूं. Hikaru, नहीं, I don't know if that's the reason. It's hard to say rating ka dar is the reason or not, by the way. Hikaru will lose rating. That's possible, by the way. That's possible. By the way, 1 minute हो चुका है. Knight F1 played. So Arjun still in prep. 1 घंटा 31 मिनट है उनके पास. And so far, he's shown zero signs of, being out of prep or showing any signs of weakness. I know your price is just a Maggie. Brother, ये personal stuff है यार. How can you reveal it in public? He should have played. Money is not everything. He had millions. Yeah, I mean, that's a statement as well. That could be a thought process as well. But yeah, I think Hikaru has to decide at the end for him. But it's interesting. I think you can make an argument for both sides. Mukesh is in bad form currently. He should improve. Sunarav have high chances of winning against him. Supposing to हर मैसेज नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए लाइफ में. यू लर्न न्यू लेसन्स, एंड लेसन्स होते हैं कि सारे मैसेज के लाइक यू शुड नॉट स्टार्ट रीडिंग अ कमेंट until you read the entire comment is the lesson I learned today. Thank you, Deepak bhai, for teaching me something. It looks good to talk, but in reality, will VD bhai bounce back as usual, or is it the time up? I think he will bounce back. The question is, will he bounce back in this game? Because it takes time. It takes time to get your form back, and he's only played 3 games. One of them was a very quick draw. So can he battle an informed with Arjun is the question. And yes, chat, मैं कल ही बात कर रहे थे कि भाई गुकेश का एक क्लासिकल इवेंट रिवील करना है, and it has been revealed. So he is playing the Chennai Grand Masters. गुकेश खेलेंगे भाई. That is big news incoming. So उनका अगला इवेंट is usually Zagreb. That's in Zagreb from 1st to 5th, Rapid Blitz. But uska agla event is Chennai Grand Masters. That's going to happen in the mid of July. So that's going to be huge. Gukesh playing in his hometown after a long time. भाई मजा आएगा देखने में. How do you feel to be the favorite commentator of the World Champ? I think I wouldn't say that. I think our team is the favorite of the World Champ Challenger. Akela reaction is always lame. And I feel like without Sahaj by Rakesh bhai, it would be impossible. All 3 of us were thrilled on that day when we heard that, because it was also not on our broadcast. ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे सामने बैठा है. It was completely random. Nobody asked him to even say our name Chesscom India, but he did. So it felt very, very nice. And it's very nice to know that he's watched our broadcast, and I think we have huge respect for him also. Of course, we want Mukesh to win. Yeah, we are Indians, we are nationalistic, we want Mukesh to win, but wish him the best as well overall. We want to see In-form Gukesh versus in-form Sundarov. We don't want to see either player struggle in the World Championship. That will be a neck-to-neck match. Either it's, like one guy winning, then the second guy winning, then the first guy winning, second guy winning. ऐसे neck-to-neck battle होनी चाहिए, मजा आएगा देखने में. What's the best move now? I think for Vidit, the question is whether he wants to develop this. I think Bishop E6 is a move which I would always consider. Like it makes sense. But of course, I would take with the rook this time because yahan ye pawn hanging. If I take with the pawn, then rook being here doesn't make sense. Yahan pe rook should have been on F8. ताकि open file पे होता. Also ये आ रहा है double pawn हो जाएगा. So I think Bishop E6 is one of the moves I would consider. Second move is taking, I think. Because rook E8 खेला है, knight F6 है, it makes a lot of sense here. And then at the right moment, I don't know if this is the right moment. At the right moment, you want to go D5. Maybe this is the right one because chat, abhi D5, E5, there is knight E4. And ek bar knight yahan aa gaya. For example, let's say I play knight F1, you play bishop, I don't know, let's say rook B8, random move. Knight G3. And now if you take D5, E5, there is no knight E4 because you would lose a pawn. So if Vidit wants to take on D4 and claim the center a little bit, he should do it right now. What I would play is Bishop E6. I like that move more, like exchanging this strong bishop. But I think for Vidit, I think taking on D5 is also an option. By the way, I think camera gayab ho gaya hai. Maybe we can have like the full board setup. Yeah. Thank you, Sarvai. But if someone from the Indian team told you part of the Indian Olympiad team and gave you comparatively less money by streaming, would you say yes? I would say yes, of course. First of all, if I had the level, I don't want to embarrass India in the Olympiad by losing 11 games. But let's say I had the level to do so. Of course, I would say yes. But I would be playing for the first time. But if I have been playing for the 10th time. Also, I think we are much more patriotic, I think, Indians. So maybe I would say yes every single time. But that's different, I think, for, some outside countries. Sometimes it's not exactly the same. And also, like, I don't know how much money Hikaru earns. Does he have some brand deals he has to do? Does he have some contractual obligations, right? Like, he might have some contractual obligations जो करनी ही है उसको उस महीने में. So how does he manage both? So it's very hard to judge somebody, I feel. So I think the answer lies somewhere in the middle. I don't think either side is wrong. Hikaru is not wrong. Hans is not wrong. That's my opinion. I also read an article. Kay said the world champion is such a huge drive that most people are lucky enough not to achieve it. Wow. Did he say that? Did he say that? Wow. If he said that, that is crazy, actually. So he actually misses the chase of becoming the world champion. Wow. Why? Can you send me the link if that's possible? Is that the same article? Wow, that is crazy, Mr. Skullbox, if that is true. Why? Do let me know कहाँ पे पढ़ा आपने ये? Thanks for always bye. आगे का मैं पढ़ूंगा नहीं अभी. Will Rohit Sharma play in 27 ODI World Cup? I think that's a tough question for me to answer because I don't have the information. But article Insult Times, wow. Bhai, we should check that. I will check that actually. Meanwhile, chat, Night F1 ke baad, now Vidit Gujarati is still thinking. We have the camera, so let's go full screen because I think एक ही game hai, so going into the expressions really matters a lot more today. And he's already 26 minutes behind. That's my worry. That's my worry. I think time is going to be a factor. By the way, he plays my move. I'm kind of proud of that. Ki bishop pieces khela unhone. And it's a logical move also because you're trading one of White's strongest pieces. Price pool every chess tournament is very low. I agree, man. It's very low. I mean, just imagine the national championship for India, first prize, I think, is 6-7 lakhs, which is, by the way, a huge upgrade from what it was a few years back. So I'm not kind of saying it's low. All I'm saying is, like, it's very hard for a professional player to make sense of it. जब first को 6 लाख मिल रहे हैं, 7 लाख मिल रहे हैं, and second को नहीं मिल रहे, so it's very hard for top players to make a living. I think I agree with that. Not top players like Arjun and Vidit, but like people who are grandmasters, but maybe don't reach the 2700 mark. By the way, Knight G3 played. Nice timing by Arjun, defending the C4 point. So ये फिर से वो plan possible नहीं है, takes and D5 का. And now maybe I think Queen C7, Rook E8 could be a plan. But I still kind of like Arjun slightly because Knight F5 आ सकता है. I have these ideas long-term attack K. I'm still controlling the center 2 pawns. So my question is, can black at some point play d5? That's gonna be very important, I think. If he can play d5, he can exchange both these pawns. I think he completely equalizes. Agar ye possible nahi hai, then maybe white is like tiny bit better, I think. And Arjun, by the way, still in prep. 16 चालें हो चुकी हैं. He's not even paused to think so far. That tells you prep kitni deep hai. It's very, very deep. What's even difference between a grandmaster and a CM? I would say for the average layman, and it might sound like I'm kind of improving what CMs can do. It's not that much. I think it's a lot for professional players. Like if I played a GM 10 games, the likely score is gonna be like classical chess. The likely score will be 9-1. 9-1 स्कोर होगा लाइक दैट्स हाउ स्ट्रांग दे आर एंड दो दो एक पॉइंट है अभी 2 ड्रॉ से आएगा लाइक ओके आई कैन विन अ गेम इफ आई एम लकी बट 9-1 विल बी द एवरेज स्कोर आई थिंक अगेंस्ट अ प्रॉपर जीएम वर्सेस मी एंड वो मुझे लंदन खेलना पड़ेगा अपनी फेवरेट ओपनिंग्स खेलनी पड़ेगी एंड मे बी देन आई एस्केप विद अ कपल ऑफ ड्रॉज इफ आई एम लकी मे बी ओपन सो इट्स वेरी वेरी डिफरेंट फॉर प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स बट फॉर नॉर्मल पीपल आई थिंक somebody who's had a rating of 500 or 1000 even like 2000 और 2500 में या फिर चेसकॉम 2600 और 2900 में या 3000 में इतना डिफरेंस नहीं है आई थिंक but yes it's a lot of difference actually because the amount of effort it takes right because to go from speed limit से compare करो आप गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहे हो to go from 0 to let's say 60 the difference is very high but हमें आदत है it's normal like it's not tough to do बट वो 60 से 90 जाना सडनली आपको ट्रैफिक का ध्यान रखना है इंडियन रोड्स ये वो 10 चीजें सो इट गेट्स टफर इंक्रीमेंटली डिफिकल्ट will challenge and future challenges as far as I am not aware of this completely but as far as I know no and it's not because they don't want to do it I think they will reveal the reason baad mein but I think it's because of other reasons so they want to do it but I think it's not going to happen this year is there any chance of VD or Nihal to qualify for candidates? Of course, man. Why not? Nihal, VD both can qualify. I think 2 साल का cycle है. अगले साल तो नहीं होना ना. Like अगले साल candidates होना है. So there's enough time. What also will give you Gukesh winning World Championship right now? I think like 40% chances because World Championship mein Sindarov will be nervous. And what you want to do as Gukesh is get the lead starting mein. You don't want to start off with 3-4 draws. I don't know if you follow the World Championship with Vishy and Magnus, जो पहली वाली हुई थी, when Magnus was very nervous. Basically, Magnus made a mistake with the white pieces in game 1. He made an accuracy, something he would never make. He was nervous. And Vishy sir took the draw with the black pieces when he could have had the option of pushing. And I wonder if he would make a different choice in hindsight. I feel like जब बंदा पहली बार खेल रहा होता है, he's nervous. Even Ding won the first match against Gukesh. याद है? So I think starting off well is very important and then the odds could improve. Do you give personal coaching? Not really, but अगर आपको सीखना है, I think there are multiple ways. अगर Chesscom Diamond membership, वहाँ पे बहुत features है. आप मेरे चैनल पे membership ले सकते हो अगर learnership सीखना है. आप YouTube पे इतने channels follow कर सकते हो. Knowledge, to be honest, is freely available chat. And I think there are multiple ways to get it. What's okay? ये हो गया है. Guki himself lost to Deng. Exactly my point. Like he was nervous for round 1, but then he fought back. He clawed back. धीरे धीरे okay. So every round Sindarov plays, his confidence will go higher and higher. And once he gets his first win, that's when he shows his true skill. पहली win जब उनको मिलेगी ना, उसके बाद he will turn into the real Sindarov. So Gukesh has to start off well for sure. Gukesh should think he's chasing. That's very hard to do, na. Subconsciously, you know you are the world champion. It's very hard to imagine yourself chasing. Like वो कहने में easy लगता है, but it's not easy, यार. By the way, Vidit right now thinking after knight g3, look at the clock. Already 29, actually 30-minute difference already. Just, yeah, 20 seconds more and it will be a 30-minute difference between white and black. That has been the problem for Vidit Gujarati. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं is d5 possible? I think that's the point. Can he do it? So let's say e takes d5, I attack your rook. You take with the knight to not give yourself an isolated pawn. And let's say I take on e5. Now, ये pawn मुझे free का मिल गया. Are you getting this pawn back? The reason why this might work is because I don't have bishop f4. Because knights control this. So I can play queen c7, next knight e5. And even if I play queen e4 to defend it, I have rook e8. And I think you will lose this pawn. So e5, d5, sorry, is actually possible. it is actually possible. And the best plan for white is after this and knight takes d5 to actually play bishop d2 and not even take on e5, which is not easy. Now, maybe it is Arjun's prep, which is totally viable. Now, if we take here, that's a blunder because rook takes e6, pawn takes, and queen takes, but knight mar raha hai. So you can't really do that. So yeah, it is possible. He can go d5, but he will need to understand कि अगली 4-5 move क्या आ रही है. So you can't just do it without calculating because Vidit is out of prep already. सहज भाई, आई थिंक इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए कम आ पाएंगे. विल ट्राई टू गेट हिम फॉर 1 or 2 days चैट, बट आई थिंक इसके लिए टफ है. एज वी डिस्कस, आई थिंक कई इश्यूज है उसमें in terms of tiredness, budgets, and so on, and also the event also kind of being shorter, I think. So we'll try to have him on some days, but next वाले में तो आएंगे बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप. So let's see chat. D5 is the plan. अच्छा, analysis दिख नहीं रही है क्या? Ooh, so भाई, can we have this board? I think वो दिख नहीं रही है board पे analysis. Chat can't see it. Yes. D5 देख रहे chat. E takes, knight takes, and this is what we saw. D takes E5 pick, queen C7, attacking this pawn, and if queen E4, there is rook A8, and basically ये pawn मरेगा. So that's why D5 is possible, but you need to calculate. You need to be sure कि वो pawn मिल रहा है. And I'm not sure Vidit will go for it because it's a risky proposition. If you don't get the pawn back, you're a pawn down. Looks like Novice Chess is on par with World Chess Championship in the chess world. I don't think so. It's, I would say, World Championship #1. Then maybe it's on par with the Olympiad, maybe. Like that would be fair. World Championship alag hi hai bhai. World Championship mein, I think the combined watching of all Indian channels was like 2 lakh. Peak CCV was 2 lakh something. Like, of course, Novice Chess can't compete with that. I think agar Indian koi khel raha hai, the World Championship is huge. Magnus' next event, I think what we know is he will play the EWC, he will play the Olympiad. So August में एक event, September में एक event. July में I'm not aware if he's playing an event. Why Vidit is always playing so? That's the question. No, he has to. He has to, I think, play faster. Look at this, 58 minutes on the clock already. Come on, Vidit. इतना टाइम नहीं ले सकते भाई. Salva question, Prime Guki, Prime Prague. I think Prime Gukesh has been stronger. Peak Gukesh has been stronger. What he did at the Olympiad, for example, was insane. But Prague is has been more consistent, let's put it that way. Like even in 2024, he was having a decent year, 2025, decent year. Like he's been more consistent than Gukesh, I think, in the last 3 years. But peak-wise, like variability-wise, I think Gukesh has achieved more, I think. If Guki starts winning Chennai GM and Olympiad gains format, Sindaro would be more nervous. I agree. Chennai GM अब जीतना पड़ेगा Gukesh को, because याद रखो, what is the event that qualified Gukesh to the candidates? It was Chennai GM, the very same event. So उसका जो life का trajectory था वो यही चालू हुआ था. So nothing could be better than playing Chennai GM as well as Olympiad, 2 events which have really changed your life. So I think Gukesh के लिए perfect opportunity. I think Chennai GM is going to be attract more fans. It's good news. This time I'm visiting the playing hall in Chennai. Arey, nice. We'll be glad to have you there. We'll meet you there. मिलना के पक्का यार. Why will all take playing? So I think so जवाब को अभी मिलेगा. लवी भाई, you say thanks for buying this song. I think अभी कम लोग हैं तो आंसर करना possible हो पा रहा है. कई बार नहीं होता है. I think in some events. Guki won Chennai GM was 17-year-old. Exactly. He wasn't old enough to drive in the Chennai street. बाद में Uber बुला के घर गया होगा. I should article link. I think I will link दिखा नहीं होगा because you are not mod. रुको. I can't make you mod from this actually. तो देखना पड़ेगा. But okay, let me see. But okay, I'll find the link. I'll find the link. Hindustan Times है ना? I'll find the link. Thanks a lot. Bye. Chennai GM और पर की लड़ाई है. ये क्या है भाई? चेन्नई GM आर, अच्छा आर या पार की लड़ाई है. ओह, that could be fair. अगर गुकेश अच्छा नहीं खेलते, so I think he could go below 2700 because मुझे पता है चेन्नई GM Pradesh will play. because he qualified from the challengers. Gukesh is playing. I kind of have an idea of the players playing. Like it's a strong event, very strong event. So it is possible he could lose rating if he's not in form. He could lose a bunch of rating. Do GMs earn more than, let's say, an average IT guy? I think so, yes, but it's mostly by coaching. And I think I personally, yeah, one-on-one coaching is not something I am thrilled about. But I think in general, I think for most GMs, it's coaching is the main source of income, I think. Um, do he try to accept draws? He tries to approach. That's a good assessment. When he feels कि भाई position में कुछ है नहीं, he could be more objective. That could be helpful for him to avoid that, loss जहाँ पे he just over pushes. Do you think he'll back in form? I think yes. I don't know Chennai GM में करेगा कि नहीं, but I think Olympiad में he's just kind of been a different person. Like खतरनाक खेलता है. So Olympiad में if he's on board one, I think he could come back. I think he could back in form. Absolutely. यप विल स्ट्रीम बुलेट चैंपियनशिप करेंगे भाई, बिल्कुल करेंगे. निहाल अर्जुन खेल रहे हैं. ये बोर्ड छोटा क्यों है? बड़ा कर दो बोर्ड को भाई. समय भाई कैन वी हैव इट इन द सेंटर विदित के सामने. अभी अर्जुन बैठा भी नहीं है, सो इट्स परफेक्ट टाइमिंग टू हैव इट देयर. बड़ा कर दो बोर्ड को भाई, बिल्कुल बड़ा कर दो मतलब. Nodirbek is playing Chennai Masters. How do you know? Revealed है क्या? Nihal did well. Yes, he did very well. भाई गुकेश को 2-0 हराया उसने. By the way, chat, time difference now is 37 minutes. This is getting serious. And somebody started saying, will this be a draw? I don't think so. So now Vidit should try and simplify. Itna socha hai to might as well play this pawn move. If he doesn't play this, I'm worried कि भाई चक्कर हो सकते हैं यहाँ पे. Come on, Vidit bhai, jaldi, fast. I'll choose Prime Tiku. Thank you, brother. I mean, Prime Tiku can do anything. He can lose to with Scholar's Mate. Fool's Mate is also possible. Prime Tiku can do crazy stuff. मुकेश 24 में जैसा खेला लगे तो क्या चांस है भाई? फिर तो जीत जाएगा भाई. 24 वाला मुकेश आ गया तो जीत जाएगा, बट 24 वाला मुकेश आ सकता है क्या? नॉट इजी. अर्जुन तो खेलेगा ही चेन्नई जी. आई थिंक ही ऑलवेज प्लेज राइट, सो ही विल बी देयर. सो मुकेश अर्जुन एक ही इवेंट में होंगे. विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग. His body language is looking like he's unwell and doesn't want to play. I don't think he looks unwell. He just looks like he's out of prep, yeah? He's not sure about what to do. Will you stream Hyperbullet? No, I don't think so. We'll stream that one. I think वो एक दिन का कुछ इवेंट होता है and it's Hyperbullet में क्या एनालिसिस करेंगे भाई? ये लो भाई, उसने क्वीन डीआर दे दिया भाई फ्री का. लाइक इसमें क्या एनालिसिस होगी भाई? Come on, VD bhai. Come on, VD. It's now closing in on 40-minute time difference. Bhai, this is too much. With it, you can't think for... Man, this is too much, yeah? By the way, as they think, just one brief look at the Nepo versus Nodirbek game. Lag raha hai ki Nepo has a slight edge, actually. And if he finds pawn to d3, there are some tactics in the air. ये diagonal बहुत weak लग रहा है मुझे Nodirbek का. So काफी risk लिया है उन्होंने इस position में to potentially win. And this knight on g5, यहाँ पे smart लोगों को दिख रहा होगा कि वो smothered mate के chances लग रहे हैं. Of course, right now it's well defended. The f7 square has 4 defenders, but you never know. This bishop vanishes, suddenly things can happen. Also, look at this bishop, bhai sahab. Tough position Nodirbek. So he has to calculate. Jumping back to our star game for today. Still no moves by Vidit. And now it's officially a 40-minute time difference. Nodirbek had an interview with Chessbase. Okay, so it's revealed. Yup, he is playing. You're right, chat. So he is also playing. So team player ho gaye. It's Arjun, Gukesh, Pranesh and Nodirbek. So 4 player to confirm ho gaye na Chennai GM ke liye, I think. If it happens, Sahaj versus Harshit, who will win? Yeah, it depends. I think Harshit plays more over the board chess. Like Sahaj bhai plays less, but he also commentates more. So I feel like maybe Harshit has a slight edge, maybe slight edge. because he plays a lot more. Like I've seen so many events that he's played in the last month alone. He played something recently in Italy. It's just about practice again. It's not about the skill, it's about practice. If Sahaj Bhai starts playing more, I think he also would be like be in the same boat. With is always low on time, यार भाई. That I agree, man. भाई 50 मिनट से कम जाने वाला है. He still has to play 25 moves. You'll have to see your commentary in bullet. अरे हाँ भाई, क्रेजी इवेंट रहेगा वो. यही अर्जुन खेल रहा होगा. वो तो अभी भी बुलेट खेल रहा है. That's the good news. He's already training for क्या बासी नहीं वहां अर्जुन है. He's already training for bullet chess championship. Look at Vidit, by the way, holding his head now. I think he was thinking. Now he realized कि भाई बहुत टाइम हो चुका है इस्तेमाल. I have to play. Woodpecker method is interesting. I think I've done it before. I think I've done that book before, but I'm not sure. Is Arjun tied first? Actually, yes. It's 3 people on 2 points. It's Madaminov, who lost yesterday, Arjun, and Nodirbek. So 3 people tied on 2 points. But Vidit is in the last place with half a point. So Akela banda hai who is on half. So that's where I have a problem, bhai. I'm hoping he... It's very hard. You want Arjun to win, but you also want Vidit to win. क्या करे भाई? दोनों तो जीत नहीं सकते आज. नहीं, वर्ल्ड टीम रैपिड नहीं करेंगे, उसे कैमरास नहीं है हमारे पास. विल बी बैक फॉर बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप. विदित थोड़ा और टच में रहेगा चेस के साथ तो और अच्छा खेलेगा. अग्रीड, एब्सोल्युटली अग्री. टुमारो अर्जुन वर्सेस नोदरबेक. ओ माय गॉड भाई. एंड विदित वर्सेस हैंस. भाई साहब, कल का लाइनअप तो आज से भी खतरनाक है. ओ माय गॉड, दैट्स गोना बी इनसेन. भाई एवरीडे द पेयर्स आर बिकमिंग मोर स्पाइसी. इन्होंने क्या मतलब ऐसे फिक्स्ड पेयर्स है मतलब. Magnus is playing any chess in Hong Kong. Yes, they contacted me if I wanted to play the event. But unfortunately, Uzdin stream thi. So I think he's playing like four people, right? I think 4 people. The top 4 he will play, I think. Rooting for Arjun and Vidit. Yes, man, rooting for both. But आज के लिए किसके लिए root कर रहे हो? Is the question chess. आज कौन जीतना चाहिए? You know, I want कि game draw ठीक है. Draw is fine. But I think I want Vidit to manage his time better. Like उसके बिना कोई फायदा नहीं है ड्रॉ का. If Vidit is not managing time better, I would prefer कि अर्जुन जीत जाए and Vidit learns a lesson from this game because I want कि Vidit time management better हो. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा भाई. ऐसे तो is gonna lose यार. Arjun, draw. Arjun, Vidit, Arjun, भाई. Arjun has a lot more support in the chat and that makes sense. White pieces hand looks like he's in preparation. Already 43 minute का time difference हो चुका है अब. भाई लिटरली यार, भाई 3 मिनट और हो गए तो वीडी विल हैव हाफ द टाइम देन व्हाट अर्जुन हैज. ओ माय गॉड भाई, कर क्या रहा है वीडी भाई? चल. बाय द वे, आई थिंक विदित is the guy I've been commentating on the most. I think since 2021 I've commentated on his games the most. So I think I've seen his growth over the last few years. And I feel like he got so much better at handling time pressure, I think. But जो gap उसको पड़ गया ना, I think it's kind of pushed him back to his old ways, I think, in terms of time management. I think his skill set, his opening prep seems to be good. But वो time बहुत ले रहे हैं. He wanted in to win the tournament, so that's why Arjun must win. That's a fair assessment, I think. Right now, Arjun has the better chance because he's 1.5 points ahead of Vidit. So he has the best chance of winning the event. It's very fascinating that Gukesh is youngest candidates winner and world champion classical. Magnus is the youngest to qualify for candidates age 15. Oh, is he? Very interesting. Did he qualify for candidates age 15? I'm not sure he did. Are you sure about this, Mr. Perry? Miss Perry? कल निधि की रेटिंग के बराबर. अरे भाई ये क्या है यार? Come on. भाई एक तो निधि is learning chess. That's commendable. कि भाई they set up a challenge to double her rating in 2 weeks. That's insane. It's always nice he's taking an interest in chess. He doesn't need to. Madhamini winning the tournament will be psychological statement from the team Sindaro, but he's not winning the event. But it will be very tough. By the way, Queen C7 is a nice move because basically उसने move order change कर दिया. So instead of playing D5, let's say takes this and Queen C7, he's first played Queen C7 with the same idea कि भाई next minute D5 खेलना है. And look at Arjun Erivesi. Vidit बेचारा 20 मिनट सोचने के बाद Queen C7 खेला एंड अर्जुन 20 सेकेंड नहीं लिए टू प्ले द इंजन्स फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस बिशप D2. भाई क्या बंदा है भाई. अर्जुन प्रेप ओपी इन द चैट. कम ऑन मैन, फुली डिजर्व. व्हाट अ गाय एंड व्हाट प्रिपरेशन मैन. इनसेन गाय. वो बंदा कुर्सी से उठा भी नहीं था, उसने खेल दिया मूव. एंड नाउ वीडी विल लूज मोर टाइम. भाई साहब क्या बंदा है यार, क्या बंदा है यार. Of course, Karthik bhai, always there. Will you play Natsuki Memorial? Is it an, it's an over the board event, right? I don't think it's online, right? Or is it online? That's why, because I can't play over the board, na US में I think. That's why I'm saying Vidhi improving, VD decreasing, so they can't be equal. अरे नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा नहीं है कि Vidhi improve होगी तो VD नीचे जाएगा. That's not how it works. Can Mukesh cross 2800? Of course he can. भाई अर्जुन, आई मीन, ही सो इम्प्रेसिव मैन. लाइक कैमरा ब्लर हो गया भाई. इवन द कैमरा इज शॉक्ड कि इतना जल्दी कोई कैसे खेल सकता है. एंड वीडी नाउ इज गोइंग टू द वॉशरूम एंड इज गोना लूज 3 minutes मोर. एंड चैट आफ्टर, now officially now, after Vidit touches 45 minutes, he has half the time that Arjun has. That is crazy. That is crazy. Because he said draw against Maggie Zagreb Blitz was the hardest game for him. But why? Like, I mean, he took that draw with the white pieces, no? Like, he himself took it. Both players not at the board. तो चैट हम और आप आके खेल ले. हम और आप चलते हैं भाई. कहाँ उज्बेकिस्तान की टिकट कटाओ मेरी कोई, हम तो जाके खेलते हैं भाई. अर्जुन भाई टाइम सरप्लस पे है भाई. ये इतना टाइम है कि मतलब लाइक इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को बजट एलोकेशन करना चाहिए अर्जुन के टाइम का. कि थोड़ा बहुत टाइम बटेगा मुकेश में, थोड़ा बहुत प्रग में, थोड़ा बहुत वीडी में, थोड़ा बहुत इसमें. लाइक इतना एक्स्ट्रा टाइम है उसके पास. Why are we so many blacks? I think all players will have either 4 blacks and 5 whites or 5 blacks and 4 whites. It's just how chess works, 9 rounds. Mein. So VD at the end of the event will have 5 blacks and 4 whites. It's just how it works because odd number of rounds hai, you could have one extra black. But ऐसा नहीं है. 4 में से 3 black है, I know that sounds shocking. But अगला white है, now it will be equal. VD got the candidates and now it's downhill. I think, see, VD after the candidates, this is my opinion, he took a call. He by how much effort did it take for me to qualify to the candidates? It was insane, right? It was a lot of effort. Do I want to put in the same amount of effort, if not more now, because of the higher competition, to reach the candidates again? And he made a practical call that no, I don't want to put in the same amount of effort. I think that is being smart, man. And also chess is a young man's game. Like it's much easier for a 20-year-old to grow than a 30-year-old because you learn stuff faster. और डॉगमस को देख लो भाई, 14 साल की उम्र है, बंदा 2700 है. See it tomorrow. Nodirbek will have more time than Arjun in most of the game. We'll see it tomorrow. I doubt it. I doubt it. अगर ज्यादा भी होगा तो बहुत कम ज्यादा होगा. विदित के केस में क्या है? Now he has, look at Vidit's time, 43 minutes. He has less than half the time now. Like now, looking at this, forget the position. Unless it's a draw on rook end game, like would you expect black to hold this? Like by the clock itself, you would say no, right? Because it's too much time. And I know Arjun is prepared, but like this is not like a crazy tactical Sicilian position. Jahan pe ek move mein he would lose. He could have played faster, I feel. Genuinely, he could have played faster. Like 20 minutes the Queen 7. That's too much. Ariza's youngest 2800. Exactly. Ajju be like, मेरे को साइमल खेलना है. नहीं नहीं भाई. Ajju bhai is very strong, but I think Vidit is also very, very strong. Salva, according to you, who do you think, what happened to Ding and Mukesh after becoming the world champion? Why his performance dropped sharply? Um, I'm going to compare it to a hypothetical, ठीक है? Let's say आपके पास गवर्नमेंट वाले लोग आए, बोले कि भाई हम आपको प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे एक दिन के लिए, देश को आपकी सख्त जरूरत है, आपकी सैलरी होगी लेट्स से 10 करोड़ रुपए पर महीना, आपको प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना है. आपको कहे वाह भाई, मतलब मैं तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गया, क्रेजी ब्रो, लाइक आई हैव सो मच पावर, सो मच मनी, इनसेन. But deep down, you don't deserve it. Like, not deserve is the wrong word. Like, you are still not the prime minister. You know you're still not the prime minister, basically. And I think Gukesh and Ding both, to some degree, know that they are not the best player in the world. Like, they are the world champion and they fully deserve it. But they are not the best player in the world, essentially. They are second best, third best, fourth best, but not the best because Magnus is the best. एंड ट्रेडिशनली गुकेश के लाइफ स्पैन में मैग्नस हैज बीन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड द बेस्ट प्लेयर. सो साइकोलॉजिकली इट्स हार्ड टू रिकंसाइल दैट आई फील. एंड आई थिंक खुद को दे माइट फील कि यार टू काइंड ऑफ बी द ट्रू वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, लाइक हो सकता है ऐसा फील करते हो, आई हैव टू बी बेटर देन मैग्नस. एंड दैट्स सो मच प्रेशर मैन, दैट्स सो मच प्रेशर. एवरी टूर्नामेंट यू आर ट्राइंग टू प्रूव टू द वर्ल्ड कि भाई मतलब आई एम द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. इट्स लाइक यू हैव टू, मैग्नस हैव टू प्रूव हिमसेल्फ. दैट्स द मेन पॉइंट. Is Hans thinking for 50 minutes or is it a glitch? Bhai, that's a good question. Is Hans thinking? No, bhai, it's a glitch. Hans has 1 hour 80 minutes on his clock. So Hans is okay. I think Vidit is has the guy who has the lowest time in the entire tournament. That should tell you something. Imposter syndrome, exactly. Not easily imposter, I think, because Gukesh had to really fight for it. Yeah, it wasn't easy to become the world champion. But I think Magnus naam ek aadmi hai, which is tough to handle, I think, for any world champion. But also like for health, there were health issues for Gukesh. It's also the immense pressure, yeah, 1.4 billion people watching. Because I don't know how popular chess is in China. I have not seen much of it personally because ज़्यादा बाहर निकलता नहीं है information. But in India, it's quite popular now. So I think it's a lot of pressure on Gukesh every single tournament. By the way, Rook A E8 played one of the best moves in the position by Vidit, and he took 7 minutes. So that was still some amount of time, but I think majority of time he was not even at the board, right? So it just was kind of unfortunate. Now, what does Arjun do? Because E4 pawn is gradually becoming weak. At some point, he will take, and this might just be hanging, or D5 might be also a move. So I think Arjun also, it's not entirely clear unki advantage kahan se aa rahi hai. So Arjun has played the best moves very quickly, but Vidit has also kind of played some great moves here, even though he took a lot of time. So does Arjun have something here? I think this is a crucial moment. What does he do now? Yes, I think dummy. I think somewhat. 15 का हो गया यागिस खान. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? Has he become 15? Yagis Khan age. Oh, he had his birthday on 3rd June. So he's 15 years old now. Oh man, now it's going to be so tough. Oh man, भाई 15 का हो गया भाई बंदा, बताओ. And he's 2720 or something, 2714. Wow man, crazy. Can you beat me? I'm 600. I think so भाई. I hope so. 15 too late हो, like अब तो मुश्किल है भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, अब तो बहुत लेट हो गया. What a talent, man. What an incredible talent. Would be very disrespectful if Arjun isn't given board 1. By the way, look at Arjun Erigaisi. Board पे बैठते ही रुके D1, playing the best move, chat. What a absolute beast. And now the best move for Vidit is pawn to D5. And this is where I think we'll see the real crux of the game. Because D5 के बाद बहुत कुछ exchange हो जाना है. That will make Vidit's task easy. First of all, so he can play bunch of moves very quickly. Second, kitna time वो इस move के लेते is very crucial, because if he takes 5 minutes also now for this move, I'll be a bit disappointed, because then he's taking wasting time. जो भी उसने Queen 7 20 मिनट सोचा, अब यहाँ 7 मिनट सोचा, he should have looked at Rook D1. That's so natural. So he should play the move within 2 minutes. Otherwise, I feel like he's wasting time. Come on, VD bhai. Zyada time lena. Come on, VD. D5 quickly. He's checking his chair. Maybe he's not convinced just yet, but Rook D1 was natural. Come on, VD. Time pressure देखो भाई. 40 मिनट के नीचे जाने वाले हैं वेद गुजराती भाई. This is very tough. It's getting very tough for Vidit. Look at the clock, chat. 39 minutes versus 90 minutes. What is happening? Vidit, come on. Can you beat Vidit? No, I don't think so. If I play 10 games, it's very likely he wins all 10. But that's not the point. He's not playing me right now. He's playing Arjun Erigaisi. Hey, क्या मारोगे भाई? 600 तक इंसान नहीं हो रहे. Nice one. What the hell? Arjun plays so fast because it's his preparation. उसने अभी बोर्ड पे सोचना भी चालू नहीं किया. And chat, किसी के दिमाग में चल रहा है क्या कि how is Arjun so well prepared? इफ इट्स इन योर माइंड एक बार मी लिख दो भाई. आई वांट टू सी कि कितने लोगों के दिमाग में चल रहा है, हाउ इज अर्जुन प्लेइंग सो क्विकली. अर्जुन आज फॉर्म में लग रहा है. आई अग्री, इट लुक्स लाइक ही इज वेरी वेल प्रिपेयर्ड. Why Magnus said that Plug is stronger than Mukesh? I don't think he said that. I think he just likes Plug more. I think in general he's interacted with him. He's had a coaching camp with Plug. I think before together they had one, so that's why he has more affection towards Plug. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Yeah, so there are enough people. I think basically, Chad, Arjun has clearly over the last couple of years hired a bunch of seconds who are great at what they do. This and the names are not public knowledge, and he's kept them secret, and I think that's great. He's really, really upped his opening game, gone into every opening unimaginable, and gone into incredible depth. I think whatever he's done with his opening prep in the last 2 years has worked wonders for him. And every top player who's looking at his openings and saying, Ki bhai, why is this not working for me? The simplest thing you can do is get Arjun on your team somehow. And maybe that's the case, maybe that's not. But in general, for your games chat, अगर opening prep करनी है, आप 5-6 मूव पे रुक नहीं सकते जहां पीस निकाल दिए. इफ यू आर प्लेइंग द इटालियन, लेट्स से आप खेल रहे हो ये पोजीशन, हाँ भाई देख लिया D3 कैसल्स, यू कांट स्टॉप देयर. You have to go deeper. You have to look at the placement for all your pieces. ये knight कहाँ belong करता है? It belongs on G3. Now, do I get the knight via this path? Do I get the knight via this path? What is my path? Is F5 possible? Can I go to F5 instead? And I think my opponent's plan, what is my opponent going to do? So looking at the games of strong players in the openings you want to learn is very important as a second step. Then third step is also playing practice games. That's what me and Prakhar did. For COB also, actually. Forget like top level chess. We played so many practice games. So I think learning the opening, first of all, via YouTube, step one. Step two is going into depth into the opening, learning via a course or via a personal coach or via any resource you have, a close friend who knows the opening very well. Third, would be looking at top player games, seeing how they play. Fourth would be to, play practice games in that opening, with a friend, online, whatever it is, in less, high stakes games. Fifth, looking at those games, learning where you made that mistake, and then getting better. I think ये 5-step process है to understand an opening, and people just do one step and move on and say कि opening से मजा नहीं आ रहा. And by the way, chat, Vidit का time अब सिर्फ 36 मिनट रह गया है. And step 6 is, farming your opponents by. That's enjoyable. You will not lose yellow 2M. If you follow all these steps, you will not lose yellow by. I'm telling you. Arjun's main goal is 10,000 steps. I agree, bhai. Look at him go. Look at him go in front of the camera. Bhai, banda तेज चले जा रहा है यार. Somebody said bishop a7. Now that's a logical move. I mean, it's not bad. But why is the bishop on a7 better than the bishop on b6? I'm not sure. I like the bishop. It's okay. I mean, I don't see why I need to put it here. Like maybe if white is playing b4, but I think we should find something better. Like something better should be there. Bishop is like waiting move. Yeah, it's not really doing much. Delusion Tico is great. Thank you, bhai. In fact, we might have a WGM on the panel later if the stream lasts long enough. By the way, VD jacket उतारने का time नहीं है VD भाई. चलो 35 मिनट रह गए भाई. भाई VD भाई is pulling off, Sigma moves when he's under pressure. Come on VD भाई, love you, but बहुत time जा रहा है यार. He's been thinking for what? 6 minutes already. Tiku bhai, it will be disrespectful if you're not given board 1 to Arjun. I think I understand your logic. He is the highest rated player. He should be on board 1. But I think also the goal is to work as a team. And I think sticking to what has worked usually gives the best results. Mukesh on board 1, last 2 Olympiads, has performed exceptionally well. He's crushed everyone. So why change that? I think it's my logic. My wife is WGM, but hopefully someday. But okay, I mean, titles are it's an invented thing also. I think itna stress nahi lena chahiye about titles. Tikubai has player opened their सारे comments नहीं पढ़ने चाहिए. I think is a good lesson. I'm learning again and again today. Is it by playing this Olympiad? Likely he will, but would love to see better time management from Vidit then. जैकेट उतर गया है, बट ही स्टिल नॉट क्लोज टू मेकिंग अ मूव. 34 minutes नाउ टू मेक 23 moves. दिस इज गेटिंग रियली टफ फॉर विदित गुजराती. टिकू सीक्रेट ऑफ अर्जुन, आई विश सो मैन. ऑल्दो इतना डीप एनालिसिस मैं बोर जाऊंगा यार. आई लव एनालिसिस, बट इतना डीप नहीं कि भाई 20-20 40 तक डीप जाना है, इतना मजा नहीं आता. 10-15 40 नाइस. आई वॉन्ट टू लर्न चेस फ्रॉम समय रहना. नाइस भाई, एवरीबॉडी वॉन्ट्स टू नो, बट आई थिंक समय, आई थिंक अभी किसी और चीज में बिजी हो जाएंगे. एज यू नो, समथिंग इज कमिंग सून. एंड मे बी यू नो, उनके चेस टैलेंट के बारे में मैं क्या बोलूं अभी. आई थिंक अभी वी शुड फोकस ऑन द ऑपोजिट. हैज विजिट फॉलन asleep here? नहीं भाई, तू सी दिख रहा है उसकी आंखें बंद है. वहां कोई बेड दिखा हुआ है तुम्हें पड़ा हुआ, वो फिर कैसे, हाउ कैन ही बी asleep? ही इज कैलकुलेटिंग भाई. Pranav, in place of Vidit opinion, nahin, I think Vidit has to be there. Vidit or Hare Krishna or Arvind. We have to base it on ratings. It can't be based on our feel or the feel of anybody in the world, actually. It has to be based on ratings, objective reality. Thank you, bye. I hit 27 Blitz though. Blitz made 2651 I hit. But yeah, hopefully in Blitz also soon. Rapport is second of Arjun. It is possibility. I would not be shocked if that's the case because itna badhiya prep karta hai Arjun. But Rapport is more of a wild card. Like he will have some insane crazy prep. Like Arjun is more solid, I think. By the way, ये एंगल क्रेजी है. वीडी भाई लग रहा है मतलब कम से कम 15 मिनट और लेंगे. आई डोंट नो, ये एंगल देख के लग रहा है वीडी भाई कम से कम 15 मिनट लेंगे. कैन वी हैव द बोर्ड ऑन द लेफ्ट बड़ा सा, वहां पे आई थिंक अच्छा खासा बड़ा बुढ़ा सकता है लेफ्ट में. टिकू भाई मैच विद ब्रिटिश सिस्टर यार. आई मीन जिस दिन हम इतने बड़े क्रिएटर हो जाएंगे उस दिन वो भी करेंगे भाई, डेफिनेटली. जैकेट निकाल के ऑरा +1000 येलो -5. अरे यार, what are you saying, bhai? I think Vidit can still hold this. I don't see any clear problems with this position. It's more of the clock. Now d5 is the move. He has to break in the center. Now de5, knight e5, and maybe knight e4. D4 is what he's worried about. But apparently now after knight d4, he has to play knight takes e4. And you can't take here if knight takes e6. Chat, black to play. What is the best move? Look at this crazy variation. So let's say chat, ये हो सकता है d5 best move, de5 best move, knight e5 best move, knight d4 best move, knight e4 best move. And what happens if white here plays knight takes e6? What is the problem? Come on, chat. अरे अरे भाई दुष्यंत भाई, वेलकम. Chat, we have a surprise guest for you today, and it is an international master from Punjab, and it is Dushyant Sharma. Dushyant भाई, welcome.
हेलो 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 साहिल भाई, क्या हाल चाल?
बहुत बढ़िया भाई. भाई इट्स लॉन्ग टाइम सिंस वी हैव काइंड ऑफ टॉक्ड, एंड लास्ट टाइम जब मिले थे तो आप मुझसे हार रहे थे. अब कैसा लग रहा है भाई आईएम बन के?
नहीं, आई थिंक इफ आई रिमेम्बर ऑल द गेम्स में हार ही रहा था सब गेम्स में. आई
दुष्यंत भाई
वाज आई
वेलकम.
वाज वेरी रेडी
हाँ.
फॉर दिस कि जब भी मैं स्ट्रीम पर जाऊंगा मुझे बस यही सुनने को मिलेगा आगे कि बस
नहीं, I'll try to limit
बहुत
it to
बहुत
only
हारा था
90
मैं.
90% of the conversation. I'll try my best. Dushyant bhai, Dushyant bhai, welcome to the stream, by the way. Dushyant bhai, are you still live in Punjab, by the way?
यस, इन जलंधर पंजाब स्टिल.
ओह नाइस भाई, मैं मिस करता हूँ जलंधर के वो, बोलते हैं ना वो पंजाब के वो कुलचे, ओहो
खाना
अमृतसरी
पीना.
कुलचे, क्रेजी, रियली मिस इट भाई.
यस
कभी
यस
आके
यस.
खाएंगे. दुष्यंत भाई, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल
आप
चैट.
दोबारा आए ही नहीं, एक बार मुझे हरा के चले गए, उसके बाद दोबारा आए ही नहीं.
आऊंगा भाई, डेफिनेटली आऊंगा, आई प्रॉमिस. एंड चैट, दुष्यंत भाई इज आई थिंक पंजाब्स ओनली इंटरनेशनल मास्टर, राइट? देयर इज नोबडी एल्स.
नॉट द ओनली वन नाउ बट द
हाँ,
फर्स्ट वन.
the first IM from Punjab, by the way. That is crazy. And Dushyant bhai, I think would love to know a lot about you, about the event also. But first of all, would love to know you are coming here for the first time. Indian chess, आपको कैसा लगा over the last 2 years? Yeah, we've seen such growth in Indian chess. World champion हमारा है, women's world champion हमारी हो सकती है, Olympiad we won, women's World Cup we won. मतलब you must have seen this journey from having just one player over 2700. कैसा लग रहा है भाई योर एक्सपीरियंस अबाउट इंडियन चेस ओवर द लास्ट 2 years?
नहीं, अब तो बस ऐसा लग रहा है कि चेस अपनी ही गेम है. मतलब जो भी देखो, जहाँ देखो, बस इंडियंस इंडियंस इंडियंस, टॉप पे इंडियंस, ओलंपियाड इंडिया, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इंडिया, सब कुछ इंडिया इंडिया. अब तो मतलब जैसे क्रिकेट में है ना, नहीं जीतते तो दुख लगता है, आगे होता था अरे
हाँ,
जीत गए बहुत खुशी है, अब अगर नहीं जीतते अरे कैसे नहीं जीते हम,
या
वो वाला
या
सिस्टम है। बस एक मैग्नस जो है वो इंडियन होता तो
फिर
बस
फिर
वैसा
तो
है, एक
भाई
इंडियन चाहिए। और
कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ते भाई हम लोग. एंड दुष्यंत भाई, आई थिंक आई लव दैट स्टेटमेंट. बाय द वे, कमिंग बैक टू दिस टूर्नामेंट नाउ, have you been following this tournament? Arjun, Vidit, two of the Indian, talented players playing, talented क्या भाई, top players playing. And क्या कहना चाहोगे भाई अर्जुन के ऊपर एंड देन विदित के ऊपर? आई थिंक समहाउ अर्जुन हैज बीन इन फुल फ्लो, विदित
ये
मे बी
अर्जुन
स्ट्रगलिंग
इज
ऑन
इन
द
लाइक
क्लॉक अ
फुल
लिटिल बिट.
फॉर्म राइट नाउ, जब भी देखो मतलब एकदम हर एक गेम में मतलब पेलने जाता है, मतलब ब्लैक और वाइट उसको कोई फर्क नहीं है, मैं तो मारूंगा एकदम फुल।
अग्रीड.
लाइक आई थिंक जितनी देर अर्जुन ब्रेक लेता है ही जस्ट स्टडीज ओपनिंग्स, चेस चेस चेस, मेडिटेशन एंड चेस, और कुछ खाता भी नहीं है शायद, मतलब चेस ही कर रहा है अब जब देखो उसको।
सही में. एंड आई
तो
थिंक
अर्जुन भाई तो मतलब क्या ही बोले, अभी भी 1 hour 30 minutes पड़े हैं, ही इज जस्ट लाइक बैंगिंग मूव्स।
लुक एट दिस आफ्टर D5. काफी टाइम लिया विदित ने, 12 मिनट लिए सोचने के लिए, एंड D5 कम्स इन जस्ट सेकेंड्स. आई मीन, दुष्यंत भाई, लुकिंग एट दिस पोजिशन, which side do you prefer, white or black, and why? Like, what are your thoughts on this particular
आई
position?
थिंक अगर इन जनरल, लेट्स से इफ विदित वाज आल्सो इन प्रेप, और इफ अर्जुन वाज नॉट इन प्रेप, आई वुड से
Hmm.
दिस might end like something around equal, or maybe okay, white still has some edge of course because of the f5 square,
Hmm.
स्पेस एडवांटेज भी थोड़े हैं, और आई थिंक थोड़े टैक्टिकल, ब्लैक को ज़्यादा अलर्ट रहना चाहिए इस पोजीशन में
Hmm.
फिलहाल
Hmm.
कंपेयर टू वाइट, बिकॉज वाइट का भी सब कोऑर्डिनेटेड सा है, आई मीन ब्लैक का भी
Hmm.
कोऑर्डिनेटेड है बट स्टिल लाइक दो पीसेस क्वीन साइड पे हैं और दो इधर हैं, तो वाइट का सब कुछ फोकस पूरा सेंटर में है।
Agreed. Every single
एंड बट
piece.
बिकॉज अर्जुन इज इन लाइक स्टिल इन प्रेप, विदित इज नॉट इन प्रेप, एंड विदित इज ट्राइंग कि किसी तरह अर्जुन को मैं प्रेप से बाहर निकाल दूं प्लस अच्छी मूव्स भी खेल लूं, विच इज गेटिंग वेरी हार्ड फॉर हिम। इट्स लाइक अ
Very hard.
साइकोलॉजिकल बैटल राइट नाउ।
And look at him, by the way, right now. Like, he's holding his head in his hands. भाई इतना प्रेशर में विद्युत बैठा हुआ है. He's like, भाई टाइम जाता जा रहा है. मैं 1 घंटा 3 मिनट पीछे हूं अर्जुन से. भाई दैट इज इनसेन प्रेशर. एंड दुष्यंत भाई, चैट सवाल पूछ रही है, दुष्यंत भाई
यस,
जीएम कब?
दुष्यंत भाई जीएम कब? अरे ये तो अपने ही लोग पूछ रहे हैं। ये तो जान के मुझे छेड़ने के लिए पूछ रहे हैं अभी।
नहीं नहीं, काफी लोग हैं एक्चुअली, ऊपर
जीएम
भी है राकेश
जीएम
भाई, और भी
सून
लोग हैं.
मे बी।
कब कब?
सॉरी,
कब बनोगे जीएम?
जीएम बस 10 15 साल, आई थिंक आई एम एमिंग फॉर अबव 50 सीनियर चैंपियनशिप होती है ना, बस उसकी प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ मैं, तो उसमें जीत
हाँ.
के सीधा जीएम टाइटल मिलता है।
अच्छा, ओ, ये तो मेरा प्लान था भाई. डोंट स्पॉइल इट फॉर मी. अच्छा, मैं पहले
नहीं, आप
सीनियर
पहले
बनूंगा ना
बनोगे
तो.
ना मेरे से, तो
हाँ, तो पहले,
आप थोड़े बड़े हो, तो
हाँ.
पहले आप फिर मैं।
हाँ, आई लव दैट प्लान भाई. ग्रेट प्लान. एंड बाय द वे, को लोग कह रहे हैं कि भाई, वाई दुष्यंत भाई हैज स्टॉप स्ट्रीमिंग. कंप्लेंट आई है भाई चैट की ऑलरेडी भाई.
आई वॉज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर माई ओन टूर्नामेंट्स एक्चुअली।
हम्म.
आई एम like I'm planning some tournaments. I'm not sure if I'll play, but I'm at least preparing. बिकॉज मेरा
हम्म.
चेस अभी बहुत गंदा चल रहा था। मैंने एक ऑनलाइन गेम खेले थे थोड़े से, और फिर मुझे पता चला नहीं, थोड़ा काम करना पड़ेगा।
भाई गंदे चीज की बात कर दी है, तो एक बार बोल ही देते हैं. भाई दुष्यंत भाई इज द ओनली आई एम इन द कंट्री जिसके साथ मेरा 5.5 हाफ का स्कोर है.
आई
दुष्यंत
थिंक
भाई, आई मीन,
पाँच
ये तो
सात बार
मतलब,
तो और बोल ही दोगे आप।
भाई नहीं, एक ही बार बोलूंगा, बट 5.5 हाफ भाई, दैट इज लाइक, आई स्टिल कांट बिलीव इट भाई.
आई आई
ऐसा
स्कोर्ड
कैसे हो गया
हाफ, आई
दुष्यंत
एम
भाई?
हैप्पी। मैं अडॉप्ट नहीं हो रहा था तो इसलिए आई एम जस्ट हैप्पी।
क्रेजी मैन. भाई दुष्यंत भाई, हमें खेलना
बट
चाहिए एक
मेरी
मैच, लाइक
सफाई में मैं
50 गेम
जस्ट
का.
इतना बोलना चाहूंगा कि आई वॉज नॉट एन आई एम एट दैट पॉइंट, सो
हाँ, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. And
ऑनलाइन
by the
स्कोर
way,
आई थिंक आई एम मच बेटर इन द ऑनलाइन स्कोर, सो आई थिंक वी कैन सी दैट।
हाँ हाँ, fair fair fair. And by the way, D Tech C4 खेल दिया है. I think the good news is जल्दी खेला इस बार, टाइम लेके नहीं
यस,
खेला. And now I think Knight Take C4 should be automatic. Don't really see any other move here. राकेश मुझे वर्ष में दुष्यंत 10 नहीं,
या
दुष्यंत
ऑफ
आई थिंक
कोर्स।
अराउंड माई लेवल 2200 पे थे हम दोनों जब ये रिकॉर्ड बनाया गया था. तो मेरा तो स्किल ही है ना भाई, गेट देम व्हेन
I
दे आर
think I
यंग,
was
डिफीट
much
देम
lower
व्हेन दे आर यंग.
because as far as I remember, Sahil bhai used to just spam London all the games, and I think I got we played 6 games, और उसमें से मेरे आई थिंक 6 के 6 ब्लैक आए हैं, और मुझे हर एक बार लंदन के अगेंस्ट मुझे सोचना पड़ा क्या इसमें नया ले आऊं मैं लंदन के अगेंस्ट।
तो गेट माई लंदन कोर्स चैट, इससे बड़ा एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं हो सकता.
ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स।
बाय द
साहिल
वे
भाई ने मुझे टेक्स्ट किया था इससे पहले कि एक बार मेरा थोड़ा प्रमोशन कर दें, तो मैंने कहा चलो।
दुष्यंत भाई, टाइम और पोजीशन देख के, डू यू थिंक विदित सर्वाइव्स दिस?
It's very very hard because वही ना, क्योंकि he is trying to get Arjun out of prep also, so he is battling two battles in one
हम्म
game. Like
हम्म
psychologically I think it's much more worse for Vidit right now,
उफ,
because I
दिस
think
इज
Arjun still knows like 5 or 7 more moves from here. जब तक
अग्रीड.
विदित बेस्ट मूव्स खेलता रहेगा, अर्जुन विल जस्ट प्ले द बेस्ट ऑप्शंस व्हाट ही हैज, बट जैसे ही वो एक थोड़ा लाइक सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ ऑप्शन खेलेगा, देन अर्जुन विल नो दैट ओके दिस इज नॉट द बेस्ट मूव, नाउ इट्स टाइम माय टाइम फॉर विन.
Look at him. Can we go full screen for a moment? भाई बंदा वेट ही नहीं कर रहा है. भाई we can share the screen on Zoom also, समय भाई, ताकि दुष्यंत भाई can also follow easily. But man, this is crazy. Like he is simply not waiting. भाई 2 सेकंड का सांस लेने का मौका नहीं दे रहा है उसको दुष्यंत भाई.
Knight e4 is the only move here I think, yeah?
Yeah. Is that easy?
Should be, but I think you have to take bishop d4 after that, like knight e4 rook
Hmm.
e4, and I
Hmm.
think you have to take bishop d4
Hmm.
or not.
And now, do we take with the pawn or the rook? Because at first glance, rook takes also
I
looks
don't
logical, but
think
for the
अगर उसकी
hmm.
prep है तो it should be pawn. I mean,
Hmm.
you can take both, but I think it should be pawn and maybe knight moves, let's say g6
Hmm.
takes
Takes
d5, and
takes.
like he will pressure on a5
Ah.
as well, something like that.
This is
But he
nice
can play rook
actually.
d6 or something, I think.
Rook d6, and you take here, and maybe this is
Maybe
even
like
already.
queen e4, keep the bishop on c3 or something like that.
Ooh,
So queen
this is a
e4 is
nice
bad.
plan. सो दुष्यंत भाई, मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि अभी भी आई थिंक 4 से 5 चाल की अर्जुन की प्रेप तो है, बिकॉज दीज आर ऑल कैप्चर्स. ही इज ऑफ
Yes,
कोर्स
and
नॉट
I
गोना
think
स्टॉप
after
हियर,
that he will
राइट?
just play on time.
हाँ, दिस इज वेरी टफ मैन, दिस इज वेरी टफ. सो चैट, सवाल आपसे. दुष्यंत भाई एंड आई एन अग्रीमेंट कि भाई यहाँ पे विदित सर्वाइव करना इज वेरी टफ. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? डज विदित सर्वाइव, यस और नो? उसकी पोजीशन, उसका टाइम, उसकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज देख के, व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस पोजीशन? दुष्यंत भाई, नाउ नाइट d4 has been played. What would you advise from your experience? I think we all kind of fall in time pressure, right? कई बार ऐसा आता है लाइफ में कि भाई जहां पे we are not able to think quickly. How did you ever face this problem and come out of it? Like, what was your kind of recipe for kind of solving this problem in your own games?
I mean, being very honest, if someone is in prep like Arjun, you cannot do anything.
Fair enough.
And जितना मैंने चेस खेला है, आई यूज टू बी इन टाइम प्रेशर इन ऑल द गेम्स. तो उससे बाहर कैसे
हाँ.
आना है, वो मैं भी वही काफ़ी देर तक सोच रहा था. उसका
I
जवाब
think.
बड़ा मुश्किल है एक्चुअली. यू जस्ट हैव टू लाइक थिंक समथिंग, एंड जनरली क्या होता है कि 5-10 मिनट में आप जो सोच लेते हो ना, जनरली यू
हाँ.
प्ले दैट ओनली इवन आफ्टर थिंकिंग 25 or 30 minutes. It doesn't
Agreed.
change most of the time, unless you are
Yeah.
thinking like very very some stupid line and it doesn't work at all and it's just a blunder. But जनरली जो 5-10 मिनट में आप सोचते हो, आपको लगता है जो आपकी इंट्यूशन कहती है, वही खेल लेना चाहिए. ज़्यादा जितना ज़्यादा सोचोगे, इफ इट्स नॉट समथिंग टैक्टिकल, व्हिच आई थिंक इट वाज़न्ट इन द गेम अंटिल नाउ,
Hmm.
क्योंकि इट वाज जस्ट सम पोजिशनल मूव्स एंड समथिंग, लाइक नथिंग सम मेसी थिंग और टैक्टिकल थिंग. तो ही कुड हैव प्लेड बिट फास्टर, बट he's 2700, so I don't think we should really say what he should have
Yep.
done or what he shouldn't have
Yeah.
done.
I think he's overcome this before also. The best way to
Yeah,
look at a
but
problem
mostly
is
I think it's just about his confidence right now, क्योंकि वो 2 गेम
hmm.
स्टार्ट में हारा और फिर it could be
Yep.
some of that pressure as well. So confidence की कमी अभी हो सकती है. बाकी तो of course he's with it. He will find the best moves, of course.
Agreed. And by the way, he's about to grab that knight. And Dushan Bhai, I think would love to know your thoughts also on Sindaro versus Gukesh, because we saw the insane prep he brought to the table during the candidates. Like it was like a massacre. Like Fabi जैसे players के पास कोई मौका ही नहीं था event जीतने का. So what do you make of Sindarov's play, and what odds do you give, let's say, Gukesh against Sindarov in the World Championship in November?
I think if it's the world champion, both the players are just well deserving. It
Hmm.
cannot be one sided ever,
Hmm. Hmm.
unless it's Magnus, I would say. उसके अलावा जो भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में जाएगा, वो इट्स जस्ट अ 50-50 चांस. आई एम नॉट इवन गिविंग लाइक 60-40 टू एनीवन. करंट
Hmm.
फॉर्म देखते हो, okay, I will give a little to Sindarov, but Sindarov doesn't know the pressure of playing in a world championship, which Gukesh now knows. So
Hmm.
he will be in less pressure, of course. And Baki to, I mean, I support Gukesh, of course,
Hmm. Yep.
but it will be very, very tough. क्योंकि
It
you
will.
cannot compare candidates, and so let's say Nepo won candidates twice, right?
True. Yes. Yes.
No, I
Almost
think
third
he
time.
won thrice.
नहीं, दो बार ही वन नो, थर्ड टाइम
नहीं,
आई थिंक ही
मैग्नस
लॉस्ट
से
टू
2 बार
मुकेश
खेला
only,
हो
राइट?
ना?
मैग्नस से एक बार खेला ना, 21 में आई थिंक। भाई मैग्नस एक ही बार खेल के कह दिया मैं नहीं खेल रहा और
हाँ,
He
okay.
was like, हो गया
Then
मेरा।
he played with Ding. Yeah. Okay,
या
Ding didn't won the candidates. Okay, okay.
या
Yeah.
बट
So,
आई थिंक
but उसमें भी उसका insane run था candidates में. But in
हम्म
World Championship he could not convert it. So
या बट आई थिंक ऑल्सो वन ही प्लेड अगेंस्ट मैग्नस, सो दैट्स ऑलवेज गोना बी टफ। एंड डिंग के साथ आई थिंक
yeah.
व्हाट
But
ही
against
सेड
Ding he
वाज,
was the favorite. So
huh, he said something like I felt sad for Deng because he was health issues and so on, so I didn't give my best. Now that might be like a thing to just convince himself of the reason, but that might also have,
yeah, I
that
mean,
might genuinely be true
हम भी
also,
जब
like
चेस में हारते हैं हम भी ये बोलते हैं अरे टाइम प्रेशर आ गया, अरे आज मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं, तो कुछ ना कुछ तो होता ही रहता है। मैंने आज तक नहीं बोला कि नहीं मैं अपनी वजह से हारा हूँ।
हाँ ये तो है, मैं भी कभी आज तक नहीं हारा अपनी वजह से। बाय द वे
हाँ।
चैट, look at this, after knight d4, knight takes e4, Vidit finds the best move. But rook e4 played in seconds again, and I still can't really look at the time difference. I mean, with this expression kind of tells the time difference. Chat. Honestly, से बता रहा, you look at with it, you know what's happening. या तो position में he's like a piece down, या फिर he's an hour down on the clock. Like though he possibilities है, and I don't know if he survives this. I mean, this is so tough. And you mentioned Dushan, Bishop d4 is the only move. Is that obvious? Like, is rook e7 an option he might consider here?
He might, but the knight jumping around on f5, bishop f4, and all those things, I don't. With that time control, I don't think he should even allow that, even if it's not good. I mean, he should just
Agreed.
try to exchange as many pieces and make the moves simple so that he survives on time. There is a 40 move rule, right?
Yes, yes. I think they get
So
30
he
more minutes
has
after
to
40 moves.
play 18 more moves. Okay.
Yes, 19 more moves actually. Black Cup pending and 19 more moves in 19 minutes. Very easy, super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah. I think Vidit is preparing for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So that team Blitz Championship. So
अच्छा
uske liye I
अच्छा
think he
अच्छा।
wants it to go to 15 and then he will start playing Rapid.
I wish this was intentional. I really wish so. But right now, I think with it, from his body language, looks like and looked at the clock just now. He noticed he's fallen below the 20-minute mark. And Dushan bhai, I think over the board chess mein, when is that, what is that time that your clock hits when you realize, bhai, it's game time? Like I'm under pressure now. Like itna time ho jaye, I am under pressure.
For me, it's like under 1 minute.
Hmm.
But in general, I think you should be worried when you have like 30 minutes less than your opponent.
Hmm.
Generally, you should not go 30 minutes. Like 30 minutes से ज़्यादा lower जाओगे तो मतलब it's just bad for you. Unless, okay, I mean, बहुत सारी moves हो चुकी हैं, it's just end game, so there could be some exceptions, but you should keep
Hmm.
your time with your opponent.
Agreed. And also with it played title Tuesday yesterday, maybe that was an attempt to, gain some momentum and speed back. But he does find the best move
Okay, he
again.
does
C
fine.
takes, yeah, Bishop takes played. And now Arjun, as you mentioned, might capture with the pawn. He takes.
He
And
does.
now knight g6
I'm
again.
just I'm just surprised that
Hmm.
Arjun is still in prep.
Hi,
And
he's
also he's
insane.
like doing this psychological thing. So generally I also do that in my games. So when you play a move and you just get up and your opponent is thinking, तो वो और ज़्यादा सोचता है, लाइक टाइम का ध्यान बहुत कम रहता है इन जनरल व्हेन योर ओपोनेंट गेट्स,
Hmm.
क्योंकि व्हेन योर ओपोनेंट इज सिटिंग यू कॉन्स्टेंटली लुक एट योर ओपोनेंट एंड यू जस्ट गेट डिस्ट्रैक्टेड बाय टाइम एंड समथिंग एंड यू सी दैट यू हैव टू प्ले फास्ट। बट मैं भी ये बहुत बार करता हूँ, आई जस्ट प्ले अ मूव एंड आई जस्ट गेट अप एंड दे थिंक लेट्स से 5 or 10 minutes मोर देन दे जनरली शुड।
Hmm. Hmm. I think it's yeah. I've seen players put psychological pressure. I think all of us have done it at some point. And with it, luckily this time plays knight g6 quickly. कोई कह रहा है bro is playing in interstellar time. भाई मतलब again he's not stopping. We are 23 moves, 24 moves in chat now. भाई
D5 also played
25 moves of
and
prep. Dushyant भाई, this guy is insane.
नो एंड आई एम जस्ट थिंकिंग कि कितनी वेरिएशंस और सोची होंगी उसने इसमें. दिस माइट बी द मेन लाइन, बट इसमें और वेरिएशंस कितनी उसने कैलकुलेट करके रखी होंगी, प्रिपेयर करके रखी होंगी.
बाप रे, आई एग्री मैन, दिस इज
And this is
क्रेजी.
one line. Like Vidit could have played many other lines. He could have played Petrov. He could have played some other Italian move order.
Hmm.
I think Rook
And
d6
now,
के बाद he can also move his bishop somewhere because d5 is still not hanging.
yeah, and he does play rook d6, so we have it on the board chat with it finding all the best moves. But and now he takes on c6, and now apparently it's
And
kind of
now,
crucial to take with the rook, yeah,
yeah,
because this is
now
heavy.
I think this Vidit should hold.
Hmm.
I mean, time is the only thing now because the position is much more simpler than it was.
Hmm. And let's say rook c6. The question is, he queen ko kahan rakhe?
Yeah,
Because
where do
for
you
me,
move your
for
queen?
example, like queen f5 looks tempting, but apparently any random move, and black has this very nice idea, chat, that is queen to d8, basically pinning this bishop and threatening, some ideas here, tactics in the air. So I think whatever white does, black has this queen d8
So
resource
maybe he
apparently,
has
which
to
is
go
very
like
strong.
queen b1 or b3. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah, to keep this defended. Yeah, very important. And of course, he will know this. Yeah, he will. This
Yeah,
will
of
be prep
course, of
again.
course. Arjun will just pre-move queen b1, I think, next. Because
Wow, man.
Vidit is not going to take queen c6 or bc6, so he will take rook
Hmm.
c6, of course. But I don't know why Vidit is thinking here.
I think he's definitely considering queen c6 at least as an option. Ki bhai, queen c6 ke baad, let's say queen c6, rook c6. Do I have chances to hold in this endgame?
Or maybe, no,
Very
no, he will
unlikely.
take bc6 because the bishop is
Ah,
pinned.
yes, the bishop is pinned. Then
But
he's definitely
even
considering this.
this
Yeah.
one, like king f1, king e2, and then a5 again hangs. I don't think he should go into this
Hmm.
endgame with that time,
Agreed.
of course.
Agreed. Agreed. And Arjun gets up, by the way, again for the millionth time today. आज कितने स्टेप्स लगता है जो मैं कंप्लीट कर लेंगे अर्जुन? वी गोना टेक अ गेस या कितने स्टेप्स अर्जुन आज करेंगे? एनी गेसेस?
Uh, I can guess like 15,000, but do we have a record of that?
I mean, we can ask him. We'll try to find a way to ask him. I don't know if he's wearing a watch. Likely he's not, yeah. But I'm gonna guess, yeah, maybe 15K steps could be totally possible. Like गेम में ही 10,000 हो जाएंगे, 5,000 थोड़ा बहुत आना वाना, बुफे, लंच करने, डिनर करने
And I
जाना.
think मैं खुद पूरे दिन में like 2 या 3 हज़ार ही किया आज. मैं
हाँ.
जस्ट उठ के रूम में आया, रूम से बस किचन तक गया खाने लेने, बस और कुछ नहीं किया.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Bhai. 15K I think could be possible. By the way, Niri bhai telling us 10K on WhatsApp. By the way, he plays Queen
Queen
B3.
b3, okay.
Ooh, interesting. Very interesting because my engineer is screaming Queen B1 is a better move, and it still seems to be his prep. So maybe he feels practically this has the better options for white. Yeah, it does look more active, right? Because you're pressuring
Yeah.
this, you're
Also,
pressuring
I think
this.
less options for black key so that he can go wrong.
Hmm. And now apparently
But let's
best
say you go rook.
is
Can you go rook
D6. Yeah,
d6 here?
rook D6. Interesting. But now maybe
Like I want to exchange some pieces.
can I play bishop C3 like with the same idea? I want to keep this under sides. I will trade rooks and I will go into bishop against knight ideally.
So like if I take on rook d1, queen d1, and let's
Queen
say I go
D1.
queen c4, do you plan to go queen d4?
I'm thinking, do I just give a check and pick this up? That's one option. Uh, I like that actually.
Yeah, okay.
Takes.
a5 is just hanging in this, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. If I pick this up, then I think any endgame is better. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
and
this
if
also
I go
changes.
like b6 or something, then it's just becomes another weakness, like bishop d4, queen b3. You can just
Agreed. Agreed. I think maybe like, white can play on basically. White can play on because he has a
yeah, not
target with
not
his
so
bishop.
easy still for Vidit. I think he still
And
has to find some more.
this is where time comes, Dushan bhai. Like this is exactly if Vidit had here 40 minutes, let's say. Forget like Arjun Khan 93 minutes. Wo chhod do. Let's say he had 40 minutes. I would say like he defends this easily, yeah. But with 15,
Yeah,
16 minutes, this is tricky.
13 moves, 14 more moves in 16 minutes.
Very tough.
With that
Chat कह रही है.
psychological pressure that Arjun is still in prep.
Yeah, true. That he still knows that कि भाई क्वीन भी थी बहुत जल्दी खेला है. And chat is saying
maybe
Dushan bhai.
Arjun has prepared it till like
हाँ.
40 moves or something, that कहाँ तक बिल्कुल पूरा एंड गेम तक किंग किंग रह जाएंगे वहां तक Arjun has prepared.
भाई पॉसिबल है, मे बी ही प्रिपेयर्स विद टाइम कंट्रोल या तो अगर से फोन करता है, और भाई साहब कितना टाइम कंट्रोल है आपका? 40 मूव, चलो 40 मूव की प्रेप करूंगा फिर मैं। मे बी दैट्स द लॉजिक ही अप्लाइज, बट I've been really impressed with Arjun's prep, regardless, not just this game, every single game he's played in the last year or so.
Yeah, imagine if
Chat
this was a tournament without a time control. It could
हाँ
have been like very horrible for Vidit right now.
नहीं, I mean, yeah, Norwich chess अगर format होता, this would be very bad. I think he would be borderline lost. He knows the time is coming. It's coming after what 14 moves. तो एक बोलते हैं ना, एक रिलीफ पैकेज आ रहा है विदित के लिए, कोरियर में है, रास्ते में है, सो आएगा, बट ही हैज टू होल्ड ऑन इन द मीन
बट वो
टाइम।
कहते हैं ना कि दिल्ली अभी दूर है।
किसने कहा था भाई? मैंने सुना हुआ है, किसने कहा था ये?
मूवी डायलॉग है कोई लाइक,
कौन सी
अभी
मूवी का है?
टाइम
मुझे
लगेगा
याद आ रहा
टाइप्स
है,
में, तो दिल्ली अभी दूर
भाई
है।
कुछ तो सुना है, पता नहीं कहाँ सुना है, किसी मूवी
मंजिल
में
अभी
चैट
दूर है।
बताएगी। हाँ, चैट को याद होगा भाई। um That's why Magnus called him a madman. I agree, man. I think in terms of prep, Arjun, the absolute best in the world, right on par with somebody like Sindarov's candidates prep, I think. And by the way, Dushan bhai, chat कह रही है कि क्या कहा था, गया मैसेज, एक सेकेंड। Vidit's accuracy is higher than Arjun. Why is that the case? Any idea why? कि ऐसा क्यों होगा?
I think when he played the move Queen B3, which was not the best move,
हाँ.
Arjun's accuracy dropped a bit, but Vidit has played all the perfect moves until now, I would say.
Hmm.
He hasn't
Hmm.
played any wrong, even a slight inaccuracy. The only issue is that he's taking a lot of time.
Hmm. Yep.
That's
And
why his
Arjun
position
does
is
this.
like so good right now. क्योंकि अगर अच्छे moves ना खेलता Vidit अब तक, the
Hmm.
game would have been over by this
Hmm.
time.
Hmm. Hmm. And Arjun does this a
क्योंकि
lot, chat.
Arjun knows everything in this line.
Yep. Yep. And now he's thinking Queen B3 के बाद what does Vidit do? He pulls in his chair. भाई ये walk बहुत लोग कर रहे हैं भाई. I thought it's like a chess tournament, not like a marathon or some Ironman or something. ये चल क्या रहा है भाई?
Yeah, I see Mamed Yarov right now.
अर्जुन, भाई सब लोग ही वॉक कर रहे हैं भाई।
तो Mamed Yarov, Arjun, they are like competing a different tournament की steps कौन ज़्यादा करेगा. I think Madhaminov also walks a lot. I've seen him.
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
एक Madhaminov एक walk बहुत करता है, and the second one he just rolls his hair a lot while sitting. Even while walking, he just keeps rolling his hair.
हम्म। आई थिंक एवरीबडी हैज देयर थिंग दैट दे डू ड्यूरिंग गेम्स। आई थिंक कुछ ना कुछ होता है। कई लोग वॉक करते हैं, कई लोग विल शेक देयर लेग्स, शेक देयर चेयर, एज यू कैन सी इज वीडी राइट नाउ। सम पीपल विल स्टेयर एट देयर ओपोनेंट्स, नोदरबेक है। एवरीबडी हैज देयर थिंग व्हिच दे आर known to do constantly. Some people take that by the way, is that sound? I don't know. और कई लोग पीस को घुमाते हैं भाई। आई थिंक सिंदारोव डज दिस, या
And I
मैग्नस आल्सो
think for
पिक अप अ
Gukesh,
नाइट।
it's just like कि वो अपना वो sleeves पीछे करता रहता है बार बार कोट के.
हाँ, ट्रू। Aronian also, no? Like he will also have this like I say chest pump kind of thing he does
Yeah,
ऐसे
yeah.
करके, तो he'll also do that a
Aronian
lot.
and Gukesh kind of similar action करते हैं game में.
Hmm. Honestly, this is just brutal career chat. Yeah, time difference is brutal. It is 1 hour and 21 minutes now. It's उस time में तो पूरी game खत्म हो गई थी कल. So Dushyant bhai, I mean things getting tougher for Vidit. He still has to play 14 moves.
I still have some doubts कि how is Vidit gonna survive, because he's just thinking right now again. Like
Hmm.
बार बार freeze हो रहा है विदित भाई.
वो हमारा कैमरा ही ना हो भाई। हमारा कैमरा भी हो सकता है वो, थोड़ा सा जुगाड़ू कैमरा है इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए, बट आई गेट यू। आई थिंक ही इज काइंड ऑफ स्टक अ लिटिल बिट। एंड अर्जुन को तो भाई, अर्जुन का इफ चैट, आई वुड लव टू डू दिस चैट, इफ एनीबडी इज टोटली फ्री आज, मतलब उनका रेस्ट डे है, go back and check how many minutes Arjun has been actually sitting at the chair. Like, I think it would not be more than 10 minutes in the almost 2 hours that we have been commentating. Like 10 मिनट से ऊपर नहीं होगा यार, वो बैठता है, चलता है, जाता है।
Maybe they have given something in the players lounge, so he like some chocolate or muffin. He's just going there and eating it.
हाँ, तभी ही इज वॉकिंग, बिकॉज कैलोरी बर्न करना है भाई। मफिन खा लिया, दैट्स लाइक 500 कैलोरीज, या दैट्स लाइक स्ट्रेट 10,000 स्टेप्स। मेक सेंस।
Yeah, that's why he's just walking right now. कि अब अरे ज़्यादा खा लिया.
हम्म।
या फिर शायद आज खाने से पहले आलू पराठा या कुछ ऐसा खा कर आया होगा.
अबाउट टू प्ले, क्रूशियल मोमेंट, 11 मिनट से कम विदित के पास, ही हैज टू प्ले क्विकली।
With that hand, I am not sure what he was going to play. I
That's a
think
good question.
he
Knight
was
f4.
going to touch the queen or something, or I don't know. I don't understand. Ah, okay, rook.
Oh,
Maybe rook b6 is
rook.
going to play.
That is the best move, by the way. So if he's thinking rook
So after
b6,
rook
that is.
b6, what is Arjun's prep? What do you think, Sahil bhai? I
So
don't think he takes bishop a5. That just simplifies a lot.
I think that simplifies matters. That should be a draw. So this is too much.
Because after
What?
this, I think
Why he played knight
knight
h4 and
h4.
that's a minor error. Okay, it does look strong because you're pressuring g2 with rook g6 to come. Queen also looking here, but it is objectively a minor
Now
error
finally
by
Arjun
Vidit.
is going to think.
Okay, important question to chat and to Dushan Bhai. Is G3 a preparation for Arjun? I don't think so. My take is this is definitely not prep. We are too deep into the game now, 28 moves.
I don't think he even saw knight h4 because
Hmm.
he must have seen rook b6, rook d6,
Hmm.
something like queen b6 also, but I don't think he has seen knight h4. So
Hmm.
he knows that it's not the best move, not even like the
Hmm.
second or third best move, maybe.
Hmm.
So he will think he knows it's some sort of inaccuracy at least.
Hmm.
And now he has to
Agreed.
find the best move to get some advantage out of it.
And it's also an ambitious move from Vidit actually, because if you play something random, yeah, let's say bishop c3, I'm like, I don't care what's happening, I'm going to develop. Now suddenly rook g6, and there's serious pressure. In fact, Arjun's only move in this position is g4, which you don't really want to play in a million years. So I think
Mm.
dinosaurs will evolve in that much time, you know. So I feel like, in my opinion, like it's an ambitious move, and g3 nikalna padega. You know, chat, what the second best move is? King f1. Third best is
No, I don't.
bishop
I don't
e1.
think he
So
was going to play king f1 or anything. I think he
exactly.
will find g3, but I don't know about the continuation. How is he gonna
Maybe rook g6 anyways. Can we do this or no?
rook g6? I don't see a threat because अभी knight भी सिर्फ f5 जा सकता है वापस. It cannot go back to
Hmm.
g6 now. So some knight trap issues can be there. Something like, can you go queen d5 here or not?
Queen d5
Or
looks
is rook
tempting.
g3 strong? I don't think rook g3 is
Ooh,
a threat.
wow. It is equal. It is possible actually. You can do this. Rook down, it's equal.
Oh, I thought
Wow.
white survives this, but
King d3, the
oh,
rook
you
is anyway
cannot go
actually.
to d3. You have to go to e1 and queen g1. Oh, okay.
Uh, so this is also a draw. So queen
So apparently,
d5.
maybe this is what Vidit saw. He's trying to do something
Hmm.
like this.
Agreed. And queen d5 is maybe a minor mistake. The best and the only move is king f1 here, if he plays rook g6. So it's still tricky for Arjun also. But the good news is he has, well, more time he started with. Yeah, he has insane amount of time to calculate all this stuff.
I don't think Arjun is going to spend more than probably 15 or 20 minutes in this position
Yep.
because he wants to keep some pressure on Vidit as well. He won't give him that much time to think. And
Hmm.
suddenly the accuracy Vidit just got back to 98.2 from 99.5.
Yep. You know, कृष्ण भाई, इज्जत बनाने में डेकेड्स लग जाते हैं और गिरने में एक मोमेंट नहीं लगता. वही चीज है. क्या बढ़िया एक्यूरेसी थी. एक ही चाल हल्की सी गलत खेल दी है एंड सडनली एक्यूरेसी इज डाउन. एंड नाउ
If Arjun
g3
wins
is
this,
the
it's
move.
just insane opening prep by him.
Yeah, agreed. And now my question is, Dushan bhai, like g3 is something that must have seen, right? Like you have to consider g3 because it attacks the knight, and
No, I
also
think
you
he
don't
will
have
play
knight
g3,
f3.
of course. It's kind of the only move after, let's say, like process of elimination.
Huh. So what has Vidit thought for g3? Because Vapas Jana doesn't feel tempting because it's not a huge weakness for me, right? And knight f5 is
Yeah.
kind of loose somewhat. So what will Vidit play after g3?
I think if he has played knight h4, he will go for something like rook g6 and
Hmm.
try to. But I don't know why is with it trying to complicate stuff more with his time control.
Exactly.
It feels like Vidit has 1.5 hour and Arjun has 11 minutes, and Vidit wants to complicate the position.
Wow. I think
But
I'm
I
in
don't
that
think
boat
he
with
will go
you.
back because then it doesn't make sense. Like he just thought for what, 6 minutes, something like
Seven
that,
and a half actually.
7.5, just to give two extra moves to Arjun. You g3 भी खेल ले and उसके बाद एक और कुछ भी देख ले.
Yep. Now you control this. I mean, you don't have rook b6. I have the d file. Queen d5, queen b5 incoming. I mean, this is h4 h5 भी कभी आ सकता है to kick this knight if I want to. I'm controlling the light squares. My king is sufficiently safe.
Also,
You
can
don't
you
have the
keep the
c1
bishop on
square.
c3 instead of e3? Is that
Also
bad?
possible, actually. Also possible.
Because I want to
So,
keep the pressure on a5 pawn as well, and
hmm,
sometimes even g7.
understood. So also good plan. This just means that ki white is better in multiple variations, multiple plans for white that give him an advantage. All he has to do is find g3, and if rook g6 find this move king to f1, that's an important resource to force the knight to go back, and then he can take over bishop f4, attacking the queen. Queen moves somewhere. Then of course ye nahi karwana, so you can even trade queens,
Yeah,
queen
queen d5
d5,
or
go into the
something.
endgame. And this is very, very tough, man. This is where it loses, yeah?
Yeah, this is just a resignable position. But knight h4
Wow.
is very, very suspicious. I thought he was going to play something like queen b6 or rook b6, which was somewhat
Hmm.
a little natural, I would say.
Hmm. Oh,
Arjun
finds
played
it!
d3 in 4 minutes. Damn.
Wow. Wow. Dushin bhai, if you had to summarize that move in one word, क्या word इस्तेमाल करोगे?
Insanely fast.
2 word हो गए भाई.
नहीं वो साथ ही जुड़े हुए थे.
साथ जुड़े थे. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, let's have the full board now. Let's see विदित यहाँ पे क्या खेलेंगे. He's twirling a piece in his hands. Crucial moment for Vidit Gujarati now. What is his plan really? Knight वापस जाएंगे तो as Dushin bhai mentioned, this is just 2 free moves for white to gain an advantage. Chat, where does he move his knight? Question to you. Rook g6, knight g6, and knight f5. What do you think Vidit Gujarati plays here?
I think it's just the psychological pressure that with it is doing all this.
Hmm.
Otherwise, I think
Hmm.
he would have found the best move. Let's say he had 20 or 30 more minutes, he would have played the best moves for sure.
Hmm. Wait, chat पूछ रही है, who is with Tikku? Can we show? Why we have Ayum Dushan Sharma joining us today. भाई from Punjab, Punjab के first international master. भाई कितना tough होता है to kind of be the first at anything, you know, chat. Because you know you don't have the infrastructure set up, coaches नहीं होते हैं, it's very hard. Dushan भाई, I think you've come here for the first time. अगर audience को एक advice देनी हो, something that you know resonated with you very well कि भाई this advice changed my life. How can they improve at chess? तो क्या advice होगी वो?
Um, I think that advice was given by my mom.
Hmm.
I was playing Asians under 9, I think, in Delhi. So I was paired against Abdul Satarov at that point. So he was like 1900, I was 1300. He was like 600 points difference, even
Hmm.
like
Hmm.
some 15 years ago. तो तब मम्मा ने बोला कह रहे बोथ ऑफ यू स्टार्ट विद 16 पीसेस. दोनों के पास 16
Hmm.
16 ही पीस है. उसके पास कोई एक्स्ट्रा पीस नहीं है अगर वो ज़्यादा हायर रेटेड है या कोई भी रेटेड है. सेम पीस से स्टार्ट करना है. यू कैन बीट एनी वन. इट्स नॉट
Hmm.
लाइक ही गेट समथिंग some advantage, some extra pawn from the start. So I think that's the best advice I had.
Agreed.
So
I
after that,
think
I was never afraid of anyone. I can beat anyone.
that's great
And
advice
actually,
actually.
that
You
game
know.
I won surprisingly, by the way.
Oh, you.
So
Oh,
I have
wow.
1-0
That's.
score against Abdul Satarov
Oh,
in
wow,
FIDE.
भाई क्रेजी दुष्यंत ओपी इन द चैट. भाई भाई हम दोनों की फिलॉसफी सेम है. बच्चे उनको पहले बच्चे वाला हालत में हरा दो, बाद में बड़ा
हाँ, बट
मुश्किल
तब
हो
मैं भी
जाता है
बच्चा था
यार.
एक्चुअली तो.
ट्रू.
Actually, I
ट्रू.
didn't know, when I was playing Abdul Satarov, I didn't know his rating. My mom came and gave this advice. He, and she told that some Uzbek guy is there. उज़्बेक गाइज़ वीक होते हैं, उनको खेलना नहीं आता है इसलिए वो
भाई
छोड़ो, ऐसे बोल
आराम
के
से.
लाइक बिकॉज़ आई वाज़ अ किड सो शी वांटेड टू गिव मी सम
हाँ.
कॉन्फिडेंस. And then
हाँ.
mid game when I was winning, I was like 3 pawns, 4 pawns up. Then he was just crying, about to cry. And
हाँ.
I just asked him, "What's your rating?" Because I did not fill it on the score sheet. He said 19 something. I was like, "Huh? You?" Because he was looking much smaller than me as well. I was like, "What? 1-9? I'm beating a 1-9 with this kind of gameplay?"
Yeah, I
And
think
then I remembered, oh, mom told Uzbek guys are weak. Oh, this should be like 1400, 1500 level, not that higher.
and chat, that's a lesson both ways. Yeah, you can beat
And
anyone.
and then 10 years later, I realized, okay, no.
Uh, so you can beat anyone, And even if you lose, you can still become one of the strongest players in the world. I think two lessons there for me there. And indeed, Dushanbhai, I think now knight g6 has been played. To me, that's a sign ki bhai VD bhai is just kind of feeling the position. I think he's not understood ki bhai how difficult it can be in a few moves if he doesn't get it right.
I mean, what does Vidit wants to do here? He wants to confuse Arjun that, see, now you're out of prep and I just gave you two extra free moves.
Hmm.
Still, you don't have anything or something. Is he like playing some reverse psychology games or what? I don't know. I don't understand really.
Hmm. And your move is the best one now, bishop c3. You know, that
Yeah,
bishop does a
because
lot.
I wanted to play bishop c3
Hmm.
like दो move पहले, if let's say
Hmm.
pawn g2 पे था, so
Hmm.
let's say here if white gets a move, if you play bishop c3 now, then knight f4 becomes a little issue. Like,
Hmm.
but now the
Yes.
pawn is on g3, knight f4 is also solved. So
Hmm.
now you can just play bishop c3, rook d5, queen b5, queen d5. I don't know how many threats are there.
Oof. This is very tough
Like
actually.
let's say like you go rook d5, you come back queen to d1, then you even go rook d8, queen d4.
Hmm. Wow, queen d4 is very strong actually. If you get the rook here, get the queen here, and suddenly you're threatening mate. And if you play f6, then you weaken your king even further. I mean, it's gonna be hard. And to be honest, abhi bhi 12 moves khelne hai in 9 minutes for Vidit Gujarati. So I think this is not getting easier. And what can Arjun do now? So this is the live position. We saw bishop c3. Any other moves that call out to you here apart from bishop c3?
Mm, I would say I was going to say king g2. I don't know why exactly. But then
Hmm.
I realized that rook b6, queen c6 becomes another issue.
Hmm. Yep.
So I think that is the only diagonal which Arjun has to be careful for, that a8 to h1 diagonal. Because
Hmm.
अभी f3 पे I think VD will plan to go knight e5, knight f3 somehow,
Hmm.
and like
Agreed.
move the rook, play queen c6. And that seems like the only plan Vidit has right now, which
Why
Arjun won't allow, of course,
played bishop c3 played Arjun Erigasi. भाई क्या बंदा है, best move after
and
best
gets
move.
up again.
Wow. And took 4 minutes. He took 4 minutes again. Why he has 1 hour 30 minutes, takes 4 minutes.
Feels like Arjun is playing on time pressure. And Vidit is just casually thinking, oh, damn, I have 1 hour 30 minutes. I can think.
सही में. Why he has a flight to catch आज. I think he's going on a short 1 day detour holiday, like some wildlife safari or something. He has a slot for
Is
like
there a
X PM.
rest day tomorrow?
नहीं, no rest day भाई. That's why he's in a hurry. आज
Oh,
शाम को
no
ही जाना
rest
है
day
कहीं
in the
घूमने.
whole tournament. Damn.
Yeah. He's about to play something. Rook, I
He's
think.
going to play b6 or what?
I think he's playing Rook C5 or B6 also. Maybe, yeah, maybe Rook B6
No,
also
I was
possible.
just watching the hand. I thought
Uh,
it's going for.
he's playing something
Yeah,
here. One of these
I think he
pieces.
should play rook c5 and stop that all rook d5, queen d1 ideas at least.
Hmm.
Like I don't
Yep.
like the position at all after white plays rook d5. Maybe he wants to go b6, rook d5, then rook c5 as well. It is possible,
Plays it.
but okay, he
Plays it.
goes for that.
Oh man, but still Rook D5 maybe, yeah. Even if you take, I'm still
Yeah, have to go
pressuring
b6,
this.
I think.
B6 and maybe H4, H5, Queen D4.
Yeah, but I don't think Arjun exchanges any piece there. At
Hmm.
least he doesn't want to because of the time
Hmm.
pressure.
Agreed. So maybe Rookie one then maybe, yeah. Like I maybe forget
Yeah,
about this for
I
the time
wanted to
being.
go again something like rook d3, queen d1, but I think Vidit will try to go knight e5 next.
Hmm. Yeah, this can be an issue. This check. But yeah, Rook D3, Rook E1, Rook D5. Why? And Vidit has to consider all these options. Imagine like how many moves does Arjun have? Yeah, like and he has no time. 8 minutes now to play. Chat tough lag raha hai. By the way, we have 1K watching already. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because this is a crucial game at UzChess. Round number 4. The two Indians battling. Arjun in the lead at the event, tied with Nodirbek and Madabinov. And Vidit in last place, Dushan Bhai. So complete. First भी हम है, last भी हम है, and first और last का match है आज.
मैंने तो बोला ही था हर जगह इंडियंस तो
Hmm.
लास्ट पे भी हम ही होंगे, फर्स्ट पे भी हम ही होंगे, कोई भी किसी और को नहीं देना कुछ भी.
Agreed. भाई नॉर्वे में भी फर्स्ट भी हम थे. इट्स लाइक एवरीवेयर. मतलब हम लोग ही लास्ट फास्ट लास्ट दोनों फर्स्ट क्लास दोनों है.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
Gukesh was last. Yeah. Oh yeah,
हाँ
Magnus
मुकेश
won
was
the
last.
last round. Yeah. But वुमेन सेक्शन
Unfortunately.
में हम फर्स्ट नहीं आ पाए, so If like Humpy
हाँ,
or Divya would have won the tournament, then it would
ट्रू
have been great.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। कोई कह रहा है बहुत ही एलिगेंट स्टेटमेंट, WTH इज हैपनिंग भाई। हो ये रहा है कि अर्जुन हैज played today 27 moves of preparation, if not more. And Vidit had to calculate everything over the board. He's also a bit rusty because he's playing after a while. And that essentially justifies the time difference you see. By 82 minutes versus 8 minutes. It's like playing poker, but one guy has 10x your chip size. Like it's, one all in and it's all gone.
Even more than 10x.
Yeah. Wow. This is very tough. Very tough.
I think Arjun will take a little time right now. Maybe like a
Hmm.
little extra, I would say like 10-15 minutes. Not
Hmm.
that extra. So, but I'm not sure what Arjun is going to play in this position. Maybe your move Rookie one is has the best chance to be
Hmm.
played on the board, but still I'm not sure like what exactly is White's plan. Like he
Yeah.
has to find some moves.
Agreed. I think it's not entirely clear because check देखी भी क्या, check there you to king h7, like nothing is really happening right now. But maybe that also plays in Arjun's hands a little bit कि there is no easy plan. So
No,
Vidit
maybe I
has to
think
really think.
again the point is to go something like Queen D1 or stuff,
Hmm.
and then keep the Queen on D4 again, or keep Rook on E4. I mean, get a stable position at least.
Let's say king h7, queen d1 with the idea of queen d4. And now black has to do something, right? He might have to play f6 at the right
Yeah,
moment to block
maybe
this.
can he go knight E5 here or not? Is that bad?
95, possible, possible. At least there's no tactical mistake the engine is showing. But apparently there is queen b1 check, a weird idea. And if you go back, of course, that's a step back. And king h8 kind of pins your knight, right? So, and g6 you don't want to play at any cost.
Yeah, no, no,
So
no. That will
there
just
are,
make the diagonal much worse.
yeah, there are problems. There are problems with it to solve. It's not easy, chat. It's getting right down to the wire. Arjun has all the time in the world. Let's go full screen again. See the camera में देख रहे हैं Arjun. It feels like he's about to play again. Come on.
I like a lot about I like this a lot about Arjun. He just thinks like this. He just looks at some ceiling or something like Beth Harmon, and he just that's how he calculates.
Yeah. बैठता इतना कम है और जब बैठता भी है तो बोर्ड पे नहीं देखता है। सो जो वेला आदमी था जिसको मैंने कहा था कैलकुलेट करने के लिए कि भाई कितनी देर वो कुर्सी पे बैठा है, ऑल्सो कैलकुलेट कि भाई कितनी देर वो कुर्सी पे बैठा है और बोर्ड पे देख रहा है। आई थिंक दैट विल बी द नेक्स्ट स्टेप, स्टेप 2 ऑफ दोस कैलकुलेशंस।
Yeah, I think when Arjun looks on the board, he just looks at Vidit's face like, what is Vidit thinking? That's why he just looks on the board.
पॉसिबल, पॉसिबल। राइट नाउ आल्सो कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन, लाइक ऐसा लग नहीं रहा इज थिंकिंग अबाउट द गेम, लाइक ऐसे करके आराम से देख रहा है मस्त। नाउ ही इज लुकिंग एट द बोर्ड, बट
Yeah,
यूजुअली
I
ही
think
इज
he's still
लाइक,
thinking कि कितना कैलोरीज हुआ आज, कितने स्टेप्स में हो जाएगा क्या?
हाँ, लाइक 438 कैलोरीज पैकेट पे लिखा था मफिन के, एंड आई वॉक लाइक 9233 स्टेप्स, so that's like 20 calories remaining. Do I first walk, do I first move? वेद की कुर्सी देखो भाई क्या हिल रही है, ही इज डैम नर्वस राइट नाउ, एंड अर्जुन जस्ट चिल रिलैक्स्ड।
I think instead of commentating, we should do dubbing.
ओफ भाई, डबिंग आई वुड लव टू डू, बट अर्जुन कुछ रिएक्शन देता ना भाई। अर्जुन चाहे चार क्वीन अप हो या फिर मेट होने वाले अक्षर, ही हैज नो रिएक्शंस। लाइक अर्जुन कुड बी बीटिंग मैग्नेस विद स्कॉलर्स मेट एंड यू वुड नॉट सी लाइक अ, बोलते हैं ना, लाइक अ
Yeah,
स्माइल
it
ऑन
will
हिज
be the
फेस।
same Arjun.
हाँ, Vidit, of course, we'll see reactions for sure, chahe whether he's winning or losing. Like he is more emotional visually, but Arjun, I mean, he doesn't give anything away.
Yeah, even though the position is okay, not really equal, White is slightly better, I would say. Still, it feels like Vidit has just lost the game after looking at
Hmm.
Vidit. Like if you don't see the position and you just look at Vidit, it feels like just losing for him.
Agreed.
I think he had the same reaction and stuff when he was playing against Nepo. Round
And
two, yeah.
and I think with it having lost both his games with black pieces, he would not love to continue that trend because then everybody comes after you. Yeah, if you start losing a bunch of
Yeah.
games,
And also you
you
get
are.
more pressurized to win from White then because you have to come back.
Huh.
Because if you just keep drawing with white as well, then you have to like survive the next day with black, like horribly.
Agreed. And Vidit tomorrow plays white versus hands, and then he plays Madaminov. So
Mm.
he has some, like, he's playing the toughest opponents early. That's the good news for Vidit. Like after hands, there's
I mean,
nobody of
yeah,
2700.
Hans, I would also say that he is tough.
Yeah, very tough. After hands, I think there's nobody of 2700. So he could rack up a few points in the second half of the event. So
Yeah.
even if he
Also, I
draws
think
this,
against Hans, it might not be a positional game because I think Hans plays a bit more tactically many
hmm,
times. So for Vidit, if he loses this game, it will be a bit hard for him to play the next game tactically because you don't get the confidence. You think your calculations are just very bad and you don't want to go into the tactical mess.
hmm, true. And दोनों players कुर्सियां घुमा रहे हैं भाई, feels like some, I don't know,
No, I
rotation.
think Arjun is just watching Mamedarov walk and he's just getting jealous.
हाँ, he's like वो बंदा आगे निकल गया, shit, है ना?
हाँ वही, अरे यार मैंने इतने करने थे शिट, इसने मेरे से 2 स्टेप ज़्यादा ले लिए.
By the way, Dushan bhai, I think coming back to Gukesh for a second because chat is asking some questions. Um, like Gukesh, I think has a very strong team of seconds, right? We know it was Gaevsky, we know it was, I think, Kamer was part of his team, Hari was part of his team. Like for this
Yeah.
world championship, do you think he changes his seconds? Does he replace somebody? Does he add new people and not replace anybody? Like, what do you think Ukesh would do in the current situation before the world championship?
Mm, it could be a, let's say, winning thing to change your seconds, but it could backfire a lot, I think. I don't think he
Hmm.
will change Gajevisky at least.
Hmm.
Vincent, maybe because Vincent might say that he is not available, he might be playing his
Hmm.
own tournaments and all.
Hmm. Hmm.
So some other commitments may be there for Vincent as well.
Hmm.
Um, I think Gajevisky will be a part of his camp. I
Hmm.
don't know
Hmm.
about the rest, if he will change or not. I think he might change one or two of them, but the main coaches, the main seconds, he will keep, I think.
Hmm. I agree with that. I think.
Because, I mean, if it worked for the first time, why not again?
Hmm. Gayasky also, like, sometimes, like, certain things about your play. Gayasky and other people know something about your play. It's also, I think Gayasky, of course, is very close, but even like somebody like Vincent, for example, if you don't hire him, then they can be hired by somebody else. Like if I was Sindarov, the first thing I would look into is who were Gukesh's seconds last time. Maybe they know something of Gukesh, which would be valuable to my team. So is Kamer working with Gukesh? If not, let me hire him and get some information.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, chat, Dushin bhai,
My
you know,
replacement already came, kya?
नहीं, we can have all three at the same time also. ऐसा नहीं है भाई कि you can stay. And welcome Priyanka to the stream. Your second time here, I think.
Yes, hi guys. Hi Dushint and Sahil.
Hi, hi. I am just sad that you are my replacement.
Come on, you should be happy.
Dushin bhai making
No, I
risky
mean,
jokes on
at
day one.
least someone better would have been, uh, I would be happy.
Dushin
Do you
bhai,
really want to get roasted on the stream?
Achha, so are you
See,
guys good friends, by the
only
way?
only Sahil bhai can roast me on the stream because of the score. I don't think you have anything to roast me on the stream.
Camera kaap raha Dushin bhai. It's getting a nightmare of the last game you played against Priyanka, I think.
I never played with Priyanka, but I don't know. Is that my issue? Yeah, just checking.
Ha. So Dushin bhai, kind of not able to
Good.
handle. Ha, now it's fine. Now it's fine. Now it's fine. Welcome, Priyanka. Want to get your thoughts first. First of all, I think welcome to the stream. And have you been
Thank
following
you.
that event? And क्या लग रहा है about
Yes,
Arjun's play and about Vidit's play?
I mean, what more can I add about Arjun? Yeah, everybody already knows how strong he is. An incredible
What a great
preparation
commentator.
today, right?
Bhai, Dushan bhai is now like roast mode, bhai.
I finally have someone to roast.
I'm just warming up Dushyant, so get ready.
No, but yeah, I think we should add my score 5.5 on top of my head and 0.5 on Dushan's head. I think that will be nice.
And
But
that is the
anyways,
only reason I'm not saying much to you. But वो भी रात गई बात गई. I mean, it's very
ha,
old. I
true,
mean,
true,
it's like pre-COVID 2019 or something.
true. And Priyanka, I think we've all discussed this thing about with its time pressure. I think so. We've seen with its struggle to manage his clock, and today is the prime example of this happening. So Vidit has what 8 minutes versus Arjun, who had 1 hour 30 minutes just to move back. Like, I mean, what's going wrong for Vidit? Is it just that he's playing after a while, or is there something else that's going wrong here with Vidit?
No, I think he's mostly spending time to get Arjun out of his preparation.
Hmm.
But I think he's got himself a good position even after he spent so much time. But the only thing is if he can maintain the position within the time that he has or not, I think.
Hmm.
But he has been already like always been struggling with time pressure, yeah. He should
Hmm.
definitely like
Yeah.
work on it before the Olympiad at least.
Agreed. And Dushan Bhai, he does play rook d5, so he's offering that rook trade. And I wonder if Black just takes it or just kind of offers White to take it with b6. I think two potential options here.
I think for with its time, he should just take and think later.
Hmm.
But yeah, maybe b6 is also kind of the same option. Like, okay, if you go bishop d4, rook d5, queen d5, it should transpose, I think.
Hmm. Agreed.
So he
And
does play b6.
oh, he does play b6. Wow, interesting. So at
Vidit
least
is
very
going for
quickly.
perfection. He just doesn't care that he has less time.
And I think Priyanka, I asked this question to Dushan. So how has he handled time trouble issues in the past? So, have you ever faced this issue? If yes, like, did you do something to come out of it? Because for me, it's been a nightmare. For Dushan, it's been a nightmare. And clearly for Vidit also, it's not going according to plan. So, how can a player solve this time travel issue? At least make it better.
So I had this issue like before the pandemic, I would say. But in pandemic, since I played a lot of Billet and Bloods online, I think it got so much better. But
Hmm.
what I would suggest generally is to solve positions with a timer. I think that
Hmm.
helped me like make decisions faster.
Hmm. Got it. And Vidit Gujarati, of course, I think I don't know how much was he practicing before this event because he had gone into vibe coding and stuff. So I don't know how much preparation went into this event for Vidit. He is potentially going to play the Olympiad, as you mentioned, Priyanka. So I mean, we want him to be in peak shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Arjun intentionally wasting his time? No, I don't think so. I mean, Arjun is not like VD bhai, chalo tumhare paas, you don't have the time, I'll give you some time. I don't think he's that generous, Dushan bhai.
I mean, he's playing decent chess until some point. So time pressure, I don't think Vidit gets affected by it. As I can see, I mean, he's just casually thinking still, even
Hmm.
when he has 8 minutes.
Hmm.
But they do have the additional 30 minutes after 40 moves, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
he has
10
to
more moves to
make
go.
10 more
So
moves.
he has to make 10 more moves. Yes.
Hmm.
But even
I think in
after that,
positions
if
like
Vidit
this,
still keeps thinking, I think he will again get in time pressure.
yeah.
He has done so, by the way. In every game so far, whenever he's got an extra time chat, I think uske baad instantly, a few moves, he's kind of again been in time pressure. So I think for Vidit, it's been like a perpetual problem throughout the entire event. And round 4 pe aa chuke hain. So we are almost at the halfway mark, right? After this 40% of tournament is over. So he's still not solved it. And by the BCS ke baad, now Arjun is thinking, Priyanka, what are you considering as white here? Do you take on c5? Do you move the queen somewhere? Dushan Bhai loves this idea of queen d1 and queen d4. Any moves that kind of catch your mind here?
Yes, I think he will definitely go for Queen D1 because it's not only threatening Queen
Hmm.
D4 but Rook D8, Rook D7, basically forcing Black to take on D5. Yeah,
Hmm. Agreed.
Queen
And I think
D1
if you,
seems like a very strong idea.
yep, and a centralized queen looking towards the king side, queen side. Dushan Bhai, I think ये ऐसी position है जहां पे Vidit could potentially defend, right? It's possible to defend. Now, if let's
Yeah, I
say
mean, in
these,
general, you say that queen knight is better
huh,
than queen bishop in general,
yes,
but this is an open position and the knight have somewhat less, like, it doesn't have any outpost, first of all.
hmm,
Let's say the pawn was on c6 and the other one was on a6, let's say. Then the knight could have been placed on d5 perfectly. But
hmm,
currently, the knight doesn't have any squares which it can be protected on.
hmm,
So that could be an issue, the knight reroute thing.
hmm. So knight doesn't have great squares. So Priyanka, the question is, let's say these guys played 100 games from this position. How many do you see Arjun winning, and how many do you see Vidit holding from this time pressure, like from this phase in the game?
Hmm. Okay, that's a difficult question. So probably I think Arjun could win 30% of the time
Hmm.
because only keeping the time in mind, yeah. Otherwise, I think Vidit could probably hold easier, but
Hmm.
I think keeping time in the mind, I think it's difficult to play. I mean, if he can get his knight to e6, I think okay, rook c5 was played.
Yeah.
Now
So
that shouldn't be
took on
very difficult
c5.
to play.
Ooh, that already pushes the bar down, yeah, to almost
Yeah, I
Yeah,
do think
because
equality.
Arjun should
now,
have played queen d1 at least. Like, keep his queen on d5 instead of.
Hmm.
yes, and now maybe black has to get his knight to e6 somehow, like knight f8, knight e6, or knight e7, knight d5 could be an idea too.
Wow, तो ये तो draw की तरफ बढ़ा है. This is moving towards a draw, yeah. Chad, I don't know, because knight f8, if you do get knight e6, I don't really see like a clear attacking plan anymore, Priyanka. Like, because g7 is the one weakness that's defended. The queen on c5 also does a good job defending this. Should I trade queens, hope for ki bishop versus knight? Maybe I have a chance, or
I think I would go for something like queen d8 first to stop knight c6 as much as I can.
Mhm.
And maybe like try for something like bishop d4 right now is a threat.
Hmm.
Okay, he's played queen d1 after taking on rook c5. What could he have probably missed here? Why not
Yeah.
direct queen d1 if he had spotted it? That is a weird decision to make, I think.
No, he must have
Hmm.
spotted, but I think he saw something which he did not like in that position.
Hmm.
That's what probably must
Again, which I
have
have no idea what exactly.
underestimated queen d1.
I think I'll be knight f8 because I think that's the advantage. You know, you get to d8 quickly. Maybe he thinks there's some play here potentially possible, like because bishop d4 incoming, I could bring the bishop to this diagonal somehow on a good day. I don't see how that's possible though. But maybe he has faith in this position here.
Yeah, but Vidit can still
Or
transpose that or not. Oh no, maybe if he goes queen c7 now, he will go to queen d4, not d5.
Do you mean queen
Like
c7
one move early.
here?
Instead of knight f8, let's say
Ah,
Vidit just goes back to queen c7 and he's just saying,
huh.
you play queen
But now
d5
queen
and it's just the
d5.
same position again. But I
Yeah.
think he will go queen d4 first.
Mhm. Very interesting actually. And chat में एक बंदा स्पैम कर रहा है Queen G64. I'm not sure कि G64 कैसे जाते हैं भाई. I don't see that square. Maybe you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't think you can go here, unfortunately. Um, meanwhile,
इतना दूर
uh,
जाना ही है तो आई मीन g8 ही चले जाओ ना सीधा.
भाई किंग कैप्चर नहीं हो सकता ना यार दुष्यंत भाई. I mean दुष्यंत भाई तभी you have this bad record
I mean,
against me.
if
King
queen
capture
can
नहीं
go to
होता है.
g64, then can go to g8 as well.
Hmm. And by the way, Dushyant bhai, I know you'll have to leave in some time, so I want to check your opinion on this game. That is Nepo versus Nodirbek, because you mentioned you've defeated Nodirbek before. What do you make of this game? Will Ian repeat your performance?
Hmm. I think this position is a bit messy, which is Nepo type, of course.
Hmm.
And yeah, the bishop is too strong. He has some knight g6 and some mating plans, like get something on the last rank and some h8
Hmm.
mate in some time.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think Nepo should win this.
Hmm.
Like
Bit scary,
the
no?
b6 and c6 knights are kind of useless, I would say.
Hmm.
I don't see what they are doing exactly. The a5 rook is kind of defending the f5 pawn, like potential f3.
Hmm.
And white's pieces are just like so good. I mean, I'm
Hmm.
seeing a lot of moves. I'm not sure which one to play. Even maybe something like b4 at some point is could be a threat, because knight b4 sometimes you go queen d8 and you take on c7, you threaten the h8 mate.
Hmm. True. True. Priyanka, your thoughts about the position?
Yeah, pretty much the same. The knight on g6 looks very strong when he gets to play that, and I don't really see what is black threatening, because probably he'll have to go back with the rook to e8 or a8 just to keep an eye on the
Yeah.
ace rank. But white position seems so much better to play, like
Yeah.
so much more easier. Yeah.
Yep, there's not a single weakness. Yeah, maybe B3, but that's very hard to attack. And it feels like Filhal ke liye, Ian has good chances. One more game I want to get your opinion on, Priyanka and Dushant, is this one. How are these knights stuck here? I don't know how this happened. This was the position. Okay, takes on D5, everything captures, takes on E8, now knight H5. And now these knights look impressive, but they are stuck, right? I mean, you can't move either of them. And suddenly black just activates his pieces, and now Shaq seems to have a better game.
Oh, what a crazy position actually.
Yeah, it looks damn crazy. How is he going
I
to
mean, even
untangle
with
his
like 6
knights?
pieces on the board still, it looks like crazy.
Yeah, tricky knights, no? Like, how do you even navigate these knights? It's not easy. The rook is so active. The rook on A1 looks passive. Looks like
I
a
mean, white is
weird
a
position.
pawn up as
Hmm.
far as I can see,
Hmm.
but I don't
But I think he's
think
going to
that.
lose his pawns after knight d5.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose more than one pawn in some variation.
Yes.
Like C3 will hang, F2 is hanging,
Hmm.
and even that A1 rook is just like defending the A3 pawn, nothing else.
Hmm.
So black's rook is so active. I mean, the knights are active for white, but I don't know what they're doing exactly. Like, let's say
Hmm.
you play knight ED5 once.
Hmm.
The G7 knight is just kind of, won't say trapped, but kind of trapped. It can only go to H5 for now,
Hmm.
which will result in like some double pawns and some very weird position. You cannot
Yeah,
move your
White's
F5.
last move was apparently a blunder, yeah? King H2 was a mistake.
Hmm.
I think you should have played something like Rook D1 to just activate, like
Yeah,
give some pawns and go some Rook
Hmm.
Rook
D8 check,
D1.
go Rook D7.
True. At least these nights would make some sense. Yeah, अभी तो ये दोनों यहाँ बस party कर रहे हैं without any support. So I think this is looking very very tough. So hands even under pressure as well. बाकी सब games अभी equally है. So jumping back to the game of Arjun quickly. दुष्यंत भाई, final opinion on the game. Prediction for the result before you leave. क्या लग रहा है इस game में क्या होगा? Arjun Vidit, by the way, Queen D1 के बाद he did choose Queen C7. Your move, the idea to
Oh,
avoid Queen
he
D8.
is he's just playing psychologically. I have no idea why. He's like, Arjun doesn't like this position. Okay, I will just go into this position. I have no idea what Arjun thought, but I will just go into this. He's just
So
betting on
prediction,
that.
Shandai, win, draw, loss for Arjun.
Mm, just because of the time situation, I would say Arjun is going to win this position. And
Hmm.
he is a like slightly better, I would say, not somewhat better. I like some the bishop is much better than the knight,
Hmm.
at least now. If once somehow successfully he gets to knight to e6 and let's say exchanges one of the pawns in the queen side,
Hmm.
or manages to bring the king to e7 and something like some queen exchange, then it will
Hmm.
be a draw. But until and unless that one of at least one of that doesn't happen, I think Arjun is going to win. And my prediction
Hmm.
will be that Arjun is going to win this.
Wow. So that is a bold prediction. Let's see if Vidit Gujarati can manage his clock. He has 3 minutes or so to play 8 moves. So thank you, Dushan bhai, for joining. Chat करिए.
Yes.
तीनों के पास चश्मे लगे हुए हैं भाई. कहाँ जा रही है हमारी जनरेशन?
uh, that is how you become a title player, guys. You have to wear specs.
Nice. Nice.
And
Nice.
if you want to
Nice.
become a top player like Arjun, then yeah, we are just a mediocre players. If you want to become a mediocre title player, then wear specs. Otherwise, don't.
Thanks, Dushan bhai.
Yeah.
We hope to
Yeah.
see you
Thank
tomorrow
you.
as well. Take care,
Yeah.
man.
See you. See
Bye
you.
bye.
It was a great stream.
See you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. So that was Dushyant Bhai, the only guy I've defeated 5.5 and a half. ये मैं जिंदगी भर रिजल्ट लेके जाऊंगा. Priyanka, I don't think we've played before, but hopefully someday. First of all, welcome to the stream again. क्या लग रहा है यार? मतलब
Thank
I think
you.
I want to get your opinion on this one as well, because I did ask Dushyant this. Indian chess overall last couple of years has grown like tremendously. Your opinion on Indian chess overall?
I mean, chess has been booming like in India a lot, yeah. Even when I'm traveling in airport or station, wherever I go, I earlier used to find people playing some temple run, some video games, yeah. Now I see everyone playing chess. More than the
Yeah,
actual professional players, I see them playing more. So that is really nice to watch.
yeah,
And
it
also,
is.
like for sponsors and for players, I think it's getting really nice. So that's a good
Agreed.
improvement, I think.
Agreed. I think इतने लोग आजकल, in fact मुझे याद है, like for example, like some of my friends used to think like chess is for like some people, nerdy people. In fact, like
Nowadays, yeah.
nowadays they are the ones sending me chess reels of like some kid beating up like a strong GM or something. Like they will send me these reels on Instagram. They're like, now even they are hooked onto chess content. So I think there's been a gradual shift and chess is becoming more and more popular, I think.
Definitely. Like even some of my cousins, they would ask, "Have you ever played with Gukesh?" Or even Faustino Oro, they know about him. They
Wow.
follow all the chess-based streams and everything. So it's really
Wow.
nice to know that how hooked people in generally are about chess.
Yeah. And by the way, have you played any of these guys before? Like Gokesh, Prag, Arjun?
I played all of them.
Oh wow. And what's your record?
I have good result because they were too young.
See,
I think I
see
think
that.
I won against Prague. No, I played all of these guys, but I definitely remember I haven't lost with any of them. At least I made a draw
See
with all of
chat,
them.
देखा?
So
This is like a common rule. Like you beat them when they're young. जब तब it's easy, you can do it quickly. बाद में बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. And we can see Dishan ने किया. Now Priyanka has also done it. So that's amazing. Priyanka, we have something in common. And meanwhile, Queen C7 के बाद, I think Queen D5, right? I think is the move. Like I think we have to take over the squares
right.
that the Black Queen has left.
No, I think this is exactly why Arjun has chosen to play Rook C5 first because he
Hmm.
didn't want to. I thought he probably must have thought that Queen on C5 was weaker than the Queen on C7
Hmm.
because of Knight of Fate, Knight E6. Now he has the control of D8 square if there is direct Knight of Fate.
Hmm.
So when the queen was on c7, he must have thought, okay, even though the white's queen was on d5, he could just get knight f8, knight e6. But now
Hmm.
knight f8, he must have thought, okay, queen d8 could probably like be a little
Hmm.
tricky because bishop d4 is also a threat.
Hmm. And my question is, let's say मैंने खेला Queen D5. I'm like, भाई मैं विदित हूँ, मेरे पास I have only 3 minutes on the clock. I have to move my knight again to E6 because I know at some point you could have been mate. I will play knight F6. So what changed, for example, in this position that suddenly white has an edge compared to when we saw it with the queen on C5?
That's what I'm saying. If the queen was on c5, I think he was just slightly worried about queen d8 direct.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because
Hmm.
then the queen bishop d4 is also threatened. But I don't think it's that dangerous because a4 pawn is equally weak.
Hmm. Hmm.
But it's not
Maybe.
easy to evaluate when you have so low time on the
Hmm.
clock, yeah.
Yep. And also you have one weakness here, you have one weakness here. So two weaknesses maybe for Arjun to, alternatively attack. And by the way, Chad is asking, what about Queen H5? Yeah, Queen H5 usually looks very tempting. But here I think it's not really doing much, right? Priyanka, like what do you think
Yeah,
about
it
this move?
doesn't really have any threat.
Hmm.
Queen h5 is like, okay, I think the queen belongs to the d file because queen d4 or
Hmm.
their two weaknesses are b6 and g7. So you have to place a queen closer to the weakness
Hmm.
rather than on h5 because it has no real threats. If there was a knight, then probably you could try to do something, but now I don't think
Hmm.
it has much to do there.
Yep, and Arjun has been thinking for a while actually. Surprisingly, this is one of his longest things, actually 7 minutes, and he has just over an hour. Meanwhile, Vidit has 3 minutes 53 seconds. Look at Vidit. Can we go full screen? Like he's moving back and forth in his chair right now. He like itna nervous energy he has inside himself. Look at him, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what do you expect? He has 3 minutes on the clock.
Oh man, he used to play 8 moves, chat. 8 moves in just over 3 minutes. Well, he's waiting for Arjun to play. He's calculating all the possibilities. I mean, so often than not, you just collapse in these situations, Priyanka. I think it's so tough for Black to play because there's so many options for White. You're trying to calculate all of them, and even if you survive, you're so tired and exhausted. The blunders kind of follows very soon.
Definitely. Also, I think it's difficult to make a decision whether the knight belongs to e6 or d7 because it has to equally protect the b6 pawn as well, yeah? Even
Hmm.
after queen d5, knight f5, bishop d4, where does the knight go? E6 or d7 is a difficult decision to make with so
Hmm.
less time on the clock.
That's a great point actually, because I'm just not just targeting the G7 pawn at some point. And if you play this, then how do you defend this pawn long term? I'm going to put the bishop
Exactly. I
back,
go,
save it, and it's tough. Yeah, it's tough for Black. Maybe knight C5 blocks it, but again, um, Are you ready even for the king pawn endgame? I'm not sure if that's safe for black, to be honest.
No. I think the king pawn is a little too risky, but he can capture with the pawn on c5, and
Hmm.
that should be holdable.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So this is looking interesting for Vidit. Some hopes to hold this. By the way, like, were you surprised, Priyanka? Like, we had four Indian players in the top 10, literally five in the top 11. And then we went to having zero players in the top 10 suddenly. Now we are crawling back. Arjun is back. In fact, he could be world number 6 if he wins this game. Then, of course, Prag is world number 11 now. So, like, oh, that space was surprising. Yeah. Like, we kind of lost all of these players in the world top 10.
I mean, we can't really blame them because they've been actively playing a lot of tournaments, so anything can happen. Like if they were
Hmm.
like taking rest, like they if there was a lot of gap in between the tournaments, then we can understand. Okay, they can come
Hmm.
back, but they've been playing so actively. Like every tournament, you see some strong tournament is happening, and we see Indians playing there. So
Hmm.
rating fluctuations are very normal to happen because I don't see any other top player playing that as much as these young Indian players
Hmm.
are, right?
Agreed.
So I think it's very
Agreed.
normal. And it's
And
only a
talking
matter
about
of time before all of them get back.
agreed. And talking about top Indian players, chat has a question. Whether do you understand Hindi, Priyanka?
Yeah, only incoming, no outgoing.
Okay. So just like my childhood prepaid network. But okay, jokes apart, chat is asking a question, okay? What is the Olympiad
Mm.
team of India Open Women? And I think we've discussed this before on the stream, but would love to get
Mhm.
your opinion. So, okay, Open team and women's team, what do you see as the final lineup for Team India in both the sections?
I think I already mentioned in the last stream that I
Ah, okay.
think Arjun on board one. No,
Hmm.
no, I think I said Nihal on board one because I
Oh,
see that
wow.
he's the only solid player.
Hmm.
So I think he'll do really well on board one.
Hmm.
And then I said Gukesh on board two and three and four Prag and Arjun because they have to like score, yeah. They're very aggressive and with Arjun's creativity on both three, I think he'll do wonders. Like
वाओ सो
that
पिछले वाले
was my
से
logic. Mm.
अर्जुन सेम बोर्ड पे है प्रग इज ऑन 4 गुकेश 2 एंड
Gukesh
निहाल
was
1 या
on. Yes.
बट रिस्की भी है ना भाई निहाल इफ ही समहाउ यू नो like
But
it's his
Nihal
first
is very
olympiad no
solid, yeah. But he's
Ooh.
played in the light, and I know like he's very strong.
Hmm.
He just didn't play enough, but I think he'll do very well.
Wow, that's a very interesting lineup actually. And you know what? By the Queen D5 check. So first he played Queen D4, forced F6, and now he played Queen D5. And apparently it's very interesting. And this is where, you know, chat, I would love to get your opinion on this also. Like, do you think commentators should commentate with engine or without? Because I'll tell you, here King F8 is the only move, with which it finds. But instantly कई बार समझ नहीं आता है. Like, why is this so much better, yeah, compared to King H8, for example? This is the only move here.
Exactly. I still don't understand what is the
Yeah,
move King H8.
yeah, crazy. And King H8, for example, I think the move is apparently Queen A check, King H7, and Queen E4. And
Oh,
essentially, this pin is very, very difficult to get rid
and now
of.
H4, H5, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
this is really smart actually.
yeah. Very smart actually by Arjun.
Now
So
it
he's
makes sense why King H8 is not good because direct King H7 is obviously not good because of the pin, but King H8 also is the
huh.
same because you give a check and then come back.
And he found it, yeah. With it, to his credit, he found this, so that's very nice. But now the king is a little bit open, yeah. On the F8 can be attacked. If this pawn were to ever move, then Bishop D4, Bishop C5 is basically could be curtains. So I think with it, maybe still finding the best moves, but still has to play how many? I think 6 more moves. Chat, 6 चालें और खेलनी है in about 3 minutes. I think he survives. If I had to make a bet, maybe he survives without blundering something in those 6 moves.
It is still very tricky, even if he gets
Hmm.
extra time because of the weakness on b6 and the knight on g6 is too far away.
Hmm.
But if he could get his knight somehow to d7 or probably now, I think d7 is obviously a better square, yeah?
Agreed.
He has
E6
to go
is
knight
now.
e5, knight d7.
Wait, he played something. He played Bishop D4 on the board. Wow, 95 only move, by the way. Had to do it right now with your plan of knight D7, I think. Played by Vidit, so playing
Yeah,
very quickly now.
that's very impressive. Knight e5. I think I'm running it. I'm not getting those moves on the board yet.
हाँ वो move आ नहीं रही है. I'm doing it manually. Some transmission error
Ah,
there. So
Okay.
yeah, I think थोड़ा कैमरा थोड़ा बोर्ड के ड्रामे आई थिंक उस जैसे चल रहे हैं. कई बार तो कैमरा ही ब्लर हो जाता है, तो we don't even have the cameras, but luckily we have them today. And also, I think we mentioned the open session Olympiad team, Priyanka. So now coming to the women's section, what do you see as the lineup and the move order? Like move order, keh raha hu main, board order there.
Lineup is very tricky. I think three players for sure that we know are going to be there is Hampi, Divya, and Vaishali. I think
Hmm.
fourth player is Harika if she chooses to
Hmm.
play, and fifth player I have no idea absolutely because there has been
Hmm.
a lot of changes in rating, right? A
Hmm.
lot of upcoming talents are in top 10 now,
Hmm.
so I don't know who is going to play. But these four players, if I have to choose the board number, I mean, it does not really matter. All of them are very strong.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think Hampi should be on board one.
Yeah.
With her experience, I think in women, I think it's different, and Hampi will do very well on board one.
Hmm.
And Harika is also like rock solid, yeah. You can always rely on her.
True.
Board two and okay, Divya, I think board three, Vaishali, board four. I mean, three and four is like for to score wins, yeah, usually.
Agreed.
One and two should be like strong and very solid, and three and four is like go all out. So
Yep. Makes a lot of sense actually, and I think this is very similar to what we had last time. But I think Humpy ma'am didn't play, so I think we basically uh, Tanya I think kind of maybe doesn't play, and then we have Humpy coming in. Of course, we'll have one youngster very likely. It's not clear indeed. I think could be Vantika, could be I think Savita maybe. I think we also saw I think one more player. I think chat was mentioning the name just now, Shubhi Gupta, who's gained a bunch of rating, but maybe
yes.
she doesn't qualify because of rating average, right? I think it's like April, May, June, if I'm not mistaken. What they
I
count.
think I'm not so sure which list they're going to take,
Hmm.
but we never know. Like the rules keep changing, yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
We
Hmm.
never know. It's so like it's always in the suspense for the fifth board in women, I think.
बाय द वे किंग E7, सो इस किंग ने कहा भाई अब आ ही गए हैं तो पूरा ही सेंटर में घुस जाते हैं. एंड व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दिस पोजीशन नाउ? आई फील लाइक if you trade queens here and even king and king pawn end game now, suddenly like black is much better prepared. So maybe Arjun has lost a bit of his advantage here. Like I don't see how you get to even attack his king. Maybe this is a plan, but this looks too far-fetched. I just don't see how Arjun pushes now. Do you see any plan for black? For white, sorry.
Why? I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure. I think probably first you'll have to like go h5 and fix the pawn structure on the king side,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
then slowly improve because with so less time again, all white has to do is to just play slow and let force with it to make decisions.
Hmm.
For me, I think something like h5 here seems logical, but is queen d7 a move after h5 is what I was thinking.
Ooh, interesting. It is
Because queen
actually.
d7, I cannot go queen e4 because there is a tactic. Maybe you can
Chat
ask
question
chat.
to you. So Queen E4 pe, I will not move the piece. What can black do? Is there a move for black that Vidit will be glad to see happen on the board? Priyanka, by the way, this was a nice spot very quickly. I think Sahaj bhai also spots it very quickly. If somebody had to improve at tactics, how do they improve? कैसे improve कर सकता है कोई?
I always loved solving tactics. So now there is Puzzle Rush, there's Puzzle Race
Hmm.
on Only Chess.
Hmm.
There are several books. I always
Hmm.
like love to solve. So every day, whether or not I do openings or anything, I make sure I do at least some tactics. So I think that is what
Hmm.
helped me a
Yeah.
lot.
So make it a part of your routine chat every day. By the way, yes, Queen D4 is the move. If Queen E4 then takes, and Knight F3, and there is a free piece for Vidit. After this entire grind, I mean, he would absolutely love it to see over the board. So फिलहाल के लिए live position ये है. We have the moves now, Priyanka. I think you can finish the board. So
Yes.
let's see now what happens. And chat is saying, can White just take the knight? So how does the position change here? Priyanka, your thoughts if Arjun just says, okay, I'm going to the Queen endgame now.
Queen endgame is a lot difficult to win, I think.
Hmm.
I don't think I should go for the queen endgame because, okay, even though it may seem like black has a lot of pawn weaknesses, but they're very tricky. Even if you're like 1-2 pawns up, still it's very tricky because black could always give a
Hmm.
lot of couple of checks and then
Hmm.
find a repetition. Because here, even for white's pawn structure, if you notice, it's easy to get perpetual, for example, yeah, on the light
Hmm.
squares.
Agreed. And I think यहाँ पे every pawn is defended. The king can defend these two if need be. Queen also is ready for counterplay. This pawn could be weak as well. So tough to convert this. And I think Arjun वही realize कर रहे हैं. So he's thinking right now that maybe Vidit has consolidated a bit. And if Vidit draws this, that should give him some confidence, Priyanka, I think, because this was not easy. Like great preparation by Arjun. And he played all these moves instantly, and that puts so much pressure on your shoulders. Yeah, you are like battling against an engine for like 30 moves.
Definitely, I think it'll help him improve his confidence a lot. I mean, because the way he defended this position is actually quite impressive with such a low time on,
Hmm.
right? So he found all the nice ideas. The king f8, if you see the last part, he was playing very fast. He was not spending any
Hmm.
time. He was not wasting time. I think he was calculating maybe some decisions he was spending a lot of time because he must have not understood what kind of positions he should go for
Hmm. True.
because there are just too many plans.
By the way, इतने clock की तरफ देखा 50. I think yes, 50 seconds. I think the time is in 350. Okay, my bad. I think it's 3 minutes 50 seconds. So he's still under some pressure. Now I think 4 moves for just under 4 minutes. So much more uh, comfortable for Vidit. उसका 30 मिनट मिलेंगे. That will make the task easier. You can still see him shaking his hands a bit, shaking the chair a bit. He's still a bit nervous. It's hard to suddenly relax. Yeah, and if you relax, you could also blunder. So he's
No, I
still thinking.
think he should be stressed. Only then he can like he will make good moves, I think. If he's relaxed, then he
Ooh,
will not understand the pressure.
and h5 played, by the way. So stop these pawns. But okay, I mean, it could be a target long term. Could be a target maybe in some cases. And Priyanka, by the way, also, I think you might have discussed this before, but क्या लग रहा है Gukesh Sindarov में? I think I discussed with Dushant as well. I think we saw what Sindarov did at the candidates. It was unbelievable. So what do you make of the chances Gukesh has and what he can do? I mean, how does he get his mojo back? I feel like right now Sindarov on paper is a slight favorite, yeah?
I mean, both of them are very, very talented, that's for sure. I mean, that's how even Gukesh got selected for World Championship here, right?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
saw his performance in Olympiad or candidates, he was like incredibly doing well.
Yeah.
But I think he'll be back. Definitely, I think it'll be a very, very close match. And I mean, as an Indian, of course, I'm going to root for
Yeah.
Gukesh for sure. I think he'll
By
do
the way,
well.
Sindarov watches this stream. So,
I mean, he should.
he mentioned it once, like he sometimes watches the stream. So now I'm a bit cautious about making then I'm a bit more tempted to say Sundarov has great chances because he watches it. Otherwise, so we would go full in on Gukesh by 100% win, no doubt. But suddenly I'm like, maybe I should be a bit more objective about this.
I mean, honestly, on paper, even though Sindaro seems like a better like favorite player, but I think Gukesh is no joke. I mean, come on, he's a world champion, and also I think he's got a right match now, right? So
Hmm.
I think he'll be very motivated to play him for sure.
Yeah. By the way, he is playing the Chennai Grandmasters as we saw yesterday, and also he's going to be playing the Olympiad very likely. So two very very important classical events for Gukesh. Can he get his form back, his mojo back? And by the chat, Priyanka chat is asking, what's your rating and which events are you going to play next?
My rating I think is around 2257. I don't even remember. It's been a very long time since I last checked my rating.
Oh
I
wow, when
haven't
did you last
played
play?
a serious tournament. No, I
Ah,
think
okay.
I played national teams, but
Hmm,
before that, the last serious tournament I played was in October.
got it.
So I've taken a long break, but now I'm going to play in July.
Hmm,
I'm going to play 3 tournaments in Serbia in July, and yeah, hoping
nice.
that I'll increase my get at least not increase but get back my rating.
Nice. And meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati also hoping to get back some rating because he fell below 2700. Like it must be a shock, right? I think Jan 2019 is when he last was like 2695. So 7 years, I think he's been there above 2700. I mean, do you think rating is like a metric which affects chess players a lot? Because like, is Vidit being affected by the point that he's not 2700 right now?
I think it's somehow like I think it'll be a factor in your mind for
Hmm.
sure. Like Because rating, people only see what is shown, like in numbers, right? No
Hmm.
matter how strong you are, if it doesn't reflect in your rating, that's what people would assume your strength is. So I
Hmm.
think it kind of plays at the back of your head,
Hmm.
definitely. But I mean, I think he'll for sure come back. It'll not take long.
Yep.
But I was really surprised to see that his rating was so low. I mean, that was really shocking.
Yep, and one draw would do the trick actually. One draw against Arjun will get him 2700 again. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. Meanwhile, so after h5, I think there's one minor target. Maybe white can pressure somehow. I'm not sure exactly how we get to it. Is queen e4, queen f5 a plan? Because I see there is this check, and then suddenly I'm like, is black playing for a win? So it's not easy to kind of transfer my queen anywhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, you really can't move your queen from that diagonal because there's always this queen c6 check
Hmm.
in that diagonal, yeah. It seems very tricky of how um white is going to improve his position. He'll have to
Hmm.
enter some of the other kind of endgame, probably try to exchange the queens or the bishop and knight.
Hmm.
Because the knight on e5 is doing really well for now. And
Hmm.
how else are you going to improve? Probably one move, b3 is all you can do, yeah.
Hmm. Great. b3 kind of defending the pawn makes the position more harmonious. The pawn defends the pawn, the queen defends the pawn, so everything is kind of connected for white. Definitely an improvement, especially in any pawn races. For example, imagine like a pawn endgame, jahan the king is running towards here, you are running here. Black can directly take the a4 pawn. I don't know if that helps in some variation, but b3 definitely feels more connecting the white position. By the way, there's a good question, and I'm glad somebody asked this. Can I play f4? Why can't I play f4? I'm attacking the knight. It feels like a great move. It has to move now. What do you think about this move, Priyanka?
I mean, it is for sure very committal because you're also weakening your king. Let's say I do end
Hmm.
up losing a couple of pawns, but you don't really have a shelter for your king.
Hmm.
So it's very difficult to play this position for a win, I feel, because let's say knight g4 is a very nice outpost,
Hmm.
and you can't really take on h5 because that would for sure lose your queen.
Oof.
Queen c2, king f3, some queen d1, knight f2s, and very tricky
Yeah. I think
for
king.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, very risky chat. Game का objective है king को checkmate करना. So if you play f4, essentially you've weakened your own king. So that could be very dangerous, especially when you have a dark square bishop and black is playing on light squares. So basically this bishop is essentially useless here, I think. So going back, Arjun using some time here right now. I think 48 minutes he has on his clock. I think he's using all his time because he understands that maybe if I don't do anything else, I think it could be a draw in a few moves. And although I don't really see what he can do. Again, if you take, it's not really much. b3, one move, yes. But what do you do next? And Black's king is further advanced, right? Because I can't really move forward, Priyanka. So any pawn end game, Black is maybe even better. Yeah. So not easy to find a plan.
Right, it's definitely not easy. Probably because if you go b3, black will also simply go g6, protect his weakness on h5,
Hmm.
and just keep on passing the moves until they reach 40 moves, and then it should not be very difficult for Vidit to hold.
Hmm. Hmm. And by the way, a question in the chat: if in this sort of endgame, which piece should I take? Do you think a knight is better? Do you think a bishop is better? Like any general advice. By the way, we do have a move, and it is queen to e4.
Okay. In general, in these kind of positions, especially with the pawns on b6 and a5, I think bishop is what you should prefer.
Hmm.
Also, in endgames, bishop does better than the knight because it's an
Hmm.
open position. Bishop can control a lot more squares than the knight.
Hmm.
Unless, like, opponent has a fixed weakness on the opposite color of the bishop, then the knight is
Hmm.
definitely better. But here, as you can see, the pawns of black are fixed on the dark square, so it's really easy
Hmm.
from white side.
Agreed. And Charlie is asking whether Priyanka speaks Hindi. Priyanka told us she doesn't. Priyanka, I'm going to teach you a line in Hindi if you want to learn.
Hmm. Okay.
So you can say, uh, सहज
Sahaj.
हार जाएगा साहिल से.
I mean, you cannot really force me to say that on stream, yeah.
Yeah, it's just Hindi. I'm teaching you Hindi. Like the statement doesn't have to be factually correct.
But I understand Hindi. It does not really mean that I can say
True.
anything. I
इतना भी
said there is
unbelievable नहीं है.
incoming but no outgoing.
But surprisingly, like on Chesscom, like I have a positive record against Saj. We only played one blitz and he lost. He lost because of internet, but he lost.
Then probably it's time that you play again, yeah? Probably best
I
of
think
five
so.
is what you should do.
But again, like, if let's say you have a plus record against Arjun and it's plus, would you play him again, knowing he
Of
could
course.
neutralize it now?
I mean, I don't really mind. How does it matter if I have a good record or not, yeah? If I'm
Fair,
getting to
fair.
play with such strong players, then definitely.
But Arjun will not roast you for it, but Sahaj will roast me for it. So that's the difference. But yeah. Um, one special stream, Sahil says, I think we'll do that some point for sure,
And I
100%.
will commentate on that for sure. I
But I
cannot
feel,
lose that
but are
chance.
you a biased commentator or are you an unbiased commentator?
I'll talk about the position and only the position.
Fair. Um, By the way, a great point by somebody in the chat. Ki Uzbekistan is the next big favorite. In fact, just to add a point there that we are having a Uzbekistan versus US match this year. I think by WR Chess or something, right? Because we had a India versus USA last year. Now we have Uzbekistan versus US, and they seem to have the world number 4. They seem to have the world number 5 as well, and that Uzbekistan number 3 is playing this event, has a rating of 2700. What do you make of Uzbekistan, Priyanka? It feels like in the Olympiad, like they could be one of the strongest contenders to simply win outright.
Definitely, I think their team is going to pose problems for India for sure. I mean, Asian countries are never to be underestimated in general, right? Because there's China, there's us, there's now Uzbek. I think it's getting really tough at the top.
Yep. US also has a great team, but as Hikaru mentioned, I think he's not going to play the Olympiad, but the King F7 played. So that's like a decent move. But now what do? Do you take on E5 or do you play Queen A8? Like, what's the plan? Like, what's the first move that calls out to you?
King F7, definitely the first move that I would see is bishop into E5 because if Fe5, I'm now after Queen F5 winning a pawn by force. But is it enough? Because if black also takes the pawn on A4, E5 is also a weakness. So it's definitely an improvement if you compare it with this position on the board.
So maybe this is the moment, maybe at least I get something. I don't know if you win that as white, but 49 seconds for Vidit with 2 moves to go. What you're hoping is yahan pe koi galti ho jaye Vidit se, because this has the highest
Yes.
probability.
But is he going to, like after bishop E5, do you think he'll take queen into E5 or F into E5?
Oh, good question actually. I'm not even sure because Queen E5 feels like you are all in. Like you are completely all in after this. I don't know because which side do you prefer? Because this could just be complete. See, that's why I don't like these end games. Like one wrong move, it's completely gone. Yeah, you have to now play King E7 for the draw and then maintain some sort of
Because king
opposition. I don't
E4,
know.
king E6. Yes, I
Oof.
think.
Okay, this is and
Because
now
the same
G6.
position black to play, then of course I think white is winning.
Wow, this is
And
so
now,
hard to
yeah.
assess. Okay, but I'm a big fan of King Point games. I want to see them on the board because first of all, they end quickly, and second, they have a bunch of blunders. So that's why I love King Point games. I would love to see it. He over the board, this happens, but I'm not sure if Vidit enters one of them. Do you think Vidit would feel comfortable in this end game potentially?
Difficult to say. I would definitely not be very comfortable with low time. I would just take Fe5 and then keep my chances. I think there's a better chance to hold the possession in a queen endgame than a pawn endgame. Because it's
Agreed.
so easy to go wrong.
True. And of course, he has to make this choice now. So this is the 39th move. 39th move could be the capture, right? So he doesn't have the luxury to think for longer for this move. So crucial moment in the game, chat. This could decide it all. Arjun, if he wins, by the way, he's world number 9. He could enter the world top 6, right where he, deserves to be, I think. Has touched 2800 before. That's insane, Priyanka. I mean, he's the only Indian to do so apart from Vishy, sir.
Yes, I mean, I'm super proud. I mean, but it's honestly speaking, I think it's kind of difficult to win this position. Yeah,
Agree.
like 40th move is nearing, and it is not that easy to win against players like Vidit because Vidit is also super solid. Like if you see Bishop e5, I won't be surprised if he takes Queen e5 because that is slightly more precise, I think. Because in the pawn end game, it could just end in a draw in few moves, or he could end up like losing drastically. But I think
Agreed.
he will hold the position.
And he's thinking. He's still kind of moving around in his chair. Let's go full skin again. I mean, it feels like these two moves are kind of crucial for Vidit. If he gets them correct, 30 minutes extra, I think, आराम से hold करने के chances रहेंगे. The knight on e5, as you mentioned, is a great piece. To kick it away, you have to play f4, which, as we saw, knight g4. Suddenly, it's white who could start suffering. So, crucial moment in the game for Vidit Gujarati. What will Arjun do? He's definitely contemplating takes. That's on the cards, chat. And again, if queen f5 trying to come here to this pawn, we discuss queen c6 check is rather brutal, in fact. And now white has to find the only move f3 or he's lost. So you can't really explore too much. I think options are limited. You could also repeat if you want to, but I think bishop e5 or something like some queen move along this diagonal at some point, I think could be the move for Arjun.
Right, I definitely don't think Arjun would repeat the move at this point because that would just help Vidit to gain more time. He has to make a decision whether it's bishop into e5 or just to, pass a move with b3 or something like that. But definitely, I don't think he will repeat.
Frank, I have a question. So let's say you are stuck on an island and the only way to escape is beat one of these five players, Indian players, and you have 100 games, let's say, but you have to beat them. Which player do you think you will choose among Arjun, Prag, Gukesh, Vidit, Nihal? Like, I will also choose the
So,
name.
what is the
100%.
time control? Is it
Time
bullet
control, let's say it's classical chess. Normal, 90 to 30, no extra time.
classical?
Huh. 100 games there.
Interesting.
And if you have to, the only way to escape the island is to beat one of them in 100 games. And you choose one player and they are your competitor.
Damn, that's difficult.
See, I mean, यही काम करते हैं मेरे साइड भाई यहाँ पे. This is what we do. Discuss hypothetical scenarios for 3 hours because over the board, I
But
think Arjun does most of the job.
I would choose Arjun probably. This is
So,
the most aggressive player. Yeah, if I choose players like Vidit or anyone very solid, the problem is they're too solid to crack through. Yeah, they'll somehow find a very good defensive ways, and they just even if the position is worse for them, they're very like resistant. But Arjun is like very creative.
so he
So
might
that could
overpress in
also
some game.
backfire. Yes, he's very fighting in nature. Yeah, he's not okay with draws. Like, I think that would give me a slight edge if he overpresses.
But he's also in great form though.
I mean, of
That-
course.
so that's going to be
They're
tough.
always in great form. Yeah, all of these young kids, they're always in the great form. So,
Agreed. And Chad, who would you choose actually? Like, let's say you are stuck on an island and you have Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, Vidit, Nihal. In 5 में से you have to choose one name, ठीक है? And अगर नहीं हरा पाए तो you're stuck on the island forever, ठीक है? तो एक बंदे को 100 में से एक गेम हरानी है बस. That's it. That's your entire goal. Which player do you choose and why? Come on. I think I might choose maybe Vidit because Vidit को बोल दूंगा भाई निकलना है आइलैंड से भाई कम ऑन यार एक गेम में तो जल्दी उसको लाइक इमोशनली मैं कुछ बोल कैसे कर दूंगा बट ओके आई थिंक विद इट मे बी आई विल चूज बिकॉज ऑफ द टाइम प्रेशर सिचुएशन आई थिंक नो यू कांट चीट ऑफ कोर्स आई मीन देन तो यू कैन बीट इवन मैग्नस और इवन एनीबॉडी इन द वर्ल्ड सो चैट इज सेइंग गुकेश विदित एक कहता आई वुड डाई स्टार्विंग विदित निहाल गुकेश Hi, nobody else said Arjun. So you are the one who said Arjun, like very interesting actually. Nobody believes they can defeat Arjun.
I mean, it's also
Tough.
Telugu. Yeah, I can also make some dealing with him.
Nice. Very nice. Nihal with crazy opening. Please discuss the evaluation. Oh, Nihal की game चल रही है क्या? We'll have a look at the end if possible यार. फिलहाल के लिए I think I'm gonna focus on this game because this is the one जहाँ पे अर्जुन I feel maybe not so ready to make a move. लग रहा है वो याद कर रहा है किसी मूवी का प्लॉट ट्विस्ट यार उस मूवी में क्या ट्विस्ट था उस प्लॉट में.
Yeah,
Somebody's
his expression does look like that.
You know, he's not really. I'm not sure if he's looking at, maybe not sure if he's thinking about chess right now. He's looking at every single ceiling in the hall. Oh, finally, thank God. Somebody said choosing Arjun or Prague means Tata bye bye. I kind of agree. I think Prague will be the toughest. Who do you think will be the toughest though to beat? Let's say ki, where you could play 1,000 games and still not get one win. Is there a player among those four? जहाँ पे who's the toughest?
I mean, 1,000 is a lot.
हाँ, true.
So I can never be like that sure, maybe.
That is true. Fair enough. Fair enough. But let's say who's the toughest. Let's say who will take the maximum number of games for them to make a mistake and lose.
Mm, Purab definitely, I think, is one of the toughest, yeah.
Hmm.
He is solid and also aggressive. Is like a universal kind of playing style.
Hmm. Agreed. I think I also agree. Chat majority Arjun carry hai. But I also agree. I think Prague will be tough.
No,
I will choose.
Arjun,
Huh.
he is very dynamic. He's
Yeah.
also very, very creative. That could give you a slight chance at least. But other
Hmm.
players are, I mean, he can win against anyone in the world, that is for sure.
Hmm.
But at the same time, it also comes with a risk.
Hmm. True. 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 And I think Arjun, I guess we saw it in the last round of Tape's segment. I don't know if you saw that game, Priyanka. I think जहाँ पे उन्होंने सब pawn फेंक दिए थे. Like एक pawn भी तो घर पे नहीं था. And then he barely survived that game and drew, and then finally went on to play the tiebreaker against Magnus. So Arjun has that style जहाँ पे he will over push, but यहाँ पे he has a slight edge, and I think that's why you see him calculate chat, because he knows कि if he's gonna take on e5, this might be the last critical decision he's making. Yeah, because he might be calculating this exact pawn end game, Priyanka. This is what he might be calculating. Yeah, do I have winning chances here or not?
Very much possible. Like he could be calculating queen e5, but he's not forced to take. So chat was
Hmm.
asking why not queen b7 after queen e5, but I think after queen b7, black's play is a lot easier because he could go king
Hmm.
g6, queen b6. There is queen e4 and a4 pawn is hanging.
Hmm.
So for that reason, I think queen e5, queen b7 is not as strong as queen into e5
Yeah.
and entering the pawn endgame because white has nothing to lose in the pawn endgame.
Agreed. Equal pawns, no pass pawn, tough. By the way, Vidit for the first time gets to get up actually. That's nice to see. पहली बार उसको उठने को मिला because the entire match has been Arjun playing a move and getting up. So now he finally gets to stretch his legs a bit. And Vidit कहाँ जा रहा है? He's not going anywhere. Why? He's there only. He has no time to go anywhere. If he goes anywhere, a washroom break might cost him the game right now. He has what 49 seconds on the clock. He has a range, Priyanka, like what है ना ऐसे वो एक a circle around the board beyond which he cannot escape right now, or he loses the game.
Definitely, I think that is too risky to move. But I think he has his moves ready. If white doesn't do anything concrete, at least he can go g6 and
Hmm.
pass a move.
True.
And I think that was the point of king f7 also. He wanted to go g6 the next move. And okay, if he takes on e5, maybe he must have thought f e5 or queen e5. I mean, it was always
Hmm.
in the area.
Hmm. Hmm.
So it's
And
an easy decision to make. He must have already had decided what to capture back with.
yeah, and Arjun, I don't know if he's thinking of other moves. One of the moves that the engine recommends is Queen A8. Um, but again, like this move makes sense, but what is the next one? I'm again not sure if black just, let's say, attacks the bishop. You have to move the bishop. I put the knight back. I'm not sure what really you achieved.
But
Maybe you
can
want
I not just go
to.
g6 also? Like, for example, queen
Hmm.
a8. I go just g6 because queen h8 is
Also,
never really a threat because you can't move your queen from the diagonal.
also true, actually. Also true. By the way, we have a great answer to the question, your island wala question. And somebody
Hmm?
said, I would choose Nihal because basically he's so used to online chess, he saw him ka patience in you. He loves online chess so much. Over the board, he might just like quit after a few. Great choice, actually. That's great logic. I think Nihal maybe is a big fan of online chess, but nowadays he does love over the board also. He's kind of changing his approach a bit, and now he is gaining rating there. He's in fact ahead of Gukesh right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he's 2721. Gukesh is 2717. So world number 24 Nihal, world number 25 Gukesh.
25.
And yeah, and would love to get your thoughts on that one. Priyanka, I think Gukesh has really kind of I mean, struggled is the wrong word. I think he's had some good results also, but overall, net over the last year, he's lost a bunch of rating. He's lost a bunch of rankings as well. Like, I mean, it's how hard is it sometimes to get out of that slump? Yeah, jahan pe you're just not enjoying chess because of the results.
I mean, it is very difficult. If we see from his perspective, it could also be the pressure of being the world champion, yeah?
Hmm.
Because everywhere you play, like people expect you to win. To
Hmm.
handle such a huge pressure on at such a young age is not a joke. I mean, not many people were able to keep up with the pressure, yeah. So I think that is probably one of the main reasons why he was struggling. Because as a player, I think he's an incredible player, but because of the the pressure that we put on ourselves because we want to prove. Once we
Hmm.
did it, like we have to keep on proving ourselves because people have expectations.
Hmm.
So I
And
think that
yeah,
plays a huge role. But
for
this World
sure.
Championship, I think it's going to be different for him also because he's playing someone that is closer to his age.
Hmm.
So I think he'll feel a lot more comfortable because both the players will have similar pressures. Yeah,
Agreed. I think for Gukesh, it's more like, staying world champion. For Sindaro, maybe he might be more ambitious. I think this is his only shot. It's very hard to, again, go through the same process, right? To qualify for the candidates, then win the candidates, then win the world champion. Nowadays, you don't even get that direct spot to the candidates, right? You have to qualify from scratch. So I think it's tough for both players, but maybe Gukesh more so. In fact, I think he did an interview, chat ने हमें आज ही inform किया, where he said that it's hard to enjoy chess for him right now. And that kind of hit home. It's very tough, yeah? Like, well, it's hard for him to enjoy chess right now because of the results. What do you think about that, Priyanka?
definitely. I think once you start thinking about the results, see, these guys, they do so well at a young age because they don't have any pressure. All they know is to just play the game. Even if you see there are several players on like 12 years, 10 years who are like 24, 25 now with like
Hmm.
2400 rating, right? Because they have no numbers in mind. All they know is to just play chess. But once they start getting that fame, that recognition, they start to feel the pressure. Okay, so this is what I'm getting. So I have to remain in the same position to,
Hmm.
have the same amount of respect. Or it could be respect, fame, or anything. But I think it puts a lot of pressure on the players.
Hmm.
So I think
Agreed.
it does. I mean, it is very difficult, in my opinion.
Yep. And chat मजा आएगा वर्ल्ड चैंप्स देखने में. That will be in November last week, जहाँ पे 20 days of tense action between India's world champion Gukesh Damaraju and Uzbek potentially number one Sindarov. And it's going to be fun
Yeah.
to watch that one. But meanwhile, I think किंग की बात अभी भी लोग सोच रहे हैं. चैट करिए, we have two WGMs. By the way, I mean, I don't know मुझे WGM टाइटल क्यों दिया लोगों ने. I have no idea, by the way. But
I heard you got a WGM norm, yeah, in
हाँ
the
वो.
last tournament you played.
So the joke is कि I have had three performances like which qualify me for a WGM norm basically. Like I think like 2400 is the performance, right? I think for WGM
Yes.
norm. So I have three performances like 2448, 24 something, 2410 something. So technically, like I could have norms technically, but I still don't have the 2300 rating chat, so I missed out unfortunately. Sorry.
So that was the reason. Now you can't be surprised why they think that way, yeah?
हाँ मैं खुद ही पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मारता हूँ. Do you know that proverb, प्रियंका? पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी
Yeah.
मारना.
Huh, I heard. I
हाँ.
have a lot of Hindi speaking friends, so
Oh, nice, nice, nice. So Sahaj भाई बहुत मारते हैं पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी अपने. So I've picked it up from him. But meanwhile, this 049 I've been seeing for the last half an hour. I'm like, this is like playing on my mind a little bit. Like I feel like Arjun is torturing with it यहाँ पे कि भाई for two moves you have to just stay here. You can't go anywhere. The longer time Arjun takes, the more nervous Vidit gets. He's like, भाई मुझे washroom जाना है, मुझे काम में कुछ खाना है. I'm not able to eat anything. Bro, play.
but he could also get the rest that he deserves, yeah? Like he's also getting some time
Hmm.
to, just stretch out a little bit.
True.
Also think about the position. Like he would probably be thinking about what to capture back after bishop e5, for example.
Hmm.
So with this is also getting the time that he needs.
Agreed. But right now, I don't know what he's. Do you have the beauty cam? Do you know where Vidit is? Bhai, can we see where Vidit is
Isn't he
standing
the
right?
one walking in front of the camp?
We have this side angle, but we don't see him here also. Um, oh,
He's
that's Vidit,
walking
yeah.
nothing. Huh.
Can we go full screen? Yeah, that's Vidit. Oh, so he is walking. He's there in front of the board. So he's pacing. Yeah, that's Vidit. No, I think. Okay, yeah, there he is. There he is. There he is. I like this angle actually. It's like with it coming in again and again. Why? I don't know. Like that would be distracting for me as a player. With it coming in facing like this. Bhai, move chal fir dikhata hu.
You can't really blame him because he has
True,
only
true, true,
49 seconds, yeah.
true, true, true. But it's gonna be tough for Vidit, man. I think two moves and he'll be much, much more satisfied and calmer. So Arjun, I feel like he's about to play. As मुझे लग रहा है, he's finally locked his eyes on a certain move. I wonder that's bishop takes e5 chat. Queen d5, as Priyanka mentioned, I think repetition would not favor Arjun because he's the one who's there on the clock. So offering that free repetition to Vidit does not make sense. Queen 8 we saw, but again, it doesn't change anything in the position actually. So you can't really move the queen here. You can't move it here because the knight attacks. You can't move it here because it's attacked. You can't move it here. You have to stay on this diagonal. The king is already at its peak shape. Bishop as well. So you're very limited options, Priyanka. I think bishop e5 or yeah, I just don't see any other realistic move
I mean,
that
I
puts
think
pressure on
he
it.
has to go for bishop e5 at some point or the other because if he keeps playing the same position, I don't really see how he's going to play for a win. So I'm surprised that he's spending a lot of time at this crucial point of the game, yeah? He should have taken bishop into e5 immediately, so that puts Vidit on a tough spot.
Agreed. भाई चैट देख रहे हैं हम हर्ष भाई बिल्कुल चैट देख रहे हैं भाई चैट पढ़ना हमारा काम है भाई दैट्स आवर आई डोंट नो दिस लाइक होता नहीं एक कैसे एक कर्म होता है किसी का कुछ करना भाई वो हमारा चैट पढ़ना एक कर्म है भाई सो वी ऑलवेज लुकिंग एट द चैट एनीथिंग यू वांट टू से चैट लेट अस नो इन द कमेंट्स एंड मीनवाइल we should show other games. I think I'll tell you why. So I think basically Ian's game we saw. Let's do a quick round of all the games. Priyanka, I'm going to ask you for a prediction for all the games very quickly. 30-second recap of each game. Current position, Nepo versus Nodirbek. What do you think happens in this game?
No, definitely, I think Nepo is going to win
Wow, that will be
because of the
huge.
piece placement and also like if you see White's pieces are all the pieces are almost on the best squares that they can be on. And if you look at Black's pieces, they're very passive and g6 square is a weakness. The knight always has to keep an eye on g6. I think I think Ian is going to win.
Wow, so Ian could defeat the world number 4 and this would mean Nodirbek falls below Sindarov. I think for the first time ever, I could be wrong about this, but I feel like it's the first time he would be behind the ratings. But regardless, big win for Ian Nepomucci coming, but he has 13 minutes to play 6 moves, I think doable territory. Next, we have Hans against Samidyarov. Finally, the knight situation has resolved. But what do you make of this one, Priyanka? Any predictions for this game?
This looks interesting. Wow. What is this position still? But if White can get his king to g6, then... But still, I don't think there is any way out, even for White. Yeah, king g6, there's also this rook e6 check, rook g3 checks. Knight f4 is... It looks pretty dry because, okay, Black also has a4 pawn to put pressure. So this is, I don't know, probably... Okay, with 16 minutes on the clock, I think. This should be close to equal, I think.
Yeah.
But it still looks very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. In fact, one of the best moves for Black is knight takes b4, which to me is... It's winning. Wait, what? I thought it's working. I think it's an engine error. I thought how is this working? Just getting a pass pawn. So it's not working. So an engine error there. But regardless, I think I agree with you. Like king getting g6 would be awesome. But I think also the king stuck on the back rank. This a pawn, as you mentioned, if this pawn falls, then, for example, that's why the move knight takes b4 just to push this pawn at the right moment could be very interesting. Black also has these 2 pawns ready at the right moment to, kind of push very, very quickly. These pawns are doubled. So quite an interesting game where maybe roughly it's even, but anybody could win. Would that be a correct summary of the game, Priyanka?
Correct. anybody could win because, okay, black has chances because of the passer that he has on the a5, and
Hmm.
white because of the weak king of black in the
Yeah.
corner.
So quite a dynamic game. Next one we have Yakubov versus Mukidin. Mukidin is Sindarov's second. It feels like after two wins,
Mm,
Priyanka in the first two rounds, Madaminov is struggling. I think people have kind of figured out that he has great opening prep. They're trying to navigate that opening prep, avoid his preparation, and suddenly with the black pieces, Yakubov winning against him.
yes, definitely. I think he is going to win in just few moves. I think because he's already a pawn.
Hmm.
Also, he has extra time on the clock and 40 moves are
Yep.
nearing. So I think it's an easy game for black
Yep.
for sure.
So Yakubov on path to win that crucial game here. Will go to 2 points. And the final game apart from Arjun is Nicholas versus Samshideen. Again, looks very interesting,
Hmm.
but the bar comes and
Yes.
says equal.
But I think I kind of would prefer white in this position,
Hmm.
even though white is an exchange down,
Hmm.
because of the weakness on e4 and f6, and the king in the corner looks kind of very dangerous.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because especially d6 square is being controlled by the c5 pawn. So probably one idea could be to go something like rook g2 and putting pressure on e4 pawn, like unpinning the rook.
Hmm.
It
Agreed.
definitely seems like white has the better side of the equality, if anything.
Agreed. I mean, the king stuck looks very weird, and if this pawn were to fall, it is curtains. That is the end of the game for Vokidov. And time-wise, also, I think White has more time. In fact, we had a couple of brilliancies here. Black played knight to e5. That's one of the brilliancies, and then White played d takes c5 as the second brilliancy. So both guys kind of showing off some chess skills here, but it
Hmm,
looks like an interesting game, balanced but dynamic.
definitely. Yes, I think this could go any this could be anybody's game.
So Priyanka, I think jumping back to our super duper exciting game जहाँ पे पिछले 50 मिनट से कुछ नहीं हुआ है because Arjun is like घर लेके time जाना नहीं है मैंने might as well think about every single possibility because he's been thinking for 25 minutes now. So he's actually crossed Vidit's longest think, I think. I don't think Vidit thought for 25 minutes on a single move. So he's definitely considering the pawn end game. I think that's the only explanation in my head.
Definitely. But I'm still surprised of how he's spending so much time in this position. Because if he
Huh.
doesn't take on e5, what is he going to do? How is he going to improve the possession? Is there any other way? Because I can't seem to find anything.
Yeah, I just don't see it as well. So Arjun Erigasi, I I think
I mean,
he's
if it
just
is
going to.
going to be a
Uh,
draw, then he might as well take on e5 and then test his opponent out, yeah?
Agreed. I like that. I like logic because there's nothing better, right? He knows he cannot move the queen away from this diagonal. That's very obvious. He knows the knight will not move. He's not going to be cooperative, and I am not going to play f4. So essentially, the only option is: do I take here or do I wait? And if I am going to go for a critical choice, might as well force it now when my opponent has to play two moves in 49 seconds. So I'm not sure what he's thinking here. Chat, क्या लग रहा है क्या सोच रहे हैं अर्जुन एरिगेसी यहाँ पे रियल आंसर्स नॉट द रॉन्ग आंसर्स
Also, maybe another idea could probably be f3, bishop f2, and somehow, attack the pawn on h5, but black could just go d6. I don't really see any other way, yeah? Because even
या
if you do create some g4 passer kind of ideas, but with the knight on e5, I don't think black will have any problems.
Agreed, I think. Because at the end, when you, as you mentioned earlier, when you push these pawns, your king becomes weaker, second rank is now weaker, and it's going to be way harder for you to even push these pawns without a perpetual. So I think maybe in a bishop versus knight in game, that could be a nice plan, but if you don't lose the pawn, of course. But it's very tough. And somebody said he's calculating every single possible scenario. Once they get the extra time, he's going to start blitzing again. That might be a good assessment. But I think like at this point with 27 minutes, he's probably calculated everything already. At his level of calculation, he's not gonna take 27 minutes to figure out details here, Priyanka.
Definitely. I'm actually kind of wondering what he could be really thinking about. Probably the main decision is whether or not to take on e5 for sure.
Hmm.
If not take, then what? How else can he
Hmm.
put pressure is what he must be thinking about.
Hmm. And I am thinking maybe, hmm, I just, yeah, जितना मैं सोच रहा हूँ उतना मुझे कोई चाल नहीं दिख रही यार. I have no idea what he's gonna play. And
Probably something like is b3 like a move because I could go b3
hmm,
and then move my queen e3 or something, or f3 bishop f2 queen e3 because I'm protecting all of my weaknesses,
hmm.
and then probably
Let's say अभी
I'll
g6
try
your
to
move.
put pressure on b6.
I just play
I'm
this.
thinking whether I should start with queen e3.
Okay.
Because queen e3, queen c6. No, after b6. After
हाँ, okay.
b3.
b3, g6, queen
g6.
e3.
If queen e3, queen
Check.
c6, there's f3. And queen
Hmm.
c2 is there. You can't even go queen f2. That is the problem.
Ooh, queen
That's why I
f2,
wanted to
queen
keep the
b3.
bishop on f2
Hmm.
instead of the queen on e3 with starting with f3. But then I can never really take on b6 if black just places his queen on c6 because f3 is always in the air.
Hmm. Very interesting, actually. This plan is quite nice. But again, like I feel like Arjun might be considering this, but he knows that objectively this is also likely going to be a draw. And yeah, I mean, for it, Arjun is tough because he did get his prep. So when you get like 27 moves of prep over the board, you're kind of hoping you win. Yeah, that's the dream scenario for you because the 27 move की prep खेली and still your opponent
Especially
draws.
with the time scenario.
Huh.
So
It's not the ideal setup here, and he would love to win. He's very ambitious, of course. He will go to extreme lengths to take that risk. Risk tolerance बहुत high है. Did you remember the game, Priyanka, जहाँ पे first round of Olympiad against some, I think 2400 IM or GM he played a game. Do you remember that game?
but he was not spending time in that game, right? I think he won that
Huh.
game very fast.
Huh. So he sacked a piece for a pawn. And it
Ah,
was +3 for his opponent, and he simply couldn't handle it कि मैं अर्जुन से इतना better हूँ, piece up हूँ, and he won that game as well. So that's the kind of risk he can take sometimes to win a game. So Arjun, I mean, big fan. Let's see how he plays. By the super chat by Mandir bhai, thanks for Mandir bhai. Hello Tiku bhai, big fan. Liked your video on CV Rakha review. अरे ये क्या Mandir bhai, कुछ भी मतलब है, new here. Thanks for, by the way, he's taken on e5. Big decision finally. After a 31-minute think, Arjun has taken on e5. Priyanka, pawn से ही queen से किससे मारेंगे क्या लगता है?
I think pawn would be safer, but now that he has so much time on the clock, probably with the queen.
भाई वीडियो भाई अब क्या सोच रहे हैं? He had, wait, I'm confused. Why did he not
Just
play
making
instantly?
sure,
हाँ. Okay.
like, that he's not blundering. I think I'll take with the queen.
Come on, Vidit bhai. Oh, he takes with the pawn. He doesn't want the
He
pawn
takes
in
with the
game.
pawn.
Wow. But check played, and now, of course, King G8 only moves. That's not a shocker. He plays it. But now pawn up for Arjun, Priyanka. Yeah? At least something he has. At least something objective. Oh, he doesn't take it. Ooh, interesting. कहानी में twist. And after Queen C6, what's the plan really?
So he got the additional time, right?
Yes, 30 minutes now. Both players have
So what
gotten
was
there.
he worried? So probably he didn't want to give the a4 pawn.
Yes, if Queen H5, as we saw, I think Queen C6. Let's say, I don't know, King or Queen move, whatever. Then you pick
King
up the
moves,
pawn on
then
F4.
queen a4, queen
Queen
e5.
D5,
Not an easy
King
position to
H7.
play.
Yeah, probably he was worried कि, these pawns are easy to push. But okay, I have 3 versus 1. I mean, could have been one of the ways to maybe at least create something. But he doesn't choose it. And now I think it's, what do you make of this position? Like, I mean, is it, there's some pressure on black, or do you think Vidit has already completely equalized?
Definitely an improvement from the position that he had.
Hmm.
Because I think it's easier to defend this position. Okay, b3, probably black could just go queen c6, right? Queen c6, king moves, and queen c5.
Where
How
do you
is
move
he
the
going to
king?
improve? If king
G1.
h2, then I was thinking queen c5. If king g1, also queen c1,
Yes.
and I force your king to h2 and then go queen c5. No. King
Okay,
G1,
here.
I go Queen C1. Yes.
Queen C1, okay. And King H2, you go
And
Queen
then
C5
Queen
again.
C5.
It's tough, yeah. So I have to block with my queen, I think. You will keep giving me checks until I block with the queen, I think.
Right.
Now, do you again enter the king pawn? And this looks even more risky for me somehow as black. I don't know. Because your king is on G8 now.
No. I mean, it's not necessary.
So
Why
then
should I
maybe
even be?
queen, queen is,
Maybe I can go Queen E6.
queen E6, queen
But
H5.
Queen H5, Queen B3, Queen E8, King H7.
Okay, I mean,
Okay,
this
now this
is,
position.
black can
You
be
could win
really
the
nice.
B6 pawn with Queen B8, Queen D6, but okay, that should be holdable. Queen
Yeah,
E4 and A4, for example.
true, true. And usually chat in queen and games, the number of pawns matter less than the fast, most advanced pawn. So I think this pawn is kind of more than sufficient compensation here for black. So yeah, I think this should be an easy draw. So interesting. And queen end games are tricky, Priyanka, as we know. I think they can always go either way. But Arjun still feels he has something here because he went for this and he's going to push for a while. And what he's hoping for is the second time pressure phase for Vidit now. After these 28 minutes end.
Yes.
Um, Vidit will defend this GM for a reason. Why? He is a super GM. But sometimes, playing a super GM, it can be tough. Wow. And Priyanka, our producer, Samay Bhai, is a big fan of long games. Like, if the game ends quickly, he's like borderline angry. He's like, why did Vidit end the game quickly? Why? Like, we could have done it we could have had a long game. So he's very excited. Samay Bhai, are you excited? But yeah. Okay, so this is, I think, looking like a calm position now. One look at the Ian versus Nodirbek game, Priyanka. Maybe this is where we have, sharper action.
Yeah, I
Apparently, Rook
think
A5
Jan,
was winning, but he made a mistake. Yeah, what do you make of this position? Maybe some improvements for black.
so Rook C5, I'm just going through the game. Knight
Hmm.
E7 and Queen D7.
Hmm.
It still does not look like black is out of danger yet.
Hmm.
The engine might claim that
Hmm.
it is equal, but I still don't think it's easy. Also,
Hmm.
they're nearing to 40th move, yeah?
Move 3 more moves. Yes. 3 moves where a mistake could be very, very possible. In fact, after queen takes b7, black has to just take the knight with the rook. That's the only move in the position. So regardless, it's not easy decision making for
Hmm.
Nodirbek
Once you
Abdullah.
see it, I think that's what Jan must have missed. Once you see it, it makes so much more sense because there's Queen D1, Queen E2, and there is always this Queen G4 check check perpetual thing coming. But I think Abdul will not let go of this chance for sure. If
Yep,
Queen B7, I'm pretty sure he must have seen Rook into F4.
agreed. And सोच रहे हैं, I think Ian is also thinking right now what to play as white. Apparently, the best move is b5, which is not easy. I think Queen b7, Rook f5, everything is hanging, and to kind of play b5 calmly is very, very, very tough. And in the meantime, going back to the Arjun game for a while, we have a super chat. होलसम सुपर चैट भेजे तो कुछ भी बोलते हो, अच्छे भेजे तो बैन कर देते भाई. वेरी सहज भाई. भाई बैन तो मैंने कभी नहीं किया, ये हमारे मॉड जी होंगे जिन्होंने बैन किया होगा. थैंक्स भाई. सहज भाई विल बी बैक on a future day, I think very, very soon. And he's busy right now. He's building a website. भाई उनसे पूछना क्या वेबसाइट बना रहे हैं वो. By the way, question by chat. As a WGM, I don't know which WGM is addressed to me or Priyanka, but I'll speak it out anyways. Do you like tournaments with format like Norway chess or a tournament format like this, Priyanka?
Definitely Norway chess.
It is
I mean, it's
exciting,
really
no? Like I
nice.
say.
It's very exciting, yes. I mean, it's
It's like,
interesting that after you make a draw, for example, I would actually look forward to draws just so I could play in Armageddon, yeah. For the very first time, I would be excited to make a draw. So
That might be
I mean,
many
that's a
people actually.
really,
Yeah,
yes, that's very exciting.
agreed. And Vidit, by the way, is still thinking, still no moves by with Gujarati. I wonder how much time he'll take because the last thing he wants to do is again fall in the same time pressure chat. That's what we want to avoid because एक बार भगवान माफ करता है, दो बार नहीं करता प्रियंका. I hope you understood that. Did you understand?
Yeah,
So what I said was basically I think God will forgive you once, but not twice.
not twice. Yeah.
And I'm hoping he doesn't kind of fall in time pressure again.
No, I think this position, if once he gets into time pressure, it's very difficult because
Hmm.
queen endgames are already very tricky as it is.
Hmm.
With low time, okay, it could get very ugly.
Hmm. And Arjun, by the way, again, not at the seat. And Priyanka, aajkal, Vidit has gotten into vibe coding and so on. Have you gone into AI a little bit, essay, explored it a bit? Yeah, anything you've done, explored with it? Kuch bhi?
No, not so much.
So, VD bhai, I think you need to start something for all of us. I think हमें भी थोड़ा सिखाओ यार. I think we all need to get into AI. Chat, let us know. Chat, तुमने क्या क्या build किया है AI के साथ? बताओ भाई. What have you built? Let's go. Um, can't we play queen f7? And if queen takes, then okay, queen f7 is what chat is suggesting. So they want to basically trade queens. And if you don't take, they want to take on b3. What do you think of this move?
But
Queen f7.
this, I think queen e5, queen b3, queen e8, queen h5,
Hmm. This looks
with a
like,
check, and then I go queen e8 check and h5 maybe. Yeah, queen e4 maybe.
yeah,
Yeah,
h5 also looks nice.
just but maybe queen e4, even like controlling the d5 square,
Hmm.
and now slowly start pushing your points.
Agreed. And it's not easy to push this pawn now, right? So it becomes very,
Exactly.
very difficult. For black to create that pass pawn, as we saw, it's very important for black to create counterplay if black is a pawn down, which is the case here. So build web products for office, not anything for me. अपना भी बनाओ भाई, जरूरी है यार. I made Tikku simulator. Okay, what does a Tikku simulator do? I should not ask this question, but I'm gonna ask anyways because I'm curious. What does a Tikku simulator do, Weber bhai? I would love to know. Meanwhile, question: why not Queen C1? Acha, you mean in this position after B3? Why not Queen C1? But my question to you back is: what is the idea of Queen C1? What are you threatening? I just don't see anything. You
Probably
don't
they
even.
mean queen c3.
Queen C3 could be more logical. Yes, you attack this pawn. Um, Interesting
But I think it
possibility.
still remains the same as queen e2 f7, yeah?
Agreed. There's this check which is apparently just winning because you can just pick up
And
b6
then just
actually.
queen b6.
Not that's what I would play. But I think Arjun would play this one. And suddenly flick up on gaya. And now this is lost again. Somebody built a tax sharing platform. Wow. Like people are building crazy stuff with AI actually. I'm kind of surprised. And I saw Vidit once kind of talk about AI with some AI experts on Twitter. I was like, man, bro knows a lot. So सिखा दो यार विधि भाई जरूरी है. Um, easy. Tikku simulator will shout what every 10 minutes. Why? It's based on a blunder. So जब तक blunder नहीं होगा, you will not hear what. So it can't be every 10 minutes. It will look stupid otherwise. वैसे तो काफी smart लगता है नहीं? What do you think, chat? Um, Vidit always plays for draw. Do you know someone who always plays for a draw? Priyanka, like koi player. You don't have to name anybody. But
I
have
mean,
you
even if I
faced?
do know, I can't name. Yeah.
So do you know somebody like have you played against a guy who's always like okay मैं draw ले रहा हूँ like and is it like frustrating or is it like okay he's playing for a draw that means I have good chances now ये win पे तो खेल ही नहीं रहा है.
It is frustrating, honestly.
Hmm.
It depends on the standard of the player. If much lower is playing for a draw, then it's good because you don't really have any danger
Hmm.
because they're not looking for ways to play for a win. So that
Hmm.
way it is good. But if a decent player is playing for a draw, then it is very, very annoying. Because if
Hmm.
you overpush, you could end up losing, but at the same time, like, how do you win? Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, true. And somebody said the Queen C1 guy wants to capture his own pawns. That's why he played Queen C1.
Come on.
Interesting logic there. Possible. By the way, Queen C6 and Queen F3. Arjun is again offering the king pawn endgame. Please, Vidit, take. Why I love king pawn endgames. There was this book by Daniel King, like exclusively on king pawn endgames. Like he had this book, jahan pe different transpositions, and you enter king pawn. The entire book was just conversions into king pawn endgames. Insane book, actually.
I haven't
देखना try करना. Crazy
checked
book,
it
by the way.
now.
Um, can we play Queen E8 now? You mean here? I mean, अब तो white ने खेल दिया. But Queen E8 खेल सकते हो, but this is, I think, passive. White gets Queen D5, and then you're basically defending. I think Queen on C6 is much more active, and this angle is quite irritating for White because it forces the Queen to come back every single time. This is dead draw, Kere Raghav. Would you say this is a dead draw, Priyanka?
Mm, I would half agree because
Hmm.
this position, okay, even if you simply go queen e6,
Hmm.
although it may seem like black has a lot of pawn weaknesses, but so does white after b3.
Hmm.
So whenever you take on, let's say, queen e6 in this position, if
Hmm.
queen h5 and this queen b3, even a4 pawn is under attack.
Hmm.
Even if I lose the b6 pawn, I could always give check and try to push the a4 pawn
Hmm.
in exchange
Yep.
for some repetition.
Yep. It's very hard, Chad, because ये pawn दौड़ेगा. I mean, you can't trade queens, first of all. This is outside the square. तुम लोग को याद होगा ये rule, hopefully. The king cannot catch up with this pawn. And if you keep queens on, I think whatever, then just pushing the pawn. Black को कुछ सोचना ही नहीं है. And this is just an easy draw. White will have to force a repetition somehow. So I think, and let's look at the king pawn endgame actually, Priyanka, because takes optically does this look risky for black? एक तो गया exact moves, एक होता है optically does it look risky, like is with the thinking कि भाई इसमें घुसना ही नहीं है मुझे king pawn endgame में.
But I'm just thinking, see, I am very bad at pawn in games. I absolutely hate pawn in games. So I'm just thinking, king f7, let's say even king e4, king e6, and f3,
हाँ
g6.
हाँ. First of all, which pawn? Okay, f3 you have to push, I think.
f3, I thought yes. g6 and
G6.
g4, for example.
हाँ. Oh, g5
Oh my
wins.
goodness. See, this is why I don't like pawn in games. Yes, okay.
Understandable. And that's why I think you probably have to go f4 or
I'll
move
go
the king back.
f4.
King back should be your draw,
Hmm.
but f4 takes and king
Take,
f6, an
take,
easy
and
draw.
king
Yeah.
f6. Yeah, now it's an easy draw. I was only worried about g4 because I can take on h5 if not with g5. Like if black didn't have g5, I could take on h5 and try to create a path for my king.
Zugzwang.
But
Yeah.
of course, this g5.
Here takes, then king gets in, and I think the h pawn will queen first. So this will be winning. But unfortunately, I mean, I think we've all fallen into this trap once in our lives. That's g5. And suddenly, chat, it goes from better for white to completely winning for black. That's why Priyanka said she doesn't like these endgames because it can turn around any second. So exact move order. For example, king f7 is the only move for Vidit. King e6 is the only move. No, king f6 doesn't work. King e6, f3, g6 only move. And now, like he used to play only moves till the very end. It's not too tough actually because majority of pawns are fixed. So that helps with its case of understanding that a king pawn endgame is a draw.
Right.
By the way,
But
comment.
I think for them, it should not be very difficult to find these.
Yeah, I agree actually. It should not be difficult for Vidit.
He's probably thinking whether he should be concrete and take on f3 and force a quick draw, or just go simple queen e6. I mean, he does not even have to make any hard decisions there. Just go queen e6 and keep the game going, but he knows he has draw in his hand.
What would you choose, Priyanka, here? Let's say you calculate everything.
There is no doubt. Even if I know queen f3 is a dead draw, I would just go queen e6 because I know I'm not losing there.
Fair enough. VD has a bad history of king and pawn games. Really, which game are you talking about, Rohan? I'm not sure. Where did he lose? Because he lost for endgame like Rook Knight versus Rook. He lost to Magnus. That I remember. But uske alawa, I don't remember anything. And somebody is screaming e4 in the chat. But
Yes,
why
I don't
e4?
understand. What is e4?
But why e4?
But e4 isn't that losing the pawn on h5? They want to go e3. But
Yeah, I
then
think you
there's
want to go.
queen f3 again.
Yeah,
And then
yeah, I
the
think pawn is lost because you could push this and make a new queen, but I'll take your old one. So net you will still have one queen on the board only. Um, yeah, I think it's just losing a pawn, Chad. I think e4, I think looks more tricky than it is,
but
and
I just take on. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And even if you don't take, let's say this was defended with g6, this queen e3, and this is now a target. I mean, this is a target, so it's not helping black that much. If he wants a draw, I like Priyanka's move queen e6. I prefer king pawn end games. I'm okay with it entering this, but I think both moves look very nice, just to kind of liquefy easily. Why chat has so many sessions? What about queen c2 now? You see, like everybody has a different way to tackle this position. Like everybody has different moves. What do you think of this move, Priyanka? Queen c2.
Queen c2 could also be a good move, I think, keeping eye on the opponent's weakness. Because queen
Hmm.
h5 now, I think there is. So queen h5, I think I take queen b3, and it's the same. Yeah, we're always
Same.
entering this endgame of pawn down, queen
Yes.
endgame, where black has the activity and a passer. I
Hmm.
think queen c2 is also a good move, but I would
Hmm.
protect. I would choose to protect my pawns and go queen e6. But queen c2 also seems
Hmm.
like a good move.
Agreed. I think also very active. So makes sense, chat. Great suggestion. I am enjoying mangoes while watching the stream. Great, brother. I think it's the season indeed. Um, by the way, tomorrow, I think round number 5, we have Vidit versus Hans and Nodirbek versus Arjun. So, what do you think about that matchup? Nodirbek with the white pieces against Arjun with black, Priyanka.
Does it really matter which color Arjun plays? Because he's so creative with the openings.
True.
He's always up to something, yeah. In fact, it's a lot more interesting to see him play from black.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
that's going to be
So
really exciting.
yeah, it'll be exciting chat indeed. It's going to be a crazy match. By the way, Hans Niemann has drawn his game today against Shaq. So we saw, I think, let's see how it ended. I think we left it somewhere here,
Mhm.
right? C6 was played. Now he took the pawn.
Right.
Knight f6. Wow.
What
And if
is knight f6?
f6, what's the plan? Wait,
I
what?
don't really understand what.
Wait, what?
No, I think it's a glitch
Yeah,
for
it's a
sure.
glitch for sure. Because I was confused.
I
Wait,
mean, he
what?
cannot be.
Knight f6 and then knight g4. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
it has to be a glitch, I think. Very likely a glitch. But okay, it's a draw regardless. So that's the first. Okay, today the games are lasting very long, actually. First result only now. And going back to Vidit, who's still shaking his chair, but no moves. Yes, he has 12 minutes, Priyanka. I told you this is exactly what will happen. He will think for 15 minutes again. And more time, jo extra time hai, it goes to waste. Now he might as well take this queen because I'm telling you, if he plays queen e6, he's going to lose this. It's going to be tough for him. But kahin na kahin galti karega in time pressure.
I mean, if he's going to play queen f3 after such a long thought, then definitely it's going to be a draw.
Hmm.
Because he must have calculated every possible way.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, I don't really know why he's spending so much time. Just because he has extra time on the clock, yeah?
Yeah. And Priyanka, I have a question. So you've commented for 2 days now. What's the best part about commentary so far? Let's say compared to playing. Is it super exciting games like these ones? Jahan pe ek hi end game mein 50 minutes people think, or what's the best part you think is like about commentary so far?
So for me, I am not the kind of player who watches a lot of live games
Hmm.
by myself. So I like
Hmm.
to play, but not like watch a lot. So when I'm commenting, like I can see a lot of new ideas. I can learn from how these
Hmm.
players are thinking, what is the critical position. Like
Hmm.
for my chess, also, I think it is like it is
Hmm.
improving a lot, yeah. Because I know
Yeah.
if they're thinking in a certain position, I would ask myself the same question: would I spend time on this position? Do I think it's a critical position or not?
Yeah.
So it's always
Uh,
nice and challenging.
Yeah, agree with that one. I think Sahaj Bhai also mentioned this point, and I think I also agree. In fact, we had this video shoot with Vishy sir once. I think no, it was commentary only. I think yeah, just before the commentary, and I think it was Fabi Magnus. I don't know who was playing. I think it was Magnus playing some line which Fabi had played, and I mentioned it to like Sir and Sahaj that okay, like, I think this was played by whatever. Fabi in his World Championship match. And so I was like, wow, never thought. Like so even Sahil would know this line. So I think I was like shocked myself. Wow, like I knew this line. So I think it does happen. I think you kind of have gone through so many top level games that you can actually even remember the ideas. So absolutely agree on that one. And although I think for me the best part is to kind of see the players in action on video. I think because if I'm not commentating, I might not see the exact moment. Like I kind of feel I know Arjun, Vidit, Prag, Gukesh really well because I've seen them on camera so much and they kind of reveal their true self through chess in a way. And right now, Arjun being aggressive, but calm as well. And Vidit, of course, more emotional, more nervous, and taking more risks. So let's see what happens. By the way, Chad is asking, uh, what is wrong with it? Why he intend to play with fire when he had a major let off? That's a good question framed in the wrong way. But why is he thinking about this so long, Priyanka? I think that's objectively maybe a good question. Yeah, because you could again have the same problems.
I think if he's spending so much time, he's definitely going to go for queen into f3
Hmm.
because it does not make any sense otherwise. If he was
Hmm.
going to play moves like queen e6, he would have done so already. So probably he just wants to make sure that he's not missing anything in the pawn end game, or he could probably miss g5 maybe.
Hmm. It's
Just
very
he's probably making sure that okay, queen into f3 is definitely a draw. So
But it's very hard to imagine, yeah? Like, white is also forced. You cannot do anything here. King back, king here. So the only move you literally have is f3, and the only move black has is g6. So I'm still confused. If Vidit is thinking about this, he's been thinking for 12 minutes. That feels like
that
a bit of a
is
stretch, though.
strange.
Huh?
Exactly, that is a little strange, but probably because he got 30 minutes,
Hmm.
just I think one more back or something, right? Or two moves back.
Yes, yes, two moves back.
So
Yes.
usually these points are very critical because once you get time, players tend to play faster
Hmm.
with the same rush and they go wrong. So probably he's doing the opposite. He's just spending so much time because he just wants to make sure that he's not missing anything.
Yeah, and let's go full screen indeed. As somebody in the chat said, I think Vidit is about to play a move. It feels like because he should anyway play that move because he might need time for another thing later on, especially if he's going for the queen endgame, I think. So Vidit now 7 minutes on the clock, chat, versus 49 minutes. And he takes the queen, Priyanka. Let's go. Pawn
Yeah.
endgame incoming.
Hmm. See, now it makes sense of why he must have spent so much time because of the pawn and games. Yeah, they're always very tricky.
And
And
he
now I think
gave
I'll
Arjun.
let's out the next few moves.
And he gave Arjun that stare. Did you see that? Like he एक हल्का सा stare दिया उसने. That's the best part for me, Priyanka. Again, ना देखो वो जो दिखता है वो जो emotion players. Look at him again. See that subtle stare at Arjun. कि भाई पता है मुझे draw है भाई. Like draw हो चुका है. अब जो करना है कर लो. जितना सोच लो. ये draw है. I've seen everything.
Definitely. Now I think he'll be a little relaxed because to make the decision is difficult, but once he makes the decision, I think rest is just matter of technique and understanding. I'm pretty sure he must have calculated the variations.
Agreed. And I have a question. So अब इस क्वेश्चन पे आ ही गए हैं. What if I go g4 directly? Because I've kind of avoided your g5 move. And is this like an improvement or no? Maybe not, yeah?
Not really, because the only concern I had was you creating a passer on the edge file.
Hmm.
But now that you consolidated it, I don't really have any danger on the board.
Agreed. I think g6 is kind of losing. That was my
This was
hope.
my plan.
Exactly. This
Now
was, I think,
I force your king to move.
yeah, this, and now f4 is the winning move, apparently. But I think, I mean, maybe this is what Arjun has to do still, because otherwise, because g6 is a blunder. Um, the only two moves are king g6, which I'm not sure Vidit would play, but second is just taking, which I think feels more logical. And now you
Yes.
have to play g6. That's the only clear move. Is that easy,
Oh,
Priyanka, to
really?
find g6? There's also king
Why is
g6.
G6 only move? King
King
G6
g6
I
bhi hai.
thought was easier.
It's also there. It's also there. True, true, true. ठीक है, फिर तो possible है. I think he should defend this. So no g4, no king e4. Then I think it's pretty much easily holdable for Vidit. And how much time do you think Arjun takes here, Priyanka, to think for this move?
I mean, it does not really matter, but not a lot. I don't think he would spend a lot of time because he knows that there is no point.
Hmm.
So I expect him to make a move in like 5 minutes, maybe, like within
Hmm.
5 minutes.
I think that's a
Because
good
I'm
guess.
sure he must have calculated this position is at 1,000 times already because of the amount of time Vidit was spending.
Agreed.
So maybe he's just thinking g4 or king e4.
Crucial moment. Vidit gets up confidently. I think he's calculated all these variations. I think hence the long think on the previous move before trading queens. And Arjun maybe played a great game though. Like his preparation was on point, his time management was on point. He put a lot of pressure on Vidit. Objectively had a better position. Maybe had a couple of opportunities he could have done different. He had to do differently. But at the end, I think overall great chess by Arjun today. Even if he doesn't win this, Priyanka.
Definitely great preparation by Arjun and great chess by Vidit, I would say. Because he was
Fair enough.
under
True.
tremendous pressure and he was able to consolidate the position
Yep.
without making any mistake. Yeah.
Yep. He can go back home happy because it was not an easy task. For the first 27 moves, it was basically battling stockfish, yeah, because Arjun was all well prepared and it wasn't easy to handle the uptime pressure as well. So hopefully, of course, he works on that. We don't want him to be 1 hour and 20 minutes behind his opponent in any game, but at least he found the best moves. That's more important. And chat
Right.
final prediction before I ask Priyanka as well. Do you think Vidit holds this now? He's just one step away. Do you think he holds this? Priyanka, do you think he holds this or do you think there's a twisting coming?
I think he should be able to hold this without
Hmm.
difficulty.
Hmm. Chat is all against VD. नहीं chat is not against VD at all. भाई chat तो भाई VD को सबसे support VD को ही मिलता है कई बार in fact. Any chances of White winning? What odds would you give White here, Priyanka, out of 100 of winning this game?
Uh, very less, like 51-49.
51% of. You mean, okay, you mean out, okay, I get your point. Okay, like, okay,
Like
one
that.
game maybe wins. Okay, fair enough.
Yes. But that also because I have to, but otherwise I think it's just going to be drawn.
Fair enough. Vidit Dubai. Can you have the other camera angle? I think he's still walking, yeah? Just side wala hai. Wait, that is.
He's
No,
not
he's
in
not
the hall,
walking
I
now.
think.
No, there he is. There
Okay,
he
he's
is.
there. So now he has the privilege to go a little further because he has time left on the clock, yeah?
True, he has 8 minutes, so I wonder how long can he walk? Yeah, 4 minute walk. I don't know. Maybe he can go outside the hall, possible, but yeah. The game against Nepo always haunts me. I think that's true. That was a tough one for Vidit, but I think that was also like more complicated. Now I think after the queen trade, it's kind of simple. Um, VD is amazing, man. Super underrated, very solid, positionally sound. If it's about holding on, I believe he can navigate complex positions well. And to be approved by, this is not even that complicated now. He's thought for a long time. He should be good to go on holding this. And Priyanka, I think this is an important event, of course. Then I think we had one more before this. That was Norway chess. Like Prague
Right.
became the first Indian to ever win this. I mean, that's just insane. And defeating Magnus twice. I mean, nobody would have believed it, yeah? If somebody predicted that, okay,
That was
somebody's gonna beat,
insane.
you know?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
insane,
who
man.
would have thought that Magnus would lose 2 games with the same player in a classical format, yeah? That was just
Bhai,
crazy.
Magnus Carlsen, I think maybe hard to say if he's past his prime. It's because you know he's gonna win 20 tournaments in a row now. But
Yes.
what insane performance by Prag, man. I think made us all proud, without a doubt.
Without any doubt, for sure. I think the chess that he played was like incredible.
Yeah. And before that, I think we had Vaishali win the candidates. By the way, I think we talked about Gukesh Sindarov, but we'll also have Vaishali versus Ju Wenjun next year. I think you might have played against both at some point. Anything you want to share about both these players, just from your experience of playing or even seeing them play?
I haven't played with Jo, I think.
Hmm.
Only online
Hmm.
I might have played her, but over the
Hmm.
board, I don't think I've played with her.
Hmm.
But I mean, Jo is very strong, yeah, like probably one of the best women.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
now looking at the Vaishali's form, like for me, I think she can win against anyone on any given day,
Hmm.
but her consistency is a little shaky, I think.
Hmm.
So if she's in the form, like I think she'll have a very good chance.
Hmm.
But right now she's in an incredible form. Yeah, she even won a tournament in Japan, like Tokyo,
Yes.
just a few days ago. So if she continues the form, I think we don't have anything
Hmm.
to worry about.
Agreed. I think it's going to be fun, especially because Ju Jun has been champion for many years now. The motivation of kind of doing it for the first time is very high, just like it's for Sindarov actually, Chad. So Vaishali would have her chances. She was the underdog in the candidates, was the last seed, but beating all expectations, she did. And he does play G4. Wow. So that's where he guesses he has the best chance. And now Vidit should not play G6 is something I would play 100% in my games. So let's see what it does. Two moves possible, chat. He can take, which is more logical, or he can play King G6. Anything else, and Arjun wins.
Mm, King G6 also does not seem like a very difficult move to make, especially
Hmm.
because you're getting your king closer to the H4 pawn.
Hmm. Agreed.
That is also logical, but I'm not quite sure which one. Which one do you think he will play? Do you think he'll go King G6 or H4?
I think he plays at G4. It just exchanges a pair of pawns. Just feels a bit cleaner. But what I don't want to see is with it, I don't care which move he plays. I just don't want to see him thinking for 5 minutes now. That's my worry. Because he thought for like, I think a long time, right? Before he entered the pawn end game. And he should have ideally seen G4. So I want to think for a couple of minutes and play whatever he wants to play. That's okay.
Ideally,
Otherwise,
couple of
hmm.
seconds would be better because he has only 7 minutes on the clock.
True. And imagine if he had 1 minute here and this was a novel position. Like you could easily go wrong. And
Yes.
so that's why I think it's not easy. And somebody said, does takes and king f6 work? The crazy part is
I
I have no
think that
idea.
would not work because of
And
H5.
yeah, and it's just winning for white. So it's very tricky. That's why Priyanka mentioned she doesn't like pawn and games because in Priyanka, I had a game against one IM once, and I was a pawn down in the pawn end game, and I had double pawns. Whether he takes, and somehow he got confused. It was equal. Then I won. Like pawn end games are so tricky, man. Pawn down, I won against pawn game. I still can't believe it. And the fact that I'm telling you this after 10 years is insane. Like they're so tricky.
Right. No, I think the easiest way for Vidit to play is to just go G6.
Hmm.
And
Agreed.
because if King G5, then just King G7,
F3 and King
and
F7.
this I can always go, yes. So King F6, I
And
always have this King F6, King F5, so that's
then
already
black
lost.
wins.
Exactly. So you can't
So
really go any further.
yeah, he plays
Yeah,
G6.
he would go
Nice move.
G6. And okay,
And
now I
now
think it should be
if you
easy.
play H5, okay, it's still, I thought, if I was worried if white is king something, but not really. And
But you
now,
could
yeah,
just take and go.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is coming to a conclusion very soon now, yeah? Maybe like 5 to 10
Yes.
minutes more. And chat, we're going to have a draw between the India number one and former India number one. And he's going to touch 2,700 again because he will gain one rating point out of this draw. So Vidit will be back on 2700chess.com. So that is great.
Yes. Yes, now I think okay, black white doesn't really have much to push for because this is an easy pawn and game draw, yeah? I think even Arjun
Hmm.
now realizes that he cannot try any further.
Yeah. I'm just going a bit crazy. F4, is it lost for white or no? No, it's not lost. I can
F4?
just play
No.
E4. I was thinking, but King G3 draws actually.
Yeah.
King
Key
G3, King
6,
E6, King F2. And
King
now it's like the
F2.
typical, the guy
Yeah.
to move first loses.
Yeah. You should not come into F5. I should not come into E3.
Yeah. So nice. I think this should be a draw very soon. Arjun knows this. Um, Chad is saying both players have same accuracy. That's true. But I would love to ask you this, Priyanka, I think, and this is a question I should ask Sahaj Bhai also. Like, before I think COVID, I think accuracy wasn't like a metric which at least I personally ever checked for my classical games.
Mhm.
Did you like check the accuracy of your classical games by putting it into like a Chesscom page and or whatever, like just checking the accuracy of your games in general? Like, have you done that before?
I actually am not a big fan of engines.
Hmm.
I am more of a thinker, so I like to think on my own.
Hmm.
So I don't really believe in this perfect moves, this
Hmm.
99% of accuracy, because that's not chess, I feel.
Hmm.
Like chess was supposed to be thought and play, like not like check and play. Remember, whoever remembers more is going to win
But
the
tell
game.
that
So
to
that is
Arjun.
not.
27 moves of
No,
theory,
but
man.
that is insane. But that is necessary at the top, yeah. But in general, that's
Ha,
how chess has become now.
ha.
But that's not something that I always believed in. For me, it's more of
Hmm.
like, it's like a puzzle where you think and you learn from your mistakes, not by using
Hmm.
engines and, going after the numbers.
Hmm. Because I think personally, like what I would 100% maintain like a record of this. Like if I started playing, I would have like an Excel sheet and like every game I play I would check the accuracy and I would compare it and I would track it over a period of, because for me like this is the way to check my improvement, right? Sometimes it's like we are so dependent on ratings to judge our improvement. I would actually put the accuracy for each of my games in an Excel sheet and and kind of measure that number over a long period of time. So if that number improves, even if let's say my rating doesn't, I know I'm improving. So like for me that's what I would do, for example, to kind of track my play. Now of course over 10 years the engines will improve and then my accuracy might change retroactively, but interesting how technology is going to change a lot of stuff. I think with the AI coming in, it's going to be interesting to see how chess improvement in general kind of changes, because chat nowadays we are not there yet, but at some point we could have a tool where you input your games. It's going to literally build up like a training plan for you in a second. Okay, this is where you're weak, so solve these tactics, these positional puzzles, this tuck tuck tuck, and you have an entire training plan ready. And it takes like a second to kind of get it ready, instead of kind of going to a coach and then says he will analyze you for weeks and then he finds out what the weakness is and then they do trial and error. So I wonder how that domain changes in the next few years, but yeah, it'll be fun, I think. Chat बोर्ड तो है भाई
Definitely.
सामने ही
Mm.
बोर्ड है भाई. हाँ ये आ गया भाई, थैंक यू so much भाई. Chat is saying विदित स्टेयर तो ऐसे दे रहा है जैसे गेम वही कंट्रोल कर रहा हूँ यार. यार चैट फनी है
Now
भाई.
he
ओके.
knows he's not going to lose.
हाँ.
Of course, he's very confident.
Okay. Oh, they've drawn. Wow. Arjun offers a draw after King F3. I think a very, very safe draw now. Now there is literally no chance. And he tried his level best. But Priyanka, overall, I think a well fought game by both the Indian players. We had insane preparation and ambition from Arjun, and we had incredible defense from Vidit.
Definitely. I think both of the players have played very well. Like, if you can see the accuracy at the bottom, yeah, that's
Yeah.
his by
Yeah.
itself. I mean,
Very,
it's
very high.
insane. Yes.
And chat, it does put it back to 2700. So for all the VD fans, including me and Priyanka, this is great news. He's back to that rating list. And of course, this was that could have been a very short day actually, because एक ही game है दोनों players की, but they fought till the very end. Look at that smile on Vidit's face now, because he knows, I think this took a lot of effort, a lot of calculation and a lot of skill to defend against an informed and prepared Arjun.
Definitely. Though I think he will be happy with the draw, but definitely not with the time management.
Agreed. Yeah. So, chat, this is it. Priyanka, any final words before we end the stream for today? I think it's been fun commenting with you. Any final words before we end the stream?
I mean, that's it, that we had a very interesting match. I actually thought, okay, like the day is going to end soon, like
Yeah,
early,
yeah, yeah.
because just both Indians are playing. I was not really aware of that, but I mean, the amount of understanding both the players show towards the position is insane. I had fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Priyanka, thanks a lot for joining. Also, thanks to Dushin Bhai for joining and Samir Bhai for the amazing broadcast. Chat, thanks a lot for joining today. Maza aaya. I know it's not like the Norway chess event, but it's a crazy event for Indian players. Two Indians, two potential Olympiad team participants fighting it out. And I mean, the game was crazy. You have to agree, we didn't know. We don't know. By the way, producer by informing us with this draw, Arjun has gone to 2.5. And the crazy news is that it could happen that he could be in sole lead. Like that's a genuine possibility. So because Nodirbek is still playing and he's under some pressure. So we'll follow that tomorrow. But at least he's likely going to be in the lead, Priyanka. That's great news.
Yes, that is definitely great news. So who is he going to play tomorrow against? I forgot.
Tomorrow he's playing Nodirbek with the black pieces. And
So
Vidit
that's very
plays
exciting.
Hans Niemann with the white pieces. So भाई कल popcorn लेके आना chat, मैं भी लेके आऊंगा. And Priyanka, thank you for joining. We'll see you
Thank you
tomorrow.
so much for
Chat.
having me.
टेक केयर. मेरा कैमरा सही टाइम पे ऑफ हो गया है. बहुत बढ़िया. परफेक्ट टाइमिंग. बैटरी परफेक्ट टाइम पे खत्म हुई है. सो नाउ यू कैन ऑल सी प्रियंका ही दिख रही है बस. बाय बाय चैट. टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.